Hey guys, welcome back. Get ready because today we are jumping back into the world of Mushoku Tensei. In this video, we're covering volume 19, including chapters 1 to 10 and one side story. Sit back, relax, and let's get into it.
Volume 19, Side Story, One Example of Work, Part 1. Angelique Carentail, nicknamed Ange. She was born in a small village in the west edge of the Kingdom of Dragon King, close to the jungle. Her parents were pharmacists. Ange was raised to become one as well. Before she reached adulthood, her parents died in a magic beast goblin attack, but that is not unusual in a village like this. After finishing their funeral with the villagers' help and overcoming her sadness for their death, she took over her family home and business. Ange has one person whom she could call a close friend, Fam Hindora. A hunter born and raised, she is both Ange's companion and guard. Her mother caught a disease that infects only adults, and her father was killed by a goblin, along with Ange's parents, when they went in the forest together to collect medicine for her. In other words, Fam's father could not protect Ange's parents. Thus, Fam feels indebted to Ange. Once upon a time, Ange also begrudged Fam. But after some conflict, it was settled. Now, this duo of best friends is known to everyone in the village. Like that, these two people will be 20 years old this year.
Oh, I wonder if there isn't a good man somewhere.
Muttered Fam, dressed in tanned leather vest and skin-tight leather pants, wearing thick leather boots, carrying a long bow and quiver of arrows at the shoulder, and machetes on the waist. She is dressed like a bandit and looks dirty. But overall, it can be said that she is a beautiful woman with well-defined features.
At least, he won't be in a place like this,
Ange answered. She is a pharmacist, but she wears leather pants so she could move easier. There was also a knife strapped on her waist, and an adze as well. If there was a very large difference between these two girls, it was that Ange carries a large basket. The basket's contents were a variety of nuts and medicinal herbs, which were arranged orderly and took about half of the basket's total volume. These two girls, now inside the forest, they are harvesting medicine supplies for Ange's pharmacy.
Well, he has to be rich, handsome, but naive and a bit awkward in company of women. The kind that blushes full bloom from holding hands. Just an average guy for me. He doesn't need to be rich, as long as he's nice and normal. Ange, you have no dream. Fam, let's look at reality. In the village inhabited by these two girls, there is no such young man like in Fam's description. It's not like there is none at all, but most of them are already married. Millis devotees are not so much in that village, but having more than one wife is prohibited by law, other than the village chief, of course. The current chief is almost 50 and already has 5 wives. He won't get married again. Also in reality, and if I get married, maybe it's with Dochin. Dochin, son of the village chief, 20 years old. He is the same age as these girls. However, he is already married to his fiancée who was selected since their birth. He also already has an heir. There is also a rumor that he will become village chief soon. If that happened, he could marry his second wife. According to the village tradition, when someone is appointed to become village chief, he must choose his second wife and marry her. Well, Dochin probably won't choose me.
Fam was always bullying Dochin when we were young. No, what if he selects me to exact his revenge and bullied me at night? I don't think so, Fam. I think Dochin is still scared of you.
Because they're from the same generation, they often played and hung out together from a young age. There were 7 of them, and Fam is a bully child from their age. At the time, Fam often made Dochin cry. Ange thought she would end up marrying one of them someday, but unfortunately, that didn't happen. From those 7 childhood friends, 3 of them left the village, leaving only 3 women, and Dochin is a lone bachelor in their generation. Dochin then married his fiancée, so Fam and Ange ended up as leftovers. But I think Ange has a chance, since you're so cute.
Well, I won't. 'cause I'm the only pharmacist in the village. I can't work if I married the chief. It would just cause trouble for the village. Well, maybe can be reward for our efforts for this. I hope you are right.
And Ainge said that with a laugh, but the truth was she was thinking about something else entirely.
I wonder that a prince won't come and take me as his wife, huh?
Although Ainge told her close friend to look at reality, when she was a child, she heard such a story from the bard and longed for it. It is a story of a little adventurer with blue hair. She was journeying alone as an adventurer from Millis continent to all over the central continent, becoming an A-rank adventurer in no time. That story made her young heart race. But still, at that time, it was just a simplistic story from the other side of the world. But it's no longer just a fantasy. It happened 10 years ago. A certain adventurer appeared in the village vicinity 10 years ago. On the way leaving the forest, she tried to reach Westport. That adventurer stopped at Ainge's village. A small adventurer with blue hair. She was just like how the bard described about her. It was in that moment that the other side of the world, the story became reality. She stayed overnight in the village and told the 10-year-old Ainge at that time about her adventures. It's not a fantasy story product from someone's delusion. It was a real story.
Tham's eyes shone when she heard her story about her fight against the boss of the labyrinth. Ainge's heart was racing when she heard the part of entering a labyrinth searching for a cool man was the purpose for her adventure. The adventurer succeeded in capturing the labyrinth, but still failed to fulfill her purpose. That story nevertheless left a great impression in Ainge's heart. From that day after she heard the story onward, Ainge had some kind of admiration for adventurers. Sometimes her head was full of such longing of delusional encounters. She was in a pinch from being suddenly attacked by a demon. Suddenly a prince gallantly appears to her aid, and to that person she offered herself as a form of gratitude.
Yeah!
And it's where her delusion come to an end in agony. The longing is just longing. A delusion is just a delusion. There was no way such a convenient thing will occur, and Ainge knows about that. Delusions about such marriage is only a pipe dream, mere fantasy. The Ainge now was only looking properly at reality. 5 years ago, she felt the feeling of sadness and loneliness from losing her parents, and she hated those feelings.
Ainge, be careful. We're entering that guy's territory.
Yeah, I know.
It cannot be helped if it's for Dochin.
Yeah. Currently, the son of village chief Dochin was infected by Iburi disease. The Iburi disease, it's a disease that spreads all over the body and will cause certain death if the patient didn't drink the medicine within 10 days. However, there is a sure way to cure it. That was by using intermediate detoxification magic, and it's not contagious. From this view, it is a disease which isn't dangerous in most of the world's cities. But this deadly disease is feared in a remote area like the village where Ange lives, because it takes at least 10 days to travel to the nearest city, where an intermediate detoxification magician could be found. Their childhood friend and future village chief, Dochin, is inflicted with such a disease. For that matter, this same disease is also the one which caused Pham and Ange's parents' deaths. Pham's mother was also infected by Iburi disease. In an attempt to cure it, Ange's parents and Pham's father entered the forest to search for its medicine, and perished. It is a disease that caused these two girls' relationship to become closer, and that accursed disease is now sinking its poisoned fangs into their childhood friend.
Carefully, the two girls take each of their steps. The ingredient for the medicine is a flower that only blooms at the foot of this cliff. They don't need a lot to make a single portion, just 5 or 6 petals. With that amount, it's enough for one person. Gulp. These two girls gulp when they reach the clearing. The gap between the trees suddenly cleared, and they come out in a place that looked like a plaza. There, in front of them, a high cliff, with blue flowers blooming at its base.
even while looking at the beautiful sight, their expressions didn't relax one bit. Ange quickly went to the flowers and tore a handful of petals with her trembling hand. The next moment, Thom cried. However, Ange's feet were already frozen the moment she heard that roar. Ange, hurry! While she grabbed her longbow and an arrow from her quiver, Thom yelled at Ange.
It appeared on top of the cliff, a giant lizard with purple-red skin, at least 10 meters in length, master of the forest, Iburi lizard. That reptile has no wings, so it's similar to the giant lizard inhabiting Begorito continent. So why is the lizard called Iburi lizard? Because near the area where that lizard lives, Iburi disease always spreads. And because the flower necessary to cure Iburi disease is only found within its territory. Because of this, a group of scholars came up with a theory. They said that the Iburi lizard is spreading the Iburi disease. By spreading Iburi disease, their prey will come to pick the flower to cure the disease. But that truth has yet to be confirmed. Regardless, this village has been haunted by this lizard and the Iburi disease for the past 5 years. Angie's parents, Fam's father, everyone has been killed by this guy.
Oh, Yui lizard, please get up! Run! Narrator. Fam shouted to strengthen herself and fires her arrow. That arrow flew and stuck itself on the scales of the lizard with a ting sound. In that moment, Iburi lizard also made its move. It ran down the cliff at a tremendous speed like a gecko. It looks like Fam's arrow didn't have any effect on it.
With Fam's voice, Ange stood up at last, but she didn't run away immediately. She was indecisive. Such impatience tangled Ange's legs. She finally turned around and ran. Seeing that, Fam also turned to make her escape. However, it was already too late. The thin Iburi lizard caught up to Fam at a tremendous speed. With its chaotic movements and sharp teeth, it cornered Fam and glared. The Iburi lizard grabbed Fam in its mouth and lifted her like a doll. She was swung about while screaming in a way not befitting a young girl, and was thrown back towards the cliff into the bed of flowers. Ange was looking at that. Her eyes reflected Fam being thrown through the air. She saw Fam's desperate face. In that moment, she hesitated. She had thought to help her best friend. Then, when she noticed it, the Iburi lizard was already in front of her.
I will die. Ange realized this. Someone would come to save her at the last minute. Sometimes she has such delusions. A delusion is only a delusion, while in fact, there is no way someone will come to her rescue right now. At this moment, she will die. That was reality. So surely, everything after that moment must have been a dream. Suddenly, the Iburi lizard was blown off to the side. What? Ange did not understand the scene in front of her. Suddenly, the monster that almost killed her changed its direction. Suddenly, the body of that giant lizard flew off in an impossible direction. With its blood spilling from its mouth, the Iburi lizard frantically looked in the direction of whatever had managed to blow it away. Ange also looked in that direction. Standing there, a man, wearing a dark gray robe, fluttering with the wind, with a black armor hidden below. In his left hand, he carried some kind of tube. With his dazzling brown hair dancing in the wind, he walked toward the Iburi lizard.
The moment it saw that man, Iburi lizard opened its jaw and rushed at that man. Huge fangs approached that man, but he faced it calmly. The man was bitten without mercy. That was what Ange had predicted. However, the man was alive. The man, he caught the Iburi lizard's head. He stopped the giant Iburi lizard's movement with one hand. Then, as if in slow motion, he directed his left hand at Iburi lizard head. Shotgun trigger! Next, something fired from the tube. Seeing that, Anja didn't know what just happened, but she concluded that it fired something at very high speed. After Anja's point of view, it was over in a flash, because the Iburi lizard's head has already vanished from this world. Its head exploded into 1,000,000 pieces. The long neck that was caught in that explosion's momentum caused the Iburi lizard's body to fall backward. It lands with a sound too faint for its size. An unbelievable sight. However, bright red blood continued to flow from its severed neck. While sighing, the man aimed his right hand to the lizard corpse. Then, the body of Iburi lizard burst into flames in an instant. Sounds of oil crackling and the smell of burning flesh filled the air. Then, the man turned towards Anj. With the fire raging behind him, as if nothing happened to that man, he opened his mouth.
You are Angelique Carentail, right?
Huh?
He suddenly said that with such a goofy voice.
Or Miss Fam Haindora? How did you know my name?
Anj wants to say, but the words won't come out. Still in a daze, she shakes her head. Anj noticed that they're staring at each other. I came to help. Hearing those words from that man in gray robe, Anj's heart started beating loudly. The man called himself Rudeus Greyrat. While casting skeptical gazes at Anj's unquenchable throbbing chest, he applied healing magic to Fam, who was treated in an instant. Although Fam's consciousness didn't return immediately, even injuries such as broken bones, her leg that was almost torn, and purple bruises on her skin were immediately healed. He explained that he had been asked to come here by a certain person to help Anj, but he didn't reveal this much about his request. Also, Anj has no idea about who could have asked him to come to help her. Regardless of what has happened, it was good that I just barely came in time this time.
Right. Rudeus is walking through the forest while piggybacking Fam. Anj is following with her basket of flowers and herbs. While walking, she is frequently worrying about her appearance. No doubt about it, my hair is disheveled. My clothes also covered with mud. Yeah, my face looks so dirty. What must I do about it? Is my appearance a mess? She was blushing every time Rudeus turned around and turned to hide herself. It seems Rudeus didn't mind such attitude. Rather, it's like he convinced himself to not look at her face. Without looking back, they walk in silence. He looks back once a while, but it's really only once in a while. Anj wanted to see Rudeus's face more. What can I do? Soon we will arrive at the village, and then he will be treated like a hero. Defeating the lizard, he saved the village. What should I do? If that happens, I'm sure it won't be possible to talk to him. And then, Anj saw Fam's figure piggybacking on Rudeus and burned it into her eyes. Her ample bosom is successfully pressed against Rudeus's back. Seeing that, Anj felt a little jealous with her. Well, Rudeus-san.
Yes, what? Rudeus looking back at her, remaining expressionless, and Anjay riding on that momentum.
About Fam? Isn't she heavy?
It's all right.
But you've already been carrying her since a while ago. Don't you feel tired?
No, I always train myself, so this level of activity won't make me tired.
Saying so, while rolled up his robe, Rudeus showed her his upper arm. Although his biceps was not visible because of his black armor, for some reason, while watching it, Anj was impressed by the words of, "After all, I'm always training myself." Then, Rudeus struck his hands with pop.
Oh, yeah. I'm sorry. I'm not being considerate.
What? Ange's eyes turned into black and white. Rudeus said that with a smile while showing his shining white teeth.
Say, Angelique-san, I'm a bit tired. Shall we take a short break?
By the way, his teeth shining is only Ange's delusion.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. And thank you very much for your hard work. Please take a rest. And please just call me Ange, by all means.
Ange. Okay.
Rudeus slowly put Faum down, then sat himself on a fallen tree. That fallen tree has a V-form shape. To Rudeus, it was obvious that he was only being friendly, sitting opposite Ange. But as for Ange, she thought,
This is a chance, and now is the only time. Eat.
as it is, Ange sat down next to Rudeus. Ange could feel that Rudeus was a little startled.
I wonder if it feels unpleasant.
She takes a glance at his face. Rudeus had an indifferent face, but his expression didn't look like he dislikes it. He is just confused. From what Ange guessed, and from her lips, an excuse leaks immediately.
So, about this, I'm sorry. I was scared. Well, even now I'm still scared. Let me sit beside you.
Oh, yeah, if that's what you mean. Ride on the momentum. Ange was going all out, to the end the Holy War.
Oh, and thank you very much.
No, it's fine, because it's my job.
Though Rudeus's attitude looked unfriendly, his eyes swam right and left, overlooking Ange. Ange followed his line of sight. She's wondering what he sees. Around her neck, her clothes are unbuttoned and her chest is exposed. In an effort to hide it in the moment, Ange hugged herself with her own hands. It seems that Ange's attempt to be not interrupted is already going beyond the horizon. Ange tried to cuddle next to Rudeus, but as she tried to get closer, each time Rudeus would move a bit away. In the end, Rudeus was cornered at the end of the fallen tree, and Ange pressed up against his arm.
That... Rudeus-san?
Is it? When she could feel Rudeus's line of sight focused on her chest, Ange swallowed. Her size isn't as big as Fam, but it's definitely greater than the average size in the village. She often receives sexual harassment like, "An-chan, won't you bring me medicine from the valley of your breast?" from middle-aged men. It was a tool that only made fun of inside the village. A part of Ange had cursed it. But this was a weapon now.
I said even if it's work, but the fact that you saved my life didn't change. I'm truly grateful for that.
You're welcome?
If after this, we go back to the village, as long as you didn't immediately go back, you can come to my house, and I will give you something as a thank you present.
No, I can't do that, because my next job is already waiting for me there.
Her plan failed, but Ange didn't give up. This is because Ange was determined to make it to the far end of the journey, to the Eternal City.
So, that is... Well then, at least please let me give my gratitude. But I don't have anything, except for my body.
Even while feeling her face becoming red, Ange's arms that crossed around her body to cover her chest. Then, opening her arms that covered her chest, Rudeus's eyes were immediately glued there. And then, Rudeus suddenly stood up.
Oh, Rudeus-san?
Surprise attack! My chronic disease is almost acting up. I need my medicine!
While he said that, his line of sight was still glued to Ange's chest. But hearing the word medicine, Ange came back to her senses a little. She is a pharmacist. She had thought that if the man in front of her had a chronic disease, her actions might have triggered it to act up.
Oh, I am a pharmacist. If it's medicine, I could mix it after we've arrived at my home.
After giving such a vague answer, Rudeus reached inside his armor and took something out wrapped in a white cloth. Seeing that, rather than a love affair, Anj was more excited by the medicine. Could it be some kind of recidivistic disease? Rudeus is a powerful warrior. He has strong stamina, which makes it possible for him to travel while wearing an armor capable of taking the Iberi lizard's attacks head-on. In spite of that, he can also use healing magic. Had applied advanced-level healing magic to Pham. She often heard that healing magic and detoxification magic are learned as a set. Thus, perhaps he is also familiar with detoxification magic. Afflicted with a chronic disease without any cure, he seemed to be a person right out of a legend. He himself didn't know how to cure his disease and journeyed the world searching for a cure.
Is that the drug for your treatment?
Yeah, well, it's something like that.
But despite saying that, Rudeus took the edges of the cloth and spread it. At first, Ainge had thought that the medicine would fall and motioned to catch it, but nothing fell. Not pills, nor powdered medicine. Other than that cloth, nothing was to be seen. So, where is the medicine? A strange thing caught Ainge's attention and caused her to look up as she thought that. It was pantsu. Rudeus is holding pantsu? According to its size, it's from an adult woman. When did... Why... The cloth that was wrapping the medicine until a little while ago. No, that is the cloth from a little while ago. That cloth he was holding was pantsu? What? Why? While Ainge cast her confused gaze at Rudeus, he was taking a deep breath. He buried his face against the pantsu. He exhaled a deep breath. Bad habit, bad habit. So, as he said that, he continued to take breath after breath, smelling and smelling. Sometimes he snorted. He was completely mesmerized by the pantsu.
At that sight, Ange was terrified. The scene made cold sweat run down her back. She could not move nor make a sound. She was perfectly still. She couldn't do anything but look on in horror at Rudeus. Rudeus finally ended his bizarre ritual 5 minutes later. Oh God, I give my thanks to you. After saying that, while posing like a devotee praying to their god, he folded the pantsu neatly and returned them to his bosom. Ange didn't know how to respond. The only thing that could escape her mouth was a pock-pock sound. Her wit could not keep up with the current situation. She thought this was her chance. Then suddenly the pantsu came out and she could not comprehend what just happened.
After all, the holy relic is limited use only.
But only one fact came to her. Rudeus's behavior just now had smashed her delusions to pieces. Yes, Ange's love at first sight shattered instantly.
Well, what was it, Ange-san?
It's nothing. She woke up from her dream. Part 3. Then, Ainge returned to the village unceremoniously. Before they entered the village, Rudeus entrusted Pham to Ainge.
Because I won't make a stop at the village, I will excuse myself here.
Yes. Hearing his words, Ainge could only nod her head in reply. That bizarre scene still burned strongly in her mind. Now, take care. Then, suddenly, he stopped as if he remembered something.
Rowdy stopped walking and turned around to face Ainge. He looked back. Oh, well, Ainge-san, didn't you mention about a reward before? Hearing his words, a chill ran down Ainge's spine.
Thank you. Yeah.
When she considers it, he did indeed save her life. She can't refuse if it's his request. No matter how much she wants to run away from the physiologically disgusting man in front of her, Ange is not that ungrateful to that level.
So I'm troubled that you want my pantsy too?
No, I don't need that. But I need you to do something.
And what do you want me to do? Oh, what should I do? It must be something amazingly kinky.
Ange's resolute face turned pale. While scratching the back of his head after seeing Ange's reaction and muttering, well, what do I say? Rudeus took something out of his backpack. A picture book, along with a doll. Then, Ange-san, please read this book to your children when they're born. Please read this picture book to them and tell them that the supered race isn't like the Ibori.
Pardon me? Huh?
This is the Supard race.
Supard race?
After hearing those absurdly strange words, Angie's eyes went black and white.
At the end of the book, there is a table that shows you how to read the characters, so it could be used to teach your children to read. Just that. Thank you.
After saying that, Rudeus placed the book and the doll in Angie's hands and left. In Angie's hands sat a green-haired magic race doll and a picture book. Just from the look of that Supard race doll, she felt terrified. It's incredibly detailed and painted with vivid colors. It seems like it could come to life at any moment. The image of the terrible demon. There was an impulse that made her want to throw it away on the spot. However, the fact that it's a request from someone who saved her life made her reconsider.
Let me see. Supard race. She never met them, but she knew about them. The Supard race she knew was just as frightening as the Iburi. When she was a child, if she was doing something bad, her parents would threaten her by saying she would be eaten by a Supard. Was there really another story that the Supard race weren't bad guys? Why such a thing? Ange, not knowing what to do about such a strange request, pinched the doll's head. Oh. Then the doll's hair came off. Now in Ange's hands was a warrior holding a spear with a rugged face. Oh, cool. Seeing that, Ange laughed. She didn't know what his intention was, but it's what the person who saved her life requested. Let's do as he asked. That was Ange's decision. A few years later, by curing Dochin from the Iburi disease, Ange was chosen as his second wife when he became the village chief. Dochin is an ordinary man, but he is a hard worker to the point that it isn't even funny. However, he is not a pervert.
While feeling grateful for that fact, Ange raised their children while reading that picture book for them. Over time, the story from the picture book became a staple for the children in the village. The story of the bald warrior from the Supard race carrying out justice. Later, it spread through the neighboring villages. But that's for another time. Next story notice. Rudeus that barely escaped from the temptation of cheating. He who was exhausted both physically and mentally finally arrived at home. But Eris's selfishness immediately hit Rudeus, who came home seeking some healing from his daughter. Next time, episode 192 of Unemployed Reincarnation. Borrowed Cat. Tyrant does not return what he borrowed.
Volume 19, Chapter 1. The Present Situation. Part 1. Dear Paul-sama, it has been 1.5 years. I will be 20 soon, and my sisters will be turning 14. I'm still working for Orsted while continuously training. Orsted is knowledgeable,
but it doesn't appear that he is good at teaching others. Additionally, because he rarely uses magic, there is no demonstration. He would teach chants and give pointers, but probably because he is a genius, misunderstandings often happen. Maybe I'm just a bad student. I only get about 1/10 of what's taught. Owing to the memories remaining from my previous life, I could understand the principles and reach Saint class in the early years, but to surpass the walls of King class, that is not enough. For example, the Fire Saint Magic Flash Flame Flashover is a way to make the flame spread in a vast area instantly, by using light to generate heat in the air. A bit like Begirama, but also somewhat different. Once I have used a magic with an incantation, I can immediately use the voiceless version of it, which puzzles Orsted.
Orsted does not only teach me about magic, but also other things, such as how to fight other magicians. Afterwards, he taught me numerous techniques from the sword god style, like what to be careful of and what to counter with. A magician that specializes in fire magic, when mixed in with a swordsman, is very hard to defend against. Therefore, many groups of magicians and swordsmen use this tactic a lot, so we must respond accordingly. Simple PvP tactics. As one who boasted high offensive ability due to having numerous offensive magics and a foresight eye, I was told that I could reduce the number of opponents by throwing them into confusion and then dealing fatal blows when facing them one by one. It's not much different from what I had been doing in the past, but somehow the result is different when I do it consciously. Training with Eris and Orsted, as well as occasionally teaching Sylphie, Norn, and Aisha, has had some beneficial effects. Through continuous training, I have attained Saint Class Fire and Wind Magic, Saint Class Healing and Detoxification Magic, and Intermediate Class God Barrier Magic. It's very good progress for only a year. I can see that I had been fooling around too much in the past.
However, despite my other gains, drawing a summoning magic circle is still quite challenging for me, and I can't draw it very well. I can't be playing around now if I want to master so many arts. Anyway, I have grown a little stronger. Training with Orsted has also helped me do his jobs. After the uproar in the Asura Kingdom, there weren't many difficult jobs to handle. For example, helping an adventurer that was trapped inside a labyrinth, or helping a merchant stranded inside a forest about to become a demon's meal, or going to a slave market, purchasing a slave boy and selling him somewhere else. Well, these were odd jobs. My work is mainly helping other people. I also enjoy it. Basically, those who we help now will become useful to Orsted in the future. For example, we helped a young female dwarf thief called Talki the other day. She wasn't important, but her son would become the Assassin's Guild leader in the future. He would also become a man that would assassinate a certain person. But if that dwarf girl is killed, it will become Orsted's loss.
Of course, it doesn't really matter, since Orsted Kofena could go to kill that certain person who would get in his way in the future himself. But by helping step by step while considering the future is also a way Orsted could preserve his magic. By changing the past, he saves himself trouble in the future. It seems the key is to make sure that Orsted is in his best condition for the decisive battle. Orsted has learned what to do for someone who might die young from his long loops, which will lead to this person will give me an advantage in the future. By adding me into his team, he could move more efficiently than in all the loops he previously experienced. The divergence factors somehow felt seemingly random. All in all, I'm just mostly set up. For making new allies, that's basically why Orsted doesn't help me. He has something else to do in another place. When an important flag has to be set, he will go there himself. Hitogami also doesn't interfere that much. At least, he doesn't interfere when I'm moving alone. If you look at it, it's probably because he's interfering directly with Orsted, as the missions that Orsted does are probably the more critical events for Hitogami.
Although, there were times when I worked directly with Orsted. When I do, one or two of Hitogami's apostles will definitely appear. Strangely enough, it was never all three at once. Maybe one has been working behind the scenes? As of now, we have no way to ascertain the reason, so that makes me nervous. Can we really leave that aside? Shouldn't Orsted be more aggressive? When I asked him about that, Orsted only shook his head lightly and said,
Orsted, cold and detached. According to the future diary, Hitogami is still trying to change the future. So, it's okay with what we're doing right now. Hitogami is trying to change the future. By my prediction, the next big confrontation would involve Cliff. In the diary, Cliff was dead. Hitogami is probably involved, but I can't be sure of that yet. Orsted also hasn't told me much about this matter. Anyway, I do my job, report back to the office, meet my friends and my family, and then do some training in my spare time. Such is my life. Part 2. Oh, and speaking of work, I also been building up work-related infrastructure. First is the office, the hut in the Magic City Sharia suburbs. The place where we made the magic armor has become our office. Because it will be inconvenient for us to continue to use it as is, we renovated it. It is a one-story building, but inside there is a conference room, a sleeping room, and a research room. It's a good place to carry out strategy meetings and, to some extent, sleeping.
I mean, sometimes I need to rest a little because I am too anxious. Our meeting minutes and action reports are all filed away, which makes me uneasy. But with so much information about who did what, who survived, and what kind of impact it will have in the future, there are no other way I can keep track of all that. Anyway, I also made an arsenal. That is where I put the magic armor and other magic tools or magic items I often use.
Miniaturizing the magic armor was a success, but let's not go into the details on that right now. The armory has a large amount of tools that I use for work. If stolen, it's worth an entire life's fortune. With that in mind, I used earth magic to lock it, but the thought that it might be stolen is scary. Orsted said these trifling equipment are not worth hassling over, but it's something that needs to be done. I should hire a manager. But that's not all. A basement has been added to the main office.
It is a huge basement, basically a labyrinth made with my earth magic. The basement is divided into 20 rooms, and there is a magic teleport circle in each room. When you step into one of the rooms, you will be transferred to one of the major places around the world. Well, that's the plan. Only 5 of these rooms have magic teleport circles so far. Asura Kingdom, Holy Kingdom of Melis, the Great Forest, Kingdom of the Dragon King, and the southern part of the Demon Continent. It's because I need to set up magic teleport circles at the destination as well. Also, Orsted doesn't go to places that have low population, but if there are too many people, teleport magic is difficult to set. Due to this, the number of teleport destinations are few. Of course, more will be added. Part 3. Well, Paul-sama, that's enough about work. I'm sure you're bored of it by now. I'm sure you're feeling impatient. Now, let's talk about the children, or rather your grandchildren. First, my eldest daughter, Lucy Greyrat. She is growing up fast. We celebrated her 3rd birthday just the other day. She can now walk and runs around the house with a dota-dota sound. After she learned some words, she began to speak loudly. I think it's due to Iris's influence, and the house has become lively. In addition, Sylphie also began to teach her magic and human language recently. This girl got a special education from the age of 3. Sylphie is becoming a teaching mom. When she puts on the triangular glasses, her night lessons with me suddenly become so intense.
Well, let's set aside Sylphie for now and talk about Lucy. She seldom meets me because of my work. Sometimes there are times when her expression is a little surprised when I come back. It is a face that says, "Who is this guy?" It is very sad. However, if Sylphie says, "Greet your papa," she says, "Welcome back, papa." When she says it, she is so cute that I want to eat her. But what immediately follows is, "Where is papa?" as she faces me, and she hides behind Sylphie. I am very sad. The way this is going, it looks like I won't be referred to as a respected father by her in the future. If it becomes that way, I will be sad. Once, I brought Lucy to Orsted's place. This was to test whether Orsted's curse would affect Lucy.
testing whether what Hidegami said is true or not. I took her to him thinking that. As it turns out, the curse did not work on Lucy. When Lucy met Orsted for the first time, she was showing beaming eyes. Reaching for his silver hair, she shouted, "Papa, Papa!" She said, "Papa." It was an attitude that even made me perplexed.
At the time, I thought of killing Orsted on the spot. That's a lie. I'm sorry. There is no way I would harbor such strong murderous intent. Yeah, I didn't have even a bit of interest in that. This is because Lucy is used to seeing Sylphie's white hair, and Orsted, who has a similar hair color, might look like a relative. When I told Orsted's name to her, she remembered the name immediately, saying Osutetsu, Osutetsu. It's how she pronounces it. While giving sidelong glances to my bitter face, Orsted went and gave a piggyback to Lucy. Lucy grabbed hold of Orsted's hair and tried to tear it off. When I said pulling hair is bad, Orsted gave me an interesting answer. Don't worry, just this much won't hurt my Saint Dragon Toki.
He doesn't seem bothered by my daughter's approach. Of course, since Lucy is cute. However, with this, Hidegami's words also increased in credibility. Orsted and my descendants will work together to defeat Hidegami. When I told Orsted about it, he responded with, "Do not trust Hidegami's words." And he stared at me with a scary look on his face. I didn't mean to trust them, of course. However, I feel that not all of it is a lie. It is just a convenient way of thinking. However, recently, I started being able to read Orsted's mood, and Orsted's mood when playing with Lucy is good. Even I will drop my guard in front of such cuteness. Not only that, since he experienced the same things over and over again in his loops, of course he's delighted to experience something new. Considering how many loops he's been through, I can guess that much. As a subordinate, I want to try to make Orsted's daily life merrier. And we've gotten sidetracked, haven't we? Back to the topic. Children. Roxy also gave birth. On that day, there was a heavy snowstorm. The office had not yet been completed. Orsted was waiting on me when I returned from a successful mission.
It's not uncommon that the president meets people directly. At that time, the office only had one room, and I also needed to give a report to Orsted. Orsted, after finishing his own tasks, often has plenty of downtime until the next task. When I was reporting in as usual that day, he said, "Isn't it about time?" First thing he said. What's about time? That's obvious, because I was also quite anxious during work. I did not think that I would say this to Orsted, but I am also a father. So I said, "I will give my report later," and left the office immediately. When I was in the street, I ran through the snow like a snowplow and returned home. After returning, Roxy was in her last month of pregnancy. I was there just before she gave birth. If I waited 2 days, I wouldn't have made it back in time for when she gave birth.
Yeah, Rudy, I wonder if it's all right. I wonder if I'll really be able to give birth.
When I got home, Roxy had a worried expression. Repeating again and again, she asked, "Will it be all right? It might be impossible," with a pale face. I did not let go of her hand. During the time when Mother Zenith gave birth to me as well, I'm sure it was that kind of feeling. During that time, all I was thinking was, Roxy really is the worrying type. But Roxy's worries ended up right on the money. It was a difficult birth. The baby's shoulder got caught. It must be a so-called shoulder dystocia.
I do not know the cause, but it could be because of Roxy's small body. She was in the normal birthing age of Migarudo tribe, but because the child is a half-blood child who has a big body, it was like she was giving birth at an early age given the size ratio. It was more than likely because I'm the father and human. Roxy was in a dangerous state for both mother and child. But the worst did not happen.
Lilia's skills and experience in this matter are very high, and Aisha is a genius. With me bringing in Midwife and Dr. Sand through the heavy snow, the party assembled was perfect.
Aisha had experience as midwife from the time with Lucy and settled Roxy down. Her birth was dealt with smoothly, with no complications. As for Roxy's child, she gave birth to a girl. Safely. We didn't have to give a C-section, and both the child and mother survived. She gave birth safely. The one who was born is a girl. She was slightly bigger compared to Lucy when she was born. It's not like she was fat, but she has a fearless look. Who does she resemble?
Her eyes are like Roxy. Her mouth is just like Rudy.
It was a girl. So her name is Lara.
She was named Lara Greyrat. We found out that she has the same hair color as Roxy soon after her birth. She had beautiful blue-colored hair. It is the color that can be called the symbol of Migarudo race. Seeing that, Sylphie and Roxy both made a complicated face. I did not know why they made such a face at first. Roxy's hair color is gorgeous, and Lara is a girl. You will definitely become a cute girl when you grow up, trust me. Sylphie then told me why. She might be bullied because her hair color is different. This city is mixed with a large number of various races other than human. However, most of the population is still human after all. If her looks differ from the human race considerably, then she might be bullied. Whether her original hair color might cause problems for Lara, such as whether or not she is bullied, I don't know yet. However, I believe that she will always have love from her family. As a side note, Ellen Elise also gave birth along with Roxy. Probably because she's used to it, hers went without a hitch. According to Cliff, I heard that his child will be born soon. But the next time I met Ellen Elise, she had already recovered from giving birth and had her slender body back. She is a veteran at childbirth. Her experiences in it is on a whole different level. Well, the first child of the Grimoire family was a boy, who was named Clive. Clive Grimoire.
Ellen Elise, I gave you an heir. Heirs? I don't think only boys can be heirs. Lara and Lucy can too. If they want to follow my footsteps and help Orsted, I won't stop them. Also, the curse didn't seem to work on them. But there is one person who was inspired by Ellen Elise's words. It's Eris. She was often going to work with me until then, like a part-timer of Orsted Corporation. By my side, as my vanguard, my sword, she cut through all the insects standing in my way. But in response to Ellen Elise's words, she said, "Next is my turn," and proceeded to suck me dry, even when we're at work.
As long as there is an opportunity, she won't let it go and goes commando immediately on me. My maiden heart got crushed, but let's not talk about that. No matter what, maybe bad luck, but she wasn't blessed with a child. Eris felt really troubled about this. I often found her talking with Sylphie night after I got home. She didn't want her insecurity known to me, so I won't give the details of the conversation, but I might have heard some dreadful remarks, such as, maybe I need to do it more often. Any more than this, I won't survive with just a nosebleed. Even though I thought that, it's a husband's job to help his wife overcome her insecurity. With that thought, I gave my best. Using all of my knowledge that I've accumulated, from the basic knowledge to OGs, whether changing her diet or having her do some kind of training, I tried everything in my power in order to ease her worries. Well, I would be lying if I said I didn't enjoy it. I heard my mother, Zenith, also suffered from infertility for a period of time. Father must have worked hard to ease that worry once. Doing your best every night, and that's how Norn was born, who's currently diligently attending school.
Let's talk about Norn another time. Our efforts bore fruit, and Eris got pregnant safely. The next month, she toned down her training level. It looks like her intense training every day was the main cause of her infertility. When one trains hard, it's harder to get pregnant. But if the child is strong, she could get pregnant. But in Eris's case, her training was far more intense than normal training. Even if the egg already fertilized, if it's not implanted, it's the same as nothing happening. That's why Eris took a maternity leave. Even though she can't come with me to work, she's still happy.
While stroking her already swollen belly, Eris smiles happily while muttering "Mufufu." As the only one who knows her since she was young, I can tell you it's her true feeling. Somehow, Eris looks like she has become respectable. The late Sauro-sama and Philip-sama, I wonder if you are sobbing happily on the other side right now. I learned of Eris's pregnancy about 1 month ago. She's 4 months pregnant now. If she seems to be quiet these days, it's partly due to morning sickness. When I came back from the next job, she already entered her 5th month pregnancy. She might start training hard again once it reached stable period. It worries me.
I've sent a letter to Ghislaine the moment I found out. Ghislaine would be very busy now because Asora's king, who was on sickbed for a long time, passed away. Ariel will become queen soon. First Prince Graval tried making his last stand, but that's already futile. It's not likely Ariel will lose to him. However, with that kind of rival, Ghislaine won't have any free time for the next 2-3 years. After Eris's child is born, we will try to visit Asura Kingdom. By the way, Eris only thought of boys' names for her child, so I decided to think up a girl's name in secret. Whether it's a girl or boy, as long as the child is healthy, I'm good with it.
So that's the wives and children, family life, training, and work. Besides lacking time for my children, it has been a fulfilling life every day. Finally, it is about Zenith Okasan's memory. There are still no signs of it returning. At some point, her emotions stopped improving as well. She almost didn't speak a word. I tried asking Orsted about her, but didn't find any clues to a cure. If even he didn't know, then I can't think of any way to heal her.
Well, maybe this is the first loop for Orsted where Zenith became an invalid, so he doesn't know. Maybe some magic items exists that can cure her. I won't give up. I will definitely find a way to cure her. Anyway, I think for now we'll just be taking it step by step, without worrying too much. Dad, once in Holy Kingdom of Melis, you scolded me that I'm ditching my mother and were worried about other women. Although I didn't intend to, please forgive me. With my current situation, for now, I have to defer her again. I will do everything I can. Sincerely yours.
And with that, I closed my diary, like usual. Rather than a diary entry, more like a letter addressed to no one. However, by writing these things, there are days when I got a sudden motivation from it. With such strong motivation, I could move my body better. All right, let's go! Feeling motivated today, I stood up and went ahead toward the magic circle. My work begins.
Volume 19, Chapter 2, Borrowed Cat, Part 1.
I finished work safely this time around, rescuing the hunter Fam Hindora that was supposed to die in that forest. When I heard the details on the mission, I thought it would be an easy job. Healing the village chief's son with detoxification magic, and getting rid of that fake dragon in the forest. It's very easy. What I didn't know was that Fam was already inside the forest. I finally managed to catch up with them after anxiously chasing after them, but Fam was almost dead. That was dangerous. When I got to her, she was already unconscious, which caused me to break into a cold sweat. While carrying her on my back, I continuously used healing magic on her. At the same time, Ainge the pharmacist was with Fam. She was also dangerous. Too voluptuous. That girl was certainly a femme fatale. One misstep, and I might have pushed her down. It would have been instant death had I not brought with me the replica of the divine relic, just in case. Of course, I wanted to bring the original that is still enshrined in the altar, but there was no choice. If the other party were to ask for it back, I don't have any choice but to return it. So this was the only option. Anyway, I better get back home quickly. Go home and pat my daughter's head, eat rice cooked by Aisha for dinner during the evening, and do erotic things with my wives once the night is out. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say it's my raison d'etre.
It is also no exaggeration to say that in my everyday life, I'm going back home only for that. While I was thinking of these things, I arrived at my house. As I approached the entrance gates, the beet's branches suddenly moved and the door was opened for me. Since when can it do that? I wonder if it's an automatic door now. Meh. Jiro the armadillo was not in his bed. Maybe he's still with Roxy at school. Zenith was enjoying her lunch in the garden, while Lilia was airing the laundry. Upon seeing me, Lilia lowered her head and went inside the house.
I'm home! Oh, it's the voice of my brother! Welcome home, Oni-chan. Sorry, your sister is a little bit busy now to welcome you, but at least I could say welcome back.
I heard that voice from the basement. That is Aisha's voice.
I hear you. What was Aisha doing? I wonder if she is organizing her fertilizer?
Welcome back, Rudy.
While I was thinking of that, Sylphie came towards me from the living room. Behind her is Lucy, following her like a baby duck.
I'm home, Sylphie. This time I feel so tired.
Thank you for your hard work. Sylphie took my robe. Then she cleaned it, making pa-pa-pa sounds with the duster, and hung it with a hanger. By the way, the magic armor was left at the office. Besides the entrance, I installed a large mirror. I'm looking like a young man that just entered society in this world. But the me today was quite tired. I feel like a salaryman that just came home from work.
Papa, welcome back.
And when I looked at myself in the mirror, Lucy welcomed me. Her hair color is bright brown, and she looks dignified. She's almost 3 years old now, and her face is handsome like an elf infant. Her ears are shorter than her mother's, but she looks very similar to Sylphie in her childhood. Just like that, she stood there quietly and welcomed me.
Oh, Papa, welcome back. Lucy, I'm home.
When I tried to give her a hug, she suddenly ran away and hid herself behind Sylphie. She is glaring at me with vigilance. Shock. Oh, do I look that dangerous?
Come on, Lucy!
No!
Sylphie scolded Lucy and held her hand towards me. I caught it immediately. Lucy's hand was very small and warm. Sylphie is right. Her body temperature is higher than normal. Maybe because she is a bit thin? Or was it a characteristic of the elf race?
Nope. Lucy-tan. Huh? Choo-choo. Just give Papa a welcome kiss on the cheek. Hey. No, it's Scratchy.
She hurriedly avoided me when I tried to give her some kisses. Come to think of it, I did not shave at work. Regret. Anyway, though I'm a bit reluctant, I will stop for now. Yeah, I don't want to force her when she doesn't want to. I don't want her to hate me. When I put Lucy down, she immediately ran pit-patting towards the dining room, fleeing from me. Did she really hate me so much?
Sheesh, that Lucy.
Sylphie sighed while posing with her hand at her hip. But compared to before, I think Lucy was beginning to open herself up to me. She already could call me daddy and no longer made a "who is this guy?" kind of face. I feel that there is still a little distance, but it can't be helped.
For now, in order to regain the warmth that I lost, I embraced Sylphie, kissing her and groping her butt while doing so.
Really, Rudy? Oh, somehow I got turned on. I wonder if I could take her to the bedroom right now? But doing that when the children are still awake. We can't do this now. Let's do this later. Okay.
Being so, I released her. Anyway, as long as I make love to my wives, that femme fatale's scent would be blown away.
Where are Laura and Roxy?
Sophie! Laura is in the living room, and Roxy is still at school.
Following Sylphie's answer, I went to the living room with her. Lara was sleeping in the cradle. Laura Greyrat, my second daughter. A baby with beautiful blue hair. But probably because she has a deadpan expression, I could feel many bam! Intense sound effects can be heard around her bed.
Leo curled himself below the baby cradle. Well, I won't get in between him and his prided charge.
Lara, I'm home!
What? Even though Lara is still young, she could already understand me, even though not even a year has passed since her birth. Possibly, the children of my house are geniuses. Or perhaps this time around it's a reincarnated person. But she didn't respond to English or Japanese as usual. But I never get her saying, "Thank you for your hard work. Now please take a rest for a while." It's probably because of her deadpan expression. I wonder if she will grow into a proud-looking girl in the future.
Well, Lara, she doesn't cry or laugh much, so I'm a little worried.
Well, it's okay. Even if something were to happen, she is still part of this family.
I know that, but I get the feeling that Roxy would feel responsible.
I will give her a loving hug if the time comes.
While stroking Leo that came to lick my hand, I simply told that to Sylphie. But it's likely that Roxy will feel responsible. I'm just really happy that I have a new daughter. I'm wondering, somehow Roxy was showing her perfectionist side. Huh? And that's when I noticed something. Eris is not here. She is always competing with Aisha in welcoming me, and she's always making me touch her stomach and saying yes, so as to indicate it was becoming larger steadily. At those times, I would also rub her breasts and get beaten in turn. It's always that kind of pattern, but today, that didn't happen for some reason. I wonder what happened to her. Where's Eris?
When I asked that, Sylphie showed me a troubled face.
Somehow, she's been having a little dispute with Aisha since this morning.
What? Do you mean they got into a quarrel?
Quarrel? I wonder if that could be called quarreling.
Sylphie gave me a vague answer. One look is worth 100 explanations.
Right. After patting Lara's head, we left the room. By the way, Lucy was peeking at us from the gap of the door, but when our eyes met, she quickly escaped to the second floor with a dota-dota sound. Even if I had the urge to chase after Lucy, I walked towards the basement first. Part 2. Going down the stairs to the basement, we found Aisha knocking on the basement floor's door.
I know that!
Aisha was knocking the door, and Eris was answering from the other side. What's the matter? Hearing my voice, Aisha turned her head.
Oni-chan, listen. It looks like Eris-ni picked up a stray cat this morning. It kept meowing since this morning.
A cat? So it's a cat. Well, Eris is indeed an animal lover. In my heart, I'm not as endeared towards them. But I quite like Leo, so I guess I'm in the dog faction. Everyone, we must answer goodwill with goodwill.
It's not that I hate cats, but don't we already have 3 other pets in the house? So I told her to at least ask for Oni-chan's permission, but she wouldn't listen.
We can keep it.
Really?
A joyous voice could be heard from the other side of the door. I think I need to pamper Eris, who is in her pregnancy once in a while. Adding a cat or 2 won't affect the household too much, and it's quite cheap. However, there is a baby and Lucy, and I won't be home so much, so you must discipline it properly.
Of course! I know that! Moo. Then I must devote extra time to buy their food.
Aisha, I'm sorry.
Don't worry, Oni-chan. After all, you gave your permission.
I'm sorry. I will make it up to you later.
Jeez. There's nothing I can say then.
After gently patting her head, her mood improved somewhat. But probably because she was loosening her hairstyle, her face looks a bit complicated.
Then Eris, please open the door.
Okay.
After saying that, the door to the basement opened slowly. From inside, Eris's lips forming a hey character showed themselves.
She's not showing any signs of weakness pregnant women typically have. So this is how king-class swordswomen take pregnancy. I examined the cat sitting down the basement. It breathed deeply and had a collar around its neck. It was a splendid cat. Though it was dirty, her ears were standing and her tail was waving to and fro. Not only that, what I first noticed were her breasts. Large breasts. I wondered if they were about the same size as Iris's. She is wearing torn rags, which could barely hide her chest and waist. Supple and plump thighs, healthy brown skin, and a tail which moved freely.
Aw, boss, long time no see, nya. I won't forget this favor forever, nya. This morning, on the way back, I picked her up. Her name is Rinia.
Rinia Dedorduria, my senpai, a beast race female who graduated from the Magic University a few years back. Such memories. I get it. All right. Throw her out!
No! The door was slammed in front of my face. Part 3. It took an hour to make that door open again, after which we decided to move to the living room to hear her story. Anyway, looks like Eris picked up Rinia while accompanying Leo for a walk. She is already in her 5th month of pregnancy. After her condition stabilized, Eris started to take Leo out for walks again. Her first exercise is light walks. I could certainly feel her strong will. Well, I also think some light exercising isn't bad for pregnant women. While walking nearby the slave market area, that incident happened. First, from hiding, she told that Rinia suddenly leaped towards her. Then, following her were rough-looking men. Sadly, Rinia's tail got caught. That's business. Eris, after seeing that, immediately came to a decision. She drew the sword from her hip, giving help to the poor soul Nekomimi, and slashed the area between the two. She then brought the spoils of war Rinia back home, feeling triumphant.
I am the one who helped her, so she is mine. I'll raise her.
Yes, I'm Eris-sama's property, nya.
Rinia saying that, she placed her ears above Eris's knee. Her body was still shivering, but I only saw a little shiver on her plump body. She was trembling in fear, waving her tail to the strong. That's the law of the beast. Well, it's okay, but...
By the way, Rinia, why were you on the street? No, why are you here in this city? Certainly, that day, the day we parted with Rinia in an evening sun, saying she will become a great merchant as her gallant figure walked out of the city. And now, here she is, wearing rags like a slave and appearing dirty.
Wanna hear, nya? It's a long story, full of tears.
Give me a short summary.
Nya.
She left town after graduating from the school and said that she will become a merchant. She purchased goods from Asura Kingdom and took them to the north and sold them. She then purchased goods from the north and sold them to Asura Kingdom. In other words, work as a peddler. For that reason, she purchased a horse-drawn carriage with loan. Taking this opportunity, she also stocked up on goods, also with a loan. Usually, you would do a round trip to the next town by foot and do that repeatedly to earn little by little. But in short, she wanted to earn big money in one trip. And as a result, her debt interest increased and she was always in the red. Well, that's a given. Living in poverty day in, day out. It seemed she was paying her debts little by little, but she didn't know when her debt would be cleared, and those days continued on. That way, she carried on, hoping to gain glory under the sun someday. A merchant belonging to the firm where she borrowed money from had approached Rinia and talked to her. He eagerly talked about paying back the debt with something. But looking at the business, it wasn't going well.
Ashishi, I was swindled, and that's how I ended up being sold to a slave merchant.
Though it's already come to this. Eris already injured the slave traders, and that is a problem. There's children and babies in the house. Given these circumstances, I don't want lowlifes as my enemies.
Boss, help me, nya. By all means, nya. I don't want to become a slave, nya.
Renia, you...
Yes, nya?
Was it game over for you already?
Before Renia could stand up, I was suddenly looking at the ceiling. The Boreas punch exploded, and I was flipped from the chair.
Rudeus, are you even listening to her story?
That's right, Rudy. You don't understand delicacy at all.
Oni-chan is the worst.
I'm sorry. Now let's apologize honestly. Yeah, that's right. Certainly, it's a bit too vulgar.
Excuse me to say, nah. Nah. I'm still a pure virgin girl, nah. Something like that was what made my value as a slave rise.
I got it. Thank you.
I do not know why I heard myself. I had to make sure somehow, whether they left some mental trauma in her. I'm reflecting myself. Even so, her value increased. Even in this world, the kind that value in virginity does exist. Come to think of it, in the great forest, the unicorn is residing inside. While thinking of these, I noticed something about my body. My nose is in pain. Upon examination, I had a nosebleed. Sylphie was applying healing magic with quick motions.
Ma, however, I feel a bit worried.
Eris already attacked the slave merchant. They must feel humiliated and will come to exact revenge on us. Somehow, I must do something about that. By returning Renia to them peacefully, or by crushing the hostile slave merchant thoroughly. If I choose the latter, I'm afraid Norn might get kidnapped in a detestable way. Either way, abandoning Renia would fill us with guilt. But she is my friend. And we heard some voice from the entrance. I don't know any man with this voice, but behind me, Renia's body suddenly jerked, and she jumped behind the couch to hide herself.
It's them, ya!
Apparently, it's the slave merchant. Part 4. I proceeded to the entrance. Lilia replied to them while I made my way. They brought 3 people. Standing at the front is a tiny man with a knife. He might be from the dwarf race. Behind him was a muscular, bald man and a Mohican-style haired man. Violence oozed from their bodies. They gave a feeling like that of Samson and Adon. So you say. In this town, a red-haired pregnant woman is already conspicuous. Then combined with a large white dog, we already know where to search without asking. Maybe Iri-sama is acting violently. You just said it's a possibility. However, inside our home, there is no such thing like a slave to be taken back. Lilia gave them such a clear answer. The baldy from behind made a cracking sound with his hands, pushing his way in front of the small man and then reaching towards Lilia.
This granny is in need of a beating.
Lilia could only tremble while her shoulder was about to be grabbed violently.
Wait, whoa! Wait, don't make trouble! And absolutely don't touch her!
She wasn't grabbed. Hearing what the little guy said, the baldy dropped his hands.
Big brother, why? Usually it's always... You idiot! This maid is the nanny of that Rudeus Greyrat and the mother of his half-sister. If you dare to put even a scratch on her, your entire family will be annihilated.
Hearing that, the baldy looked at Lilia and shivered.
Well, I'm here for business.
Look, if the mad Sword King really came out from this house like the story...
Oh...
The dressed and capable bandit, too, hid his face. And,
That's when the little man noticed my presence. Without delay, he rubbed his hands together and made a meek face. "Oh, it's a pleasure to meet you, Rudeus-san."
It's a Nichikoi voice. He is posing humbly in front of me and didn't touch Lilia. Well, I would probably get mad if that baldy even grabbed her. No way, I wouldn't go as far as massacring them. At least I'm sure of that. I don't know about Eris.
Lilia-san, I will handle it from here.
I understand, Rudeus-sama.
Lilia bowed to me, and she retreated a few steps. She looked a bit reluctant.
Nice to meet you, Rudeus-san.
While rubbing his hands together, the small man bowed again.
I'm working under the Ballbird Company, and I was charged with this matter. My name is Kincho.
Nice to meet you. I'm Rudeus Greyrat. But Kincho? That's like a certain drug for mosquito. So, Kincho-san, what's your business here? From what I heard, I could make a rough guess already. It would be silly if you were to say you come for something else.
Though I am reluctant to say this, Rudeus-san, one of our beast slaves ran away.
Oh, what kind of slave?
A daughter of the Rudia tribe. High battle capabilities and able to use magic. Really, the best slave.
Oh, I already heard from Rinia.
She's the best slave. Her evaluation is high, so she must be insanely expensive. Then, the hunting party from our company chased after her, but they were annihilated.
Oh, must be Eris's work. Somehow I feel sorry for them. A slave merchant worker? Rather than exacting revenge on the murderer, they chose to track her down. I feel helpless. Well, that kind of thing is an everyday occurrence to us, and all part and parcel of our work. There's always victims. Without even mentioning that the other party is subordinate to the second ranked in the 7 great powers.
And an acquaintance to the next king of the Asura kingdom, right?
So to say, somehow I got saved. It looks like they're scared of Orsted and Ariel's name. It's the power of connections. Thank you, President Orsted. Section Chief Ariel. Somehow it won't become a huge deal. But it looks like the news about me working under Orsted have already become widespread. Maybe the rumors spread from somewhere. However, Rudeus-san. Yes? That slave is, how do I put it? Her price is quite high. You mean a premium slave? Although I think that he is rather a stupid man, but who knows that he has quite an ability in this? Well, each man has their strong point, isn't that right? That slave slipped towards this area. Incidentally, I'd be able to treat you well at our establishment. As expected of that slave, she wouldn't come along willingly. But too late. Someone already bid on her. That buyer was one Boris Graf. You get my meaning? Yeah, that's right. That's right. Rudeus-san also knew them very well.
That's Eris's former house. Greedily recounting. The princess from the Doria tribe could freely use magic in combat. Beautiful, and still a virgin. Hearing that, they immediately bought her for 300 Asura gold coins as an advance payment. Maybe it's Uncle James, or his son. Really, this Greyrat house. Rather than using that money for buying a slave, why didn't he use that for Fedoya Territory's reconstruction? But Eris also fell in love at first sight with Rinia, and if Rinia is a limited product, I won't get my hands on something like her again. Seems like I have a money issue. Demanding and blunt. This slave is really pricey because it is a limited item. This person must be forced to accept her situation, right?
Well, I would say so.
Menacing and insistent. Hey, could you let us past? You understand, right?
We need to retrieve our slave. Pause. Focused in the money, huh? Well, it appears to be a large enough loss to cause their company to collapse. Even if they collapsed, I don't care. I won't feel bitter about it. Threatening and manipulative. Come to think of it, Rudeus-san.
One of your little sisters? And your wife? I'm sure they're coming back and forth towards Magic University. I'd feel bad if we had to disturb them. You don't intend to mess with Norn and Roxy, do you?
If this matter really comes out, I certainly won't go easy. Didn't I already prepare myself to destroy Ranawa Kingdom?
Oh, not for now. Not for now. Of course not. Of course I don't want to be in hostile relationship with Rudeus-san. If possible, we want to get along. I also feel the same way. So, you agree? Then please return our slave. I also don't want to discard my life by being the enemy of Rudeus-san. But, Maura, did you know? As it is, we will end up killing each other, biting each other's neck and die at the same time? Did you want to fight till you die? Yeah, he's got a point here. They're also in a desperate state. After they've canceled the advance payment of 300 Asura good coins, and even if I paid them the same price, they'll lose from the payback credit. Hey, come to think of it, trying to refund the 300 Asura good coins, they would certainly go bankrupt. And thinking that they would go bankrupt, they would become desperate. A wounded beast is scary.
Well, oh well. Even Rinia was careless this time, getting herself in debt, then adding more debt, and finally getting swindled. It was her own fault. Even if they tried to throw her into prison, Boreas nor myself would let it happen. As far as I know, at least for Sauro-sama, he never made those beast-eared maids work too hard. He never gave them hard labor. Well, maybe they had to do some erotic things, but good-looking guys like Philip and Eris were over there. The Boreas love beast girls, so she will be loved. If it's like that, I will ask them to let me write a brief note. She is a slave, but please don't treat her badly because she is my acquaintance. All right, let's go with it.
I understand.
Do you now? Yeah, now. While I was looking back to bring Rinia, I swallowed those words. My eyes caught the presence of someone at the top of the stairs. Lucy, my cute daughter. She has an anxious look. She had seen what's happening here from behind the railings on the stairs. Lilia-san.
Lilia. Yes, Rudeus-sama?
Here, if I yield to this threat, is it really all right to hand the pleading and frightened Rinia over to them? She's laid the groundwork. I have been anxious in front of Lucy. I am a father. Inside this house, won't my child be scared if I let these bad men forcibly take someone away? No.
From the safe in my room, please bring as much as you can.
Yes, Rudeus-sama.
Lilia was quick. After disappearing into the back of the house in a flash and hurriedly came back with an armful of big bags. Bags full of both small and heavy objects. I opened a bag which contained several smaller, tightly packed packages. I picked up one of them and threw it towards Kincho.
This is?
While frowning quizzically, he opened the bag that he just received. And his complexion changed.
It is a magic stone.
If you sell it in an appropriate place, it will be about 500 Asura gold coins.
Oh, you mean?
Here, another one. I threw the second pouch. Kincho received it in a hurry. Perhaps you didn't just capture one Dedarudia. You didn't capture the princess of Adoradia, right? Because those two were always together. No. I mean, didn't we only capture one animal? For your own sake, I advise you to not lie to me. Saying that, I threw the third pouch to him. While catching it, Kincho's face was full of confusion.
You've said that, but if later I went to your shop and found another, your shop is history. Because I don't intend to finish this with just money. Kincho's face quickly turned blue.
It is true! A daughter of Dedarudia! We only have one of them!
Well, I guess it would be like that. I only need to listen once. Rinia became a merchant and Purasina became the village chief. The two of them followed different paths. There's no way they would be caught at the same time. By now, Purasina would already be back in the Great Forest. Well, if that's how it is, I will purchase Rinia.
No way! This? 3 bags? Well, if it's not enough, I still have some magic items. Do you want one? I also reached out to the next bag. 2,000 pieces of magic stones all at once. I showed them what I earned all of this past year. No, this is fair enough. Well, without saying so, recently my house is a bit empty, you know. Because I am often not in the house, that's why annoying insects come, to bother my family. Perhaps you've seen some?
We must keep a nail tight here. Intimidating diplomacy.
Also, in the future, I want us to get along. For example, if the daughter of Adoradia that I mentioned a little while ago comes up or becomes a slave, or if a daughter or a sister by any chance become a slave, I ask you to at least give me a little leeway. Well, yeah, of course. You will have your leeway in our market. What if I install the jewelry on the forehead and apply light magic for you to wear? How should I put it? How about a helmet with flashlight instead? Kincho's body began to tremble, and he suddenly bowed to me with a frightened look on his face. What? Oh, okay, she is sold to you. Don't threaten me. I don't want to be your enemy. Thank you very much. I won. It is a victory. The power of money. That said, I'm not going to turn this place's slave merchants into my enemy. Incidentally, also the Boreas family. Also, please come back later. I'll have a letter for those Boreas, and I need my receipt. Oh, is that so? I got it. After saying that, Kincho took his men and left in a flash.
Whew. Large amounts of money just disappeared in a flash, huh? There were only 3 magic stones, but they were worth about 1,500 Asura gold coins together. That was a lot of money. Lilia didn't say anything, but she must have been amazed.
Rudeus-sama.
Lilia-san?
Well done.
Thank you.
With a slight smile, Lilia bowed down to me. It seems she forgave me just this once. But Aisha might get angry. I wonder. Let's convince Orsted to get more remuneration somehow. Well, that aside. Lucy, look at me. Your daddy is a man that will help people who are in a pinch. So if you're in a pinch, I'll help you immediately, so you don't have to worry about anything anymore. Now, jump to your papa's chest.
There.
Thinking about that, when I turned my body, Lucy was already not there. Part 5. Anyway, thus Rinia was saved. It was decided that she will live in the house as a slave.
Volume 19, Chapter 3, Entrance Ceremony and Student Council President, Part 1. It was decided that Rinia will be working as our maid in the house. As for me, I think it's fine to throw her out on the street. But that's not happening. Rinia is my friend. When my friends are in trouble, of course I will go to help them. Though for an instant I was thinking of abandoning her, but I just couldn't do it. I didn't have the heart to. Moreover, Aisha strongly objected to that idea. After paying that outrageous amount of 1,500 Asura gold coins, there is no way she will let her get kicked out of the house.
Aisha Greyrat, firm and authoritative. Oni-chan, your payment is good, but that amount of money is nothing to laugh off. Until she pays back all of it, Rinia-san must work here.
Rudeus Greyrat, reflective internal monologue.
Indeed, your Oni-chan receives an irregular salary from Orsted, be it a magic item or magic stone. Probably because of his time loops, Orsted knows where to find it all. So if it's about gold coins and my lifetime living expenses, I could immediately gain it back. Still, well,
1,500 pieces of Ashura gold is still a large amount of money for me. I mean, isn't that more expensive than a house?
Oh, well, she is Rudeus's friend, so that's why I won't give up on her.
And those are Eris's words. Since the very beginning, Eris didn't want to hand over Rinia. If I choose to hand over Rinia that time, she would definitely come out with a sword hanging on her waist, making ka-chin ka-chin sounds, then producing a large number of corpses in a flash. If I scold her for killing that slave merchant, I don't care how she killed the slave merchants, but I'm afraid that it will affect her baby. Maybe the evil spirits from the people she killed will haunt her and kill her during pregnancy. Therefore, next time I will use Ariel's name for some pretext to gain their trust. Or perhaps saying that before they could even place their hands on their mouths. Eris is that kind of woman. I've given up on trying to change her.
I think it's a good idea, Rudy. That's what Sylphie said. She also did not oppose hiring Rinia. Sylphie already knows that I'm only on friendly terms with Rinia. In fact, she complimented my valuing this friendship.
And that's what the holy beast Leo said. Although I don't understand what he's saying. Only Rinia knows.
Oh, yes, of course, Leo-sama. It's nice to be under you, Nya. Listen to what I said, Nya. It's fine to be under you, Nya.
Rinia, she didn't ask me why the holy beast Sama Leo is here. Leo seems to have already explained his circumstance to her with respect to the matter. I don't know what you've explained, but she didn't need to hear more from me to respect the holy beast's wishes. Anyway, Rinia's position in the household is below Leo's. Poor Rinia. Her position is below even a dog's. Rinia's salary is 2 Asura silver coins, but is deducted by half for her debt's repayment. So it's actually 1 Asura silver coin a month, including a bed with 3 meals. As for the bed, she began to sleep in Eris's room. Rinia acts as Aisha's subordinate, but to give it an actual name, she's like Eris's pet. However, 1 Asura silver coin per month, about 1 or 2 pieces of Asura gold per year. Her debt repayment, it's going to take 1,000 years or more. Rinia, are you fine with that?
Oh, I already received too much help, Nya. That's already enough for me to cherish forever, Nya.
Rinia seemed to have given up already. Like an impala bitten in the neck by a cheetah, she's resigned to wagging her tail in front of Eris forever. Well, if the person herself is fine with it, then it's all good. After that, Roxy also returned home, but she did not seem to mind either. Her comment is like Sylphie's and compliments me for lending money to help out a friend. However, when she heard the price, she gave me a paranoid glance. I wonder why.
Roxy means? For so much, is a noble daughter's virginity really that pricey?
It didn't take long to solve her misunderstanding, but it looks like my lower body still lacks any sort of credibility.
Part 2. Next morning. With Roxy, I went to the Magic University. She didn't ride on Jiro this time. We're walking together. We clomped our way through the snowy path. I haven't taken any lessons from the Magic University in a long time. I also began to miss that once-a-month homeroom. However, I need to go to school now to greet Cliff and Zanoba. I need to ask something from them. Leaving the avenue paved with magical bricks, we're getting closer to the first principal's bronze statue. When I see the fortress-like school building, I begin to feel a bit emotional. When I came here for the first time, I was a man suffering from ED.
Well then, Rudy, we're parting here too. All right, Roxy, stay cheery today too. Rudy, also.
Ah, look! Roxy-sensei came with a man today!
As Roxy says her farewell, I hear a sudden shrill voice. Looking around, a group of students just leaving the dormitories point to us.
あれ？いつあれ？ロクシー先生の夫？ノーン先輩の伝説のお兄ちゃん？
This is my first time seeing him, but he's actually pretty cool.
Oh, seems as if I'm being treated like an endangered species or something. However, I'm unexpectedly also an ikemen.
Suddenly, Roxy looks at me with eyes full of admiration. It's different. It's like a child who would be happy with just a little praise. And I wrap my arms around Roxy's body, hugging her, and facing toward the students.
Yeah!
While raising the shrill voice, the students disappeared into the school building. That's part of my appeal. When Roxy gives me that look, I quickly release my arm. Her ears are red. I myself feel a bit wounded, and my tail is wagging.
Can't you let me go now?
There isn't a reason to not let her go. But I could make any excuse to Roxy to stay by her side. In fact, I only want to feel my little girl's breasts. While I think this, I rub our cheeks together. Her cheek is smooth.
What? All of a sudden? In a place like this?
G-O-O-D-Y-B-E, kiss!
Oh, so that's it. I see. I'll take it then. Then, Rudy, take care.
Roxy dashes to the staff building, her right hand and feet moving together. After parting with her, I run toward the research building. Part 3. What? Seems I'm too early. I arrive at the research building, but Cliff doesn't seem to be here yet. His child's the reason. A lot certainly happened. By the way, when she gave birth to the child, Elise unceremoniously dropped out from the Magic University. Originally, her purpose for entering Magic University was for a manhunt. Once she found a man and had a baby, she kissed the school life goodbye. Many frowned upon her for that, using the sacred school grounds for something like that. I respect Elise in that regard. Let's see. Now I have some free time. I could go to Zanoba's place first, but if that diligent Cliff didn't hear what I have to say first, he'll be bugged about it later. I'll go to Zanoba's place this afternoon. I feel bad for Zanoba for my constant sudden appearances at his place. Let's go as planned and meet in order, Cliff to Zanoba today. While I'm pondering here, I see a parade around. Walking on the slightly snowy road, they assemble themselves in the schoolyard. Having nothing else to do, I approach them, overhearing the principal giving his speech on the stage.
But magic is different. It has unlimited potential. Regaining the lost magics and learning to integrate it with modern-day chanting, every one of you has the possibility of bringing forth the new evolution. I think I already heard that speech somewhere. I try to remember where I heard that speech before. My entrance ceremony. So, it's already that season. Now, what was my grade? 5th grade? No, 6th grade.
I only attended the lessons at first and second years here, but I would like to attend my graduation ceremony. Sylphie also dropped out from school after the debacle in the Asura Kingdom, since it wasn't that important to her anymore. If I was already in my 6th year, then Silent 7-Star Senpai must have already graduated. That girl, I wonder if she went to her graduation ceremony? Most likely not. I have the feeling that these last few years, Nanahoshi got her hands full with learning summoning magic. Now she seldom asks for my help. By the way, Perugius lends her a good deal of help. Otherwise, she wouldn't have gotten past the experimental stage. Well, it seems that she only enrolled because of the school's facilities, and it doesn't look like any of it matters to her now. If I had to take a guess, I suppose she only wants to attend her graduation ceremony in her previous world. Anyway, I still feel a little anxiety toward Nanahoshi. My future self said that she found her own grim end. Let's keep an eye out for her when I have some free time, with onigiri and potato chips in hand.
Now, a speech from the new student council president. While reading over my own thoughts,
I realized the principal's speech was already over. He returned to the teaching staff's sitting place behind the podium. And there I see Roxy sitting in the middle of the teaching staff. Roxy sitting straight as a teacher. Must be nice. Among these freshmen, I want to say, did you see that beautiful blue-haired girl? She's my wife! Proudly. How's that? I can take pride in that, right? Freshman crowd. Confused buzzing. And Jianhua. That Magic University specialty is... Hey, that little girl there. She's already an adult, right? I guess she still doesn't know about men yet. As the principal's speech ends, the freshmen begin to buzz. I'm puzzled about why. When I look towards the podium, Norn is standing there. Together with her is a tall demon race girl and accompanied by a youthful brawny beast man. She is standing in the middle. Everyone, this year's chosen student council president is 5th-year student Norn Greyrat. Norn is the student council president. This is the first time I've heard about this. I did hear that she was a student council member. Maybe they elected her during these last few months?
Though we think it's still too soon, but we decided to do it.
When Norn started her speech, the student body kept up their buzzing. Seems like Norn isn't charismatic enough to stay the freshmen's chattering like Ariel. It can't be helped. I'll use some magic to silence them. And suddenly, I noticed that among the guys around me, a group of them looked toward Norn with passionate eyes. They seem familiar. If I'm not mistaken, they're those bodyguards, those fan club fellows. What are these guys doing among the freshmen?
Be quiet! The next moment, there stands a young, brawny beast on the stage, giving out a thundering roar. That voice silenced the freshmen in an instant. Only a few quiet murmurs remain here and there.
Thank you, Gilbert.
Yes.
Every one of us here are assembled from all around the world. Among us, a good few of us would believe those around us are rather unusual. Wouldn't you agree? But here, where each of you stands as a student among students, is the Magic University. In this place, you are now students of the Magic University. Abide by the rules.
That speech? I thought I already heard it somewhere. Things about school rules and regulation, learning different things, and knowing about what constitutes as common sense here. It's what Ariel said at my own entrance ceremony. Apparently, the themes for student council president's speech are predetermined in this school.
And more than that. Everyone, I wish you all a great school life.
Norn quickly bows her head, then walks down from the stage. Her walking posture is full of dignity. There was a scene. Soon, Norn's foot slipped from the stairs, and she fell down to the ground.
Kusu.
I could hear laughing voices from the surrounding now. She's definitely famous now. Just a moment ago, she was recognized as a cool student council president. And that's what I was thinking, but somehow the passion in their gazes increased. For instance, the SS guys now wear satisfied looks on their faces. Fans of the clumsy type girl archetype certainly exist in this world. But a student council president in her 5th year? Norn's definitely doing her best. Your brother is proud of you. Paul's soul looks on from the grass field behind me, taking that big picture of Norn with his tripod camera. I'm filled with an unexplainable feeling. Keeping up with her studies, practicing swordsmanship, doing her best with her student council work. Good luck, Norn. All right, I also must do my best. Staying at my best even after this, protecting my family from Hitogami. So that's the rumored Norn Greyrat. She's a C. No, a B if I factor in my expectations. So much for what I was hoping for from the top student of this school. She's only at that level.
And immediately, I hear a voice that kills my excitement at my side. What this guy just said. Looking at him, a Bishonen is standing there. It seems he's about 15 years old. A blonde-haired elf. Amazing Ikemen sighted, on the caliber of Ariel.
but this Ikemen face is like radiating some kind of light which prevents us from looking at him directly. No, from this guy's face, he's definitely proud of himself. If only in his appearance level, he has overwhelmed the greatest Ikemen from the Greyrat family, Luke. That's for certain. If this guy's rank is an S, Luke is an A, and Norn is around a B. But even if that's the truth, such comments have their right time and place. I really feel that you're an Ikemen, but you need to limit your standards to the general population of this world. Did you know that all the scary seniors over there are staring over here? They're people who think that Norn is the best in the world. Oh, look out! Those guys really came here. From where those guys were hiding away, 3 guys stand out, chatting while glancing at me.
Senpai, that guy's serious? Serious? About Norn-chan? Really? Really serious?
That kind of conversation could be heard. No, that just now was me dubbing over them. He's a freshman Ikemen, and I dislike bullying. But the SS? I don't think they'll like it if they heard what you've just said. Then they looked over to me, as if pleading, please don't hold me back. He need to be taught a lesson. Is there going to be an incident on the rooftops? In that case, her brother Rudeus won't be much better. I don't deny it. Rudeus is only at that level. Letting that slide for now. Look-wise, I don't think I could compete against you. You think so too, right? Well, Rudeus might not be much, but Norn tries her best, right? It'd be difficult to explain, so I only said this much, but the Ikemen laughs in reply. Apologies. I forgot that everyone in this town is afraid of Rudeus. But have the peace of mind. My name is Rayfold, from Elven village Magnafold, and I'm son of its village chief. I shall deliver this city from Rudeus's oppression.
You certainly are polite, but in such a situation, it's a bit hard to introduce myself. How about this? For the time being, let's introduce myself as Rude Ronma. I'm different than you guys, and Norn as well. I'm the only special student of this year. Only natural for one preparing to become village chief of Elven Village. Oh, I see. Same as Rinia and Perusina. Coming from a faraway land, they come all the way here to study human society. Certainly, I will stand at the top of this school. Even that Norn girl will become my woman. No, that's something I can't let you to do. No matter what your circumstances, I won't let you have Norn for such a reason. This Onisan won't permit it. Good, you should follow me if you want to see. Huh? So was all that talk to recruit me as his underling? Doesn't look like he has any underlings at the moment. But I do see some glances of admiration in his direction. If he starts to target Norn, in this situation, as her brother, what should I do? Although he isn't aggressively going after Norn right now, somehow it still feels like I need to do something.
But helping Norn too much is unnecessary. It would seem like I'm being overprotective. Norn is probably fairly well protected in this school. Although Rayfold is a village chief candidate, he shouldn't have any political power in this country. Norn has her helpers and her bodyguards at her disposal. Although, I still feel like I should handle this business myself. What should I do?
Just ignore him.
Then another person's voice rang out and joined us. Somebody help put an end to this. With some hope in my chest, I looked back, half expecting to see a familiar face. My name is Meenal, son of village chief of Beenal Village, a dwarven village. Who is this guy? It looks like he is also a freshman. His attitude is so high, but his height is only half of us. No matter how you look at it, he has the face of an adult. He even has a stocky mustache. He's obviously of the dwarf race. How naive of you thinking that there is only one special student? Don't make me laugh. I too am special students of this term. That was unexpected.
Looking down at that dwarf face, Rifold was surprised. Oh, isn't that me?
Long time no see, Rye!
Apparently, they seem to know each other. I guess the elven and dwarven villages are close to each other, so even their village chief's sons are acquainted. Well, so this year's special students are the two of us? Nope, that's also wrong. Goo-foo-foo. That's a unique laugh. I wonder if the Meenal lineage has a unique way to laugh? There's someone hiding behind Meenal's shadow. A small boy about the same size as Meenal? Another dwarf race? His race. No, that child is different. He is probably from the human race. A youth from the human race? His age is about 7. His face is familiar. He looks like someone from the Asura lineage. Hey, introduce yourself. The boy introduced himself with a trembling voice. My name is Granel Zaffin Asura. I'm the second son of Asura Kingdom's first prince, Grabble Zaffin Asura. I was perplexed. Grabble's son? This boy? Why is he here? I wonder, is it for revenge? For that incident in Asura Kingdom? Is he here on some assassination mission? This late? Why did he send such a small kid? That father lost in the political game. We are in a dangerous situation. Oh, I got it. Grabel, in the off chance that Ariel would assassinate his sons, he sent them out of the country to escape. Hey, come to think of it, this is the second son. I wonder if Grabel's eldest son is in another country? No, it's different. This country, Renoa Kingdom, is full of Ariel supporters. Yet he was sent to this country, so he might be some kind of hostage for Ariel. In this world, it looks like there's a custom for sons to greet people while saying their father's name. I wonder if he doesn't care about the consequences.
I see. We are alike. People from various places chased from their villages for some reason, and now we 3 meet each other in this place.
I don't have any particular reason to get chased out, because I am only 3rd in inheritance.
Okay, it's good. Everyone has their own circumstances. You must have heard some rumor? You too!
The elf Ikemen put his arms around Meenal and Granel's shoulders. As fellow special students, we should help each other. If we join our power, becoming the top in this university is not a mere dream, right? Oh, wow. Please take care of me.
I don't know what happened, but it looks like the special student freshmen immediately befriended each other during the entrance ceremony. What a beautiful sight. Just for now, I'll forgive him about the matter regarding Norn. Everyone wants to show off their character when they're starting their first year of school. If you're a second year and muttered that B-rank crap, I won't let that slip. Well, anyway, I want to say to do your best.
Ooh, so this is this year's gathering, Nya!
While I was being deeply affected by that sight, someone spoke up from outside the freshman crowd. I recognized that voice. Until a few years ago, that was the voice of one of the troublemakers in this school. Looking in that direction, I saw a cat-eared girl with one hand in her pocket making her way over here through the crowd. It was Rinia. Shouldn't she be working as a maid at home? Why is she here? Huh? What the? Aren't you Rinia-senpai? Who? You know, the boss from 2 years ago. Some kind of delinquent? Why, didn't she graduate already?
Her surroundings are perplexed. She walked straight to me.
Hey, boss.
Oh, what's the matter?
I came to deliver Roxy-sama's lunch that she forgot to bring, Nya. Originally, I want to deliver to the office, Nya, but it looks like she is here, Nya.
So that's it. Instead of coming during lunch, Aisha must have sent her over before classes began. Roxy seems to forget to bring her lunch on a regular basis. By the way, I didn't bring any lunch. It's not like I didn't want to eat a homemade lunch, but I already planned to eat out with my friends as a way to communicate.
Then I noticed those 2 freshmen who were talking with high spirits from before averted their eyes from here
and watch their feet.
Oi! Why didn't you come to talk? I mean, return to the Great Forest. I also want to ask. What?
Those two guys spoke in a small voice. Only Granel-san looked puzzled.
Alright.
So Rinia noticed them. These two are also from the Great Forest. She raised her hand to them in a friendly manner.
Oh, aye! Rai! Me!
Those two were trembling and faced away. It seems they're acquainted.
Hey, did you come here from the Great Forest, Nya? Hasn't it already been about 8 years? Hey, I missed you, Nya. Are you healthy, Nya? Hey, face me, Nya.
It's no good. There's gonna be a quarrel. Ara? Renia's eyes. That's the look she has right before a fight. Hey now, even that Granel boy is scared.
No, you're mistaking me for someone. I also didn't know someone with such a name.
Oh?
Rinia grabbed those two heads and turned them toward her, saying Yakuza-like lines. Like, it felt that line, just a minute, your loan is not that little. Completely like that.
Perhaps it's a fatal thing to carelessly leave, Nah? 8 years have passed. I see. Your memory needs to be refreshed, Nah.
So, somehow I understand the relationship of these three. Persina and Rinia are the bosses. Those two are their henchmen. Even if she herself is a slave now, this girl has the strange sense of a boss.
No, there is no way it's true. Since I heard someone who left the Great Forest will become someone else entirely. Persina-san and Rinia-san have become really beautiful. For a moment, I thought that you were someone else. It was like that. Please forgive our rudeness.
Well, slowly they're self-destructing. The surrounding freshmen have become frightened and retreated to a distance. New students, it'll be bad if you think this is a scary school dominated by violence. The Magic University is Roxy's alma mater. It's our university. This is a glorious university designed to teach and practice magic. So I'll give a little help to these cute freshmen and save them from the clutches of their delinquent senpai.
Hey, what's going here?
What?
The surroundings suddenly became noisy. The crowd was split into two. Someone walking toward our place. Soon, that person showed up. Bright blonde hair inherited from mother, with eyes full of motivation. It's Norn, Student Council President Norn Greyrat. Following from behind, a brawny beast race youth and a magic race girl. Looking at the two people behind her made me remember Ariel.
Okay, Norn, you made a blunder a little while ago, but now the opponent is Rinia. Now say something. Show off your dignity as Student Council President. Okay, I won't allow Rinia to say anything. This Onisan will give her threatening glares from behind.
Nisan!
When I thought about that, Norn passed Rinia. She came toward me. With her hands on her hips, she came and looked up at me with a pouting expression.
Why did you mix into the entrance ceremony?
Seems like Renea was just ignored. No, I didn't do anything like bullying, I hope. Well, for this and that. You saw my screw up. Oh, how embarrassing. Well, it was a wonderful speech. Very elegant. Father in heaven. I didn't come here to hear about that. Oh, she was angry at being praised. I feel a little crestfallen. Why are you in a place like this? Are you bullying the freshmen? What? Bullying? Me? That can't be true. Looking around, all gazes focused toward Norn and me. Expectant gazes focused on Norn, and frightened gazes focused on me. That's weird. Was I always such a bad guy? Say, what did you do to this child? No, nothing. Just, they were saying a few bad things about Norn, and Oni-san just wanted to... Such as, let's see, B rank. I'm already used to that sort of thing, so please stop it. Look, they're scared now. No, they're scared of Rinea, aren't they?
Norn Senpai is working for us, so it's definitely Nissan's fault.
Oh, sheet. So that's how it is. I failed to see this from that point of view. Me as the big bad bancho with Rinea as my henchman. Damn it. Is it because of my daily conduct?
I mean, listen, Nissan.
What? What is it? This Nissan is almost weeping, you know? Any more than this? Are you trying to deliver the final blow?
Some time ago, Roxy Nee said it. Rinea Senpai became our slave. What are you after?
There's no way around it. A slave is a slave. Instead of us shouldering her debt, she's simply working it off at our home. That way no one loses. Clearly, Norn's lips are puckering while she frowned. Really, rather, Rinea, please help me. I don't have any evil intentions whatsoever.
Norn-chan, what boss said is true, nya. He already saved my life, nya. Rinea, while rubbing her hand together, approached Norn. The two freshmen showed a relieved look. Seeing that, Norn sighed.
So that's it. Well, all right. To be honest, I would have probably done the same thing if I saw her under those circumstances.
She believed me.
But Rinea Senpai, you've already graduated. Please stop causing problems at the school.
Is that a problem, nya? Achichi. And I was just greeting a couple of my old acquaintances. Plock. All right, it's my bad, nya. If I ever become the center of attention again, I'll get out of here, nya.
Norn looked up with a disgruntled look, and Rinea scratched her head and bowed down. I feel kind of bad for her. She probably didn't mean to start a scene. With all that said, she turns around and starts saying things like, "These two, nya, I need to give them some spirit," and so on. Apparently, she still has more to say. Hearing that, the two freshmen become even more frightened.
Nissan, I'm glad that you're trying to protect me, but please don't help me too often. I can settle things on my own.
Right. I'll keep that in mind. When I lower my head, I could hear raised voices from our surroundings.
She could make that Rudeus bow his head down. As expected of the student council president. Norn-chan is so cute.
Is it so rare for me to bow my head down? Me bowing is a daily occurrence. Well, whatever. Norn's reputation is going up, so I'm fine with it. I suddenly noticed the three freshmen remained frozen in their place, watching us. Norn just noticed them.
Is that them?
Yeah, they're special students.
Oh, I heard about them. There are 3 special students enrolling this year.
Norn cleared her throat. Then she turned to face them with a courtesy.
Nice to meet you, everyone. My name is Norn Greyrat, the new student council president.
Second son of the Asura Kingdom's first prince, Granel Zafin Asura. Thank you very much for being so polite. Granel-san, though learning in another country seems scary, but I think with such a noble upbringing, you won't have to worry. If there is anything making you anxious, please come to the student council. As students at the Magic University, no matter what your background, we student council are your friends. Upbringing aside, we the student council are an ally to all those who come to study here.
With smooth talking, as if she's been practicing it. Norn's words and movements are elegant. She expresses her gratitude once more. Granel, yes.
Well then, enjoy your school life.
Norn said her piece and left. As soon as Granel saw her, his face became a feverish red. Norn's escort also said their greetings. Wait a minute. It hadn't been that long since I've last seen her, yet Norn grew into a splendid lady. As I thought, she picked up an etiquette class. Anyway, that incident with the 3 special student marked Norn's first act as student council president.
as the junior dominating senior. Staying around here is making me feel kind of awkward, so I'll take my leave with Rinia. It would be nice if you put Roxy's lunch on her desk in the staff room. Though a large chunk of the last generation still remained in the Magic University, a new wind began to blow. I was heading toward Cliff's place and parted with Rinia on the way.
Volume 19, Chapter 4, Research Progress. Part 1. Recently, Cliff's character is more known for his eye patch. Cliff's initial, which is carved into his eye patch, is stylish indeed. Looks like Ellen Elise was the one who made that. However, while wearing it, it made him look more threatening instead of more fashionable. Compared to Ghislaine, he also has less muscle.
Ariel's regime, the son of the first prince. It is likely this will bring more trouble. When Cliff attended homeroom, it seems like that trio had introduced themselves. He sighed at the thought of the trouble in the future. Since I don't think he is a hostage of Ariel-sama, please get along with him. Don't be so negative. It isn't like he was involved in his father's political war.
I know that. Well, at least be careful so that guy won't be going out with your sister. I will.
Well, shall we go? Carrying 3 wooden boxes from the laboratory, Cliff is walking next to me. Each wooden box is square, 30 centimeters on each side. I'm carrying 2 of them. They're heavy. Thanks for the help.
No problem at all. Carrying them, we left the research building and continued our way, going out from the school. How is Clive's health?
He is growing up healthy, but he still cries at night. It will be busy. It reminds me of my time in the orphanage.
So Cliff-senpai grew up in an orphanage.
In the orphanage, there were many abandoned children, but I thought of myself as the only one who was special.
Really?
We were headed towards the city outskirts. We used a horse-drawn carriage ever since we left the university, and that carriage would bring us to the city's gate. We're sitting side by side inside that horse-drawn carriage.
Cliff-senpai is splendid. I'm sure you will become a fine father.
I can't do anything yet. Lise is there, so I must look decent at least. But I don't think so. He was just born 1 month ago, after all. So it doesn't count as not participating in raising the child. Even raising a child has many forms. In your case, there is your wife and your maid. You could learn from her. So it's not really that hard. As a servant of the god, if I can't watch over my child's growth every day, I will be a disgrace. If you say so, Father Cliff, then that child will definitely be saved. Now I want to go back and make a confession.
I was unaware of it, but Cliff already successfully passed the test to become a father in the Milas religion. It's not formal yet, but he could still work for the church due to his lineage. He didn't only research. As expected, he still thought about it, returning to his hometown. This year is my 6th year, while Cliff is in his 7th year. My senpai will graduate next year.
Cliff-senpai, what are your plans after graduating?
I don't know, as I haven't contacted my grandfather yet. But I think once I return, I will tell him that I'm already married and have a child now. I will miss you.
At that time, I will still be working for Orsted to defeat Hitagami. Hitagami might be targeting Cliff, according to the future diary. I don't have a plan to persuade Cliff yet. In the first place, I've never heard of Cliff's circumstances.
That's still a year from now.
You're right.
While we were talking about such topics, the carriage arrived at Sharia's southern gate. We paid the money for the driver and continued on foot. Leaving the gate, we headed towards the southeast. After a while, the main office of our company came into sight. As a building on the outskirts, it's considerably big. It's surrounded by a fence to ward off trespassers.
But after a while, I finally understood. That time, you lied to me after all. Yes,
You wouldn't have believed me no matter what, because of that curse.
I won't blame you. With a curse that powerful? Look, even at this distance, I'm trembling.
Having such a conversation, we move to the front door of our office. There are the words "staff only" written on the door. I took the key from my breast pocket to unlock the door. Although I took the key out, I didn't actually use it. From there, we went to the inner part of the room. The instant the door opened, Cliff shivered. Glancing over here from behind a luxurious wooden desk in the middle of the room, Orsted was writing something. His grim face is the same as ever.
Cliff Grimoire.
Yeah. It's Cliff Grimoire. Yes, it's Cliff Grimoire.
It must be difficult for you every time.
What do you mean? Somehow, this way, it's fine as it is. Granting my request to meet Orsted, it means so much for me.
Orsted-sama, let's start this quickly. There are 3 today.
Orsted. Cliff and I placed the wooden boxes on the desk. Opening one of them, Orsted removed its contents. The box contains a full-face helmet. Other boxes also hold the same, only their colors are different. There are 3 colors in the order black, brown, and gray.
Please, wear them!
Orsted didn't say anything. Pushing his head inside, he now wore the helmet. While only wearing a helmet without body armor, he is giving off the impression of a suspicious person. In my eyes, he is getting even more scary.
Cliff-senpai, how do you feel?
Cliff, it's no good. It's even worse than before. Well then, the next one.
And so, Orsted wore the 3 helmets in order. Looking at Cliff's reaction each time, I confirmed their effects. Afterwards, we listened to Cliff's opinion. As I thought, after trying these 3 in turn, one trying to convert the magic via the flux method, it seems to have backfired. Come to think of it, the magical power of the curse itself must be very high.
Was it its magical power?
Orsted-sama, as soon as I could feel the appearance of your magical power, I thought I could sense the curse being invoked.
Well, what about covering my whole body with some anti-magic material?
By putting you inside a box without a single crack, that way the curse won't be invoked, but that wouldn't solve anything.
It is as you said.
This is what we're trying to do, researching Orsted's curse. Over this past year, Cliff has been conducting some experiments with research of Elleneliza's curse as the basis. Cliff was able to determine that Orsted's curse is focused around his head, so Cliff has focused on suppressing the curse with helmet-type tools. Cliff is very determined in this subject to test the limits of the effectiveness of his anti-curse tools. Sometimes some progress was made. Currently, with the latest version of anti-curse helmet, Orsted's curse is weakened a bit. It was only a small effect. Even with this helmet on, children began to cry when he walked in town. Stray dogs would get scared and run away immediately, and horse-drawn carriages slipped. However, Eris and Sylphie's attitude was able to soften when facing Orsted. Well, that's enough for now. You might say it has changed from he is the enemy of living beings to an evil boss. It seems the type of fear is different. As for the result, females could somehow judge it more clearly. Luckily for me, Orsted's curse has no effect. In the middle of his research about Orsted, Cliff was able to understand that I lied to him. It is an important step. I have some complicated feelings about this, but we'll manage somehow or another for the time being. Although there is still a long way to go. At the present, the helmet size is about twice as big as Orsted's head. There isn't any ventilation for air to enter. It didn't have an eye visor before, and he couldn't hear or speak. It is not a thing that can be worn for a long time. Really, still a long way to go. Though Cliff succeeded in creating it in 1 year. It isn't just a fluke. It is the work of a genius. As it is, the research is progressing. Orsted could now walk near the town gate. As for Cliff, He is satisfied with the results of the research from a curse on someone else and plans to develop a new anti-curse tool for Ellen Elise. It's regrettable that he must return to the research of Ellen Elise's curse, as her curse is starting to flare up again after the baby is starting to mature. But worry not, he just needs to quickly make his second child. Well then, the next one is also 1 month later.
No need to hurry, Cliff Grimoire. To think that you had such talent.
That's right, since I'm a genius.
Towards the result of Cliff's research, Orsted could only be astonished. Apparently, during his long loops, there was a time when he tried to do something about his curse. But even after several hundred years of research, it didn't bear any fruit at all. It seems he gave up in the middle of it. During his 200 years, there is no other person who made any progress in the research of his curse except for Cliff. But isn't that because Orsted had no friends to help? However, the results came out. The next target is, one way or another, Cliff. His research study regarding curses is also included in Orsted's plan. Heck, I wonder if I have to lead him while he walks around. Before, it was walking around this office and the surrounding area.
Rudeus.
And while I thought about it, Orsted called me. Cliff already moved outside of the office. Because the work on the curse is done, he wants to get away from Orsted as soon as possible. Even though he already knows about the curse, his body is reacting differently. It's like the case between a human and a cockroach. Even though the cockroach doesn't have the power to kill the human, they're still freaked out when they meet.
Thankful.
Saying his gratitude, damn it. Ooh, President San, you're skillfully using your voice.
All right, once the anti-curse tool is completed, you'll be able to enjoy window shopping alone. Going on a date with Orsted, well, I can't really say it's enjoyable for either of us.
No, my family opposed to working for you troubles me as well. Once Orsted-sama can move freely, it'll greatly hinder Hitagami too. So this is also for my own benefits.
Orsted-sama. When Orsted-sama's curse is healed, Orsted Co. will become one of the largest companies in the world. While considering such things, I leave the office. Part 2. After parting with Orsted, on my way out of the office, I stopped by the arsenal. From there, I take out the magic armor. Small-sized magic armor. The black armor was divided into several parts: arms parts, legs parts, and body parts. It looks very lightweight at first glance, but as it was something I made with my earth magic, it has massive weight. For that reason, the only way of carrying it is by wearing it and channeling magical power into it.
Cliff-senpai, thank you for waiting. Then let's go. Together with Cliff, we're headed back to the university. Next is Zanoba. I must always make this trip. I have little choice, as trouble would likely occur if Orsted entered the university.
Cliff-senpai, did you already eat lunch? Now that you mention it, before I go back to my room, I'll visit the cafeteria first. You invite Zanoba. Let's have lunch together.
To drop off the helmets, Cliff quickly left for his laboratory. Following his words, I'm headed straight to Zanoba's laboratory. Just as I wanted to open the door, my movement stopped. Once, when I opened this door casually, I saw a scene of a sensual Zanoba in a reverent posture. Our situation at that time was awkward. I'm a man who reflects on his faults. Before entering the room, it is always necessary to knock on the door first. I knocked on the door, calling out politely. Knock! Hello!
Oh, Shisho. Nice timing. Come in. There was a reply immediately. After I get the confirmation, I open the door. There, a 30-year-old geek stands, also about a 10-year-old naked girl. The little girl was pressing her stomach and her face was contorted and about to cry. From between her feet, a line of blood was flowing.
This is the scene of a crime. Zanoba, you, to lay your hands on Julie?
You can even joke at this situation! Shisho, quickly use healing magic on Julie! Her blood hasn't stopped flowing since earlier!
Zanoba's voice is desperate. I wonder if some accident happened. Julie also looked up at me with a half-crying face.
Grandmaster, my stomach is painful. Please help me.
I'm not a doctor. While I thought something like that, I'm looking at Julie's body. There are no wounds? If it is like this, an internal wound then? Blood is flowing from between her crotch. It's suspicious. Then maybe... No, it must be that. Probably... I guess it's menses. Let's just call Ginger-san.
Oh, so it's menses! Which reminds me, Julie is a girl. Really, how could I forget a fact like that?
Master? Looking at Zanoba laughing at himself, Julie has an anxious look.
Rudeus Greyrat is 9 years old? Or 10 years old? But for her first menstruation to come this early? Is that also a trait of the dwarven race? Or is there some mistake of her age when we bought her? You might say any of those two.
So, before going to lunch, Julie, you can take a break. Until Ginger returns, is it all right to leave you alone?
I'm scared. Master, please take me along.
My goodness, Sanoyan, you're so popular. Hateful guy.
Zanoba Shirone.
Well, that's a nice idea. I'll buy you something to eat. Really already became an adult? Adult? Wait a minute. Come to think of it, lately her magical power stopped growing. Soon, our plan will be put into action.
Part 3. An hour later, Zanoba's laboratory. After that, meeting up with Cliff, we came back after we bought lunch. Currently, I'm facing 3 people while eating our lunch. On the side, Ginger looking after Julie. Rather than a knight, she looks more like a maid. Master, about the magic armor's performance. How is it?
It was not bad. It could take a demon's attack. But as I thought, I still feel a bit worried about its ability. It's fine against a demon, but will it be enough if the opponent is a swordsman?
Defense power, resilience, and mobility. Because we sacrificed them all.
But to reach the prototype level, size is required.
After 1.5 years, the magic armor has gone through a number of iterations. At first, beginning with completing magic armor set, then thinking about downsizing it while keeping its performance as it is. That is where the hard part was. In the first place, it was a collection of the best technology we had at that time, and then the addition of Hidogami's mysterious technique. Even after a complete revision, it was still not small enough. It could become one size smaller, but that would make its ability fall. This result is not very useful at all. Then, finally, after repeated trial and error and thoroughly studying the body part magic formula, concentrating on both feet part magic formula, wrapping its principle, it then changed form. This miniaturization reduced the consumption of magical power significantly. However, it was still on the level where only I could use it. Completion of arm parts and legs part V2.
But V2 power has some limitations. At any rate, the thing about magical power flowing through the body part, it fully needs my magical power to move one hand or one foot from its original location. So with this kind of inefficient magical power consumption, it could only deliver a performance of about the average level of an advanced swordsman, at its best. Afterwards, we added some auxiliary magic to increase its defensive capabilities. Now it has become V2 Revised, which has the average performance of a Saint-class swordsman. The ideal power-efficient version that I envisioned is still far away. The ideal is always far away,
and not always what the world's society would like.
Well, it seems like we have no choice but to continue to improve it while using this.
You're right. Cliff also gives his consent. Anyway, he has the task to complete the equipment for each limb.
Then, Master, I wonder, how about the Gatling gun barrel? That is overpowered, so I try to limit the use of it. Some way or another, I'm always thinking of developing new weapons. Roxy's acquaintance manufactured the Gatling gun. Following Orsted's advice, we made a small change. It could now fire 10 rock shells at the same time. Something like finger fobbums, or commonly called shotgun. This is a countermeasure against the Water God style. Orsted said that Water God style can parry the magic itself. So with a little variation in timing, my shotgun, which could fire off bullets simultaneously, is the best counter for it. It's useless when facing King class of Water God style or above, though with the exception of its firing range, it is hard to call it useless. It's a very user-friendly weapon. I train hard in various ways, but I won't suddenly become strong without a growth period. Practicing magic, strength training, training my mind for battle. Recently, I've only had to fight small fries, but eventually a strong enemy will appear. Even with traps, a KO skill is ideal. Come to think of it, Zanoba, how is your autonomous doll research progress?
It's over there. I temporarily abandoned it because research to protect Shisho's life is more important.
I'm sorry for causing you so much trouble.
Magic armor research is also fun. There is no need to apologize. Rather, I feel gratitude to be included in this.
So says Zanoba, but while saying so, he is hitting the magic armor. I wonder if that is what he really feels? Come to think of it, Zanoba, now that Julie has become an adult, I wonder if we can start selling the dolls in the book now?
Dolls and picture book. At one point, the first step has already been completed. While I wasn't here, Zanoba has secretly bought paint and made the finishing touch to the product. Well, some of Ruger's hair color is too light. His spear is cream-colored. Come to think of it, his skin color is also too bright. Well, that is only a trivial problem. Then, in case, the painting is supplemented to teach more about Supard race. Norn keeps one on her bedside. Once, Roxy screamed when she saw it the first thing in the morning. She then shut herself in her room and ignored me. Regarding what happened to the picture book, surprisingly, Zanoba is the one who's illustrating it. It's not toned down enough to be liked by children. It's difficult to reach that degree. It's mass-produced by printing. Afterwards, it's manually colored by hand. I'm overwhelmed with the feeling of handmade goods. In this world, it's roughly all like that, so there is no bad feeling. Finally, by adding an overview of the letters used in the language at the end of each book, it is not only a storybook, but it also doubles as teaching material, in case it will become a textbook, with consideration of its early distribution. A doll and a book, a 2-in-1 package. During every job where I save someone, I never forget to give a set to that person. And so, I still want a formal release.
That will be difficult. Is it about the costs? No, I don't have to worry about the funds, because Princess Ariel is giving her aid to us. Also, her personal workshop in the Asura Kingdom is available to us to produce it. However, what I'm concerned about is whether or not we have the connections to the merchants.
Oh yeah, I didn't think about the people who will sell it. Originally, I thought of starting my own shop. However, I cannot do that with my current situation. Rather than a salesman, a shopkeeper is more necessary. Someone with the business acumen. I don't have such an acquaintance. I really didn't know what to do. Can't you get Ariel to introduce us to her connections?
Her Highness Ariel is very busy lately, because her day of coronation is drawing near. We don't need to increase her problems. It's unkind to be requesting aid over every little thing.
Let's put this on hold for now.
Well, there is no need to rush. Julie hasn't become an adult yet. It's not too late starting from now.
It looks like... Zanoba, do you think it's possible to teach the basics of commerce to Julie the next 5 years?
It is possible, but Julie is the doll maker, isn't she? Is it not better to entrust another person to sell the goods, or buy another slave to be entrusted with the matter of selling it?
Another slave, huh? Interested in business, reading and writing, also arithmetic. While you're at it, also having a good face. A popular person might be good. Such a slave is... who has some knowledge about trades? There aren't any. Getting caught in a fraud inside the shop is a no-no, so a certain enslaved cat is the last one I want to entrust this to. It might be nice to buy a new slave. As I thought, a more reliable plan is entrusting this to a knowledgeable person. That is the most sensible plan.
That's right! You're right. For this side, let's perfect our plan from now on. Rushing the matter will only result in a blunder. From now on, let's plan this carefully. For the next 10 years, let's do this slowly.
Well then, let's focus on this subject for now. The magic armor improvement.
Yes, Master. By the way, I already have a concept for the next version, not to mention another flashy plan.
Then, along with finishing our lunch, our research meeting also came to an end. As for the magic armor, its performance has improved slightly. Part 4. In the evening, dropping by the staff room, I greet Vice Principal Genus. While getting angry with his unfinished work and pointing at Roxy to help him, I'm forced to stand in the hallway. While I'm feeling downtrodden, Norn comes to return the key to the student council office. Well then, after a long time, I'm walking back home together with Norn and Roxy.
Norn, did you understand the point of today's lesson?
Yes, it is all right. Roxy, as usual, your lesson is easy to understand.
Right next to me, Norn and Roxy are talking happily. Unknown to me, these two are getting along very well. There isn't a trace of their awkward relationship from before.
I will be careful from now on, but if you have some difficulty, please tell me. When that time comes, please give me a private lesson. My private lessons are expensive, you know.
It's lively. Listening to the conversation of these two, I comfortably go back home.
I'm back!
Welcome home, everyone. Coming out to the entranceway, Zenith and Lilia, who are weeding in the garden, greet us. Zenith. It seems there is no change in Zenith yet. In a good way or bad way. She is stable. Of course, her memory hasn't returned yet.
With the method to cure her not found yet, I got my hands full with working and visiting several places. Recently, Sylphie and Lilia are also trying something, but there have been no results.
I'm home.
Welcome back, Rudy, Roxy, and Norn-chan. Upon entering the house, Sylphie greets us from the dining room. From behind Sylphie's apron, Lucy comes walking teko-teko, and running dota-dota, she's tackling Norn from below.
Welcome back! Nongne! I'm home, Lucy-chan.
Norn is accustomed to embracing Lucy and strokes her head. Lucy likes Norn very much. She is giving a full-face smile. However, when our eyes meet, she moved her body and hid behind Norn.
That is, does she hate me that much? Norn-chan, are you staying at home today?
No, but I heard Rinia-senpai is staying here, so I came to meet her.
Well, various things happened. Rudy ended up helping her.
Sylphie said so, but somehow she sighed. What is she sighing for?
And is it going to increase again? Don't know.
but it's just a matter of time till Rinia falls for Rudy. She is sexy too.
Your comment is like I'm gonna lay my hands on Rinia. Certainly, I admit that the cat princess is a sexy one. Asking whether or not I want to do a night's wrestling with her, of course I want to. But that is that. This is this. I have my reasons too.
How about Eris Nissan? Did she oppose it?
Oh, so it was like that.
Sylphie, where is Eris? Sophie, going out with Leo. Even though I already said that she is pregnant, she won't listen. I also noticed that she is doing sword practice during the day. After entering a stable phase, she's always like that.
Eris is the same as ever. But really, at least calm yourself a little. Eris is strong, but the child in her stomach is weak. I also could only sigh. Really, I wonder if Eris's child will be born properly. I feel anxious.
Aisha, welcome back. That voice coming from the top of the stairs. Looking there is Aisha. Hey everyone, look! Aisha looks delighted, beckoning at the interior of the second floor. From there comes out a woman, wearing the same maid uniform as Aisha. Coming down the stairs, she spins herself once. Kururi. Her hem is slightly raised. A healthy-looking calf could be seen. Then, posing like a graver idol, she places her hands on her hip. Yaha! I modified it from the one Mother gave to me and came up with these clothes. It's cute, right?
Cute indeed. I could hear a breath of admiration from the ladies. Aisha's handmade? She called it handmade, but it looks like a new one. But the fabric itself? It is old indeed.
Be prepared, because there will be more work to do from tomorrow onwards. Okay, Aisha-senpai, thank you. Start with the dishes.
On the front is little Aisha, and behind her is the tall Rinia. Passing triumphantly by our side, these two girls entered the kitchen. The sight of Aisha's chopping figure is somewhat strange.
Who would have thought that the cheerful Rinia-senpai at school has become a slave in our house?
Rinia is an idiot after all. Just because she survived that predicament, she thinks everything is all right now.
Part 5. Then, dining together with the entire family for the first time, entering the bath with Eris and checking her stomach size, lulling Lucy to sleep together with Sylphie before the night. After a bath, teaching magic to Norn and Aisha, and talking with Lilia about Zenith's condition. Before going to bed, intently observing Roxy feeding breast milk to Lara. Finally, sleeping with Sylphie. It was a peaceful day. From tomorrow onwards, for a while it will be a training period. Let's do my best.
Volume 19, Chapter 5, Signs of Household Collapse, Part 1. 10 days have passed since then. I've spent that time staying at the office, training from morning till night. If Orstedt's there, I have my physical strength training in the morning, mock battles at noon, lessons in the office at night, then I clean the office and sort out all the documents before going to sleep, and that cycle keeps repeating. The days when Orstedt's not here, I'm usually training alone, wearing magic armor, continuously and tirelessly repeating a set of moves that Orstedt taught me until I'm exhausted. I'm also looking for someone to do co-op training with. Once in a while, Sylphie comes to deliver lunch. At that time, I have someone to do co-op training with. But today, I'm training alone. Well then, this form that is taught to me is something left behind 400 years ago by the dragon god Urupen. Dragon god Urupen. He is known by the general public as one of the 3 Demon Slayer heroes, Perugius's comrades. According to Orsted, amongst the generations of dragon gods, he is in fact one with the lowest magical capacity.
At that time, he was treated as the weakest dragon god, as he hardly had the qualifications as dragon god with his low magical power.
Like that, he developed a completely original Dragon God technique on his own. And with this original technique, he justified his title as Dragon God and defeated Demon God Laplace. Even to this day, his name is hailed as the strongest and the most genius amongst Dragon Gods, or that is what people say. Dragon God Urupen's form is a fighting style for defeating an opponent using a minimal amount of magical power. Orsted discovered it on a secret note left behind by Urupen. With that information, he successfully learned the Saint Dragon Toki, the greatest fighting style, and mastered it to the highest level. The style that uses little magical power. However, that kind of style is necessary for me. Using minimum power to fight my enemies is a knowledge I need the most. Besides, combining magic arts and martial arts is a classic form of martial arts. It perfectly matches with me, who is wearing the magic armor.
Well then, let's research a combo today. First is Rock Shell. A direct hit from it will definitely cause injury, even to Orsted. It has extremely high power, rivaling the Sword of Light from the Sword God style. Therefore, the combination usually uses this. After that, it's Quagmire. Perhaps because I have used it over and over again, Quagmire has the fastest invocation speed amongst my magics. With this spell, I will greatly hinder the movement of the enemy immediately and start my offense from that point on. Or Electric? Its invoking speed is slightly longer than Quagmire, but this spell is a great magic that could penetrate through the opponent's fighting spirit and paralyze them. A very useful spell. If the opponent couldn't be delayed with Quagmire, I usually use Electric on them. Such a situation has happened often. Using this at the beginning instead of Quagmire is also a common start for me. As for stopping enemy movement, I can use Heavy Fog or Frost Nova to destroy the enemy formation. Afterwards, basically finish them off with Rock Shell.
In other words, it's a combination move. I restrain the enemy's movement and limit what they can do. By fully utilizing that hand, I could usually create an opening on my opponent that can't be parried, and then use Rock Shell. By practicing these patterns, combined with the help of my companions, victory is almost certain. Or so, according to Orsted. The important thing is routine. Getting used to my routines. Even if my opponent has the most bizarre movements, I could respond to them without delay. Quagmire. My opponent taking an action. Countering my opponent's move with magic. My opponent still could respond to my counter. Countering his move again with my spells. Keep repeating that until my opponent is cornered, and finish him off with Rock Shell. It sounds simple. In practice, a swordsman could cut his path through any magic. In the case where there was a preemptive attack, the chance of having such support magic fail is high. It was difficult to put it into practice. Which reminds me, Orsted also taught me about king-ranked magic or higher. That said, there have been no results either.
After all, the point of king-class attack magic or higher is usually the fusion of saint-class spells. For example, the Emperor-ranked water spell, Absolute Zero. This could be achieved by combining the spells Water Splash and Icicle Field, resulting in the spell Frost Nova, and at the same time expanding its target area into a massive area of effect at a high speed. By enveloping a massive area with water and then freeze it immediately, that is called the Emperor Water-ranked spell, Absolute Zero. It's too late to teach me that. I could already do it. That meant I already mastered Emperor-ranked spells. For that reason, Badigati said that my Rock Shell was already in the realm of Emperor-ranked Earth magic.
Usually, there is no thing such as an enhanced Rock Shell. However, I brought together a new method there. In short, I, who has already mastered all 4 attack magics to Saint-ranked or higher, have already mastered all of the attack spells. However, using God-class magic is futile. To use God-class magic, vast amounts of magical power is needed, along with the fine-tuning and controlling. The use of a long chant to control the magic effect and a magic circle is required. Orsted said that its power is so powerful that it could basically change the terrain of the world. In part of this world's strange terrains, there are traces of such magic.
Honestly, I'm still poor at drawing magic circles, and it would be nice if I didn't need to draw something big to use such spells. Fusion magic, the fundamentals and putting them in practice. By utilizing variations of these, there should be no opponent that I cannot defeat. Let's take it a step at a time by building strength from the basics. Let's do that together.
Rudeus.
And as I do my usual magic special training, Orsted returns. I immediately face Orsted and bow to him. Welcome back!
Awe. When the president comes back, bowing one's head is a company employee's duty. While wiping off my sweat, I continued to say my greetings with my waist bent 45 degrees to the front. Doing this by myself feels lonely, but I must be patient until Cliff's study on Orsted's curse has finished. And when that happens, we could each greet the president in sequence as he walks by. Who would even care if we act like the Yakuza?
There's work.
At first, Orsted said, "Don't be so formal," but he is used to it now.
Departure will be in 3 days. I will begin the explanation now.
I respectfully receive the work. I personally receive company jobs from President Orsted. The next task has been decided.
Orsted.
As usual, it's not a really hard job, but spend some time with your family over the next 3 days.
Rudeus Greyrat.
Yes! I understand!
So, I decided to return to my house. Part 2.
Oh, welcome back, boss. Donna-sama. Yeah.
Returning home, a cat-eared maid is sitting in front of the entrance. What are you even doing? Geez, this girl. Did she screw something up?
Home, Rinia. By the way, what are you doing sitting in a place like this?
Yeah, haha. Just a little failure. It's to reflect on myself.
Rinia's ears are hanging low on her head. Looks like she is dejected.
I understand.
Let's leave her reflecting on herself. Passing by her, I enter the house. I'm home! There, Lucy pokes her face from behind the door in the living room towards me. Oh, I wonder if she's going to run away again. And just while I was thinking that, she suddenly leaps from behind the door. With steps sounding like tap, 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 she jumps on my legs. Welcome home, Papa! What happened, Lucy? Embracing my leg without changing her position, she is hidden behind me, clinging onto my robe. Some way or other, her distance towards me is unusually close today. Papa is happy. Mama! Papa is back!
Yeah, I know. Wait a second. Mama!
Sylphie's voice could be heard from the bathroom, doing the laundry or cleaning the bathtub. Afterwards, Lucy called Sylphie several times more. Before long, she reached her limit and let go of my robe. Tap, tap, tap. She runs to the bathroom. What was it, I wonder? Well, don't think too much about it. This is what children do. Usually, I always go straight towards Lucy. It's fine if she comes to me once in a while. Let's consider Lucy's feelings. While I think so, I wander around the house. I find Leo and Laura in the living room. Laura is sleeping soundly, in a peaceful mood. She is also healthy looking today. Continuing towards the kitchen, I found Lilia preparing ingredients for cooking. Her face looks a bit worn out. I wonder what happened.
Lilia-san, I'm home!
Welcome back, Donna-sama.
Are you tired?
No.
Even though she said so, Lilia's face looks really tired. Why don't you take a rest for a bit?
It's not a problem.
Really?
Yes.
If the person herself says so, it's probably okay. I wonder what is causing her such trouble. If your condition today is a bit under the weather, please take a rest. Don't you want to take a rest for a bit?
Thanks for your concern.
But really, this is not a big problem. If Lilia says so, then I will believe her. However, if it's not her body, maybe it was mental fatigue. It might be some anxiety.
Did something happen?
It's just... Eris-sama went to school.
Eris? What is she thinking?
She said it was the day to teach swordsmanship to Norn-sama.
Swordsmanship? Really, a pregnant woman should just stay still. Eris, I wonder if she's going to become a teacher. Although I'm not really opposing that, but I would like you to restrain yourself a little while you're still pregnant. I'm worried.
I deeply apologize. We all tried to stop her, but she just ignored us and left.
I understand. Thank you for trying.
Trying to convince a child who wouldn't listen? Lilia must be tired. Once, I also experienced that from someone who told me, furthermore, she only listens to my words. Yes. I'm also convinced that Eris wouldn't listen to Sylphie's words or Aisha's preachings.
Come to think of it, where is Aisha?
When she hears that, Lilia answers me with a wry smile.
She is in the backyard. Part 3. Following Lilia's words, Aisha was in the backyard. She's sitting in the corner of the garden. Looking at her, her shoulders are trembling a bit. It's rare for Aisha to display such a feeble appearance. I wonder if she's crying.
Aisha?
Welcome back, Oni-chan.
From Aisha's back, a flat reply could be heard. Without looking at her face, I won't know whether she's crying or not. However, I sighed immediately. Looking at her with the shovel in her hand, it looks like she dug a hole in the corner of the garden. In that hole, something that looks like pottery pieces are buried. From those pieces, I thought I saw something familiar. Looking closely, there was also a handle part. Even that handle part looks familiar. In the past, Asha bought a stylish teacup set with the same handle with her own pocket money. That teacup over there is her favorite teacup. She always uses it whenever she is enjoying tea by herself. I also remember I used that cup once. If I'm not mistaken, that time she looked delighted. Oni-chan is the only exception. Or, for Oni-chan, drinking tea using an excellent cup tastes a bit different, right? Or something like that. Honestly, I wouldn't know what would make it taste any different. But looking at Asha's delighted face, I remember saying that it somehow is really delicious. And now, that favorite cup is broken.
Aisha Oni-chan?
What is it? That cat over there. Why don't you get rid of her?
Huh?
That cat? I wonder which cat. No, maybe she is referring to that cat in a Seiza pose right now at the entrance.
Aisha, こんなこと言って。ただ捨てるだけなら無駄です。セレブに売ってはどうですか？いや、エリス姉様の家に売ったらどうでしょう。以前、高荷で買いたいって言ってませんでしたか？ 1500アスラ効果。あの家なら一瞬で集めるくらいでしょ？その半分くらいでもいいです。
Wait a minute. Calm down now. Let's sit down first.
I made a chair with earth magic and urged Aisha to sit. Aisha took one broken fragment from the hole and stood up. She threw that piece at my feet. Then she sat on the chair with a thud.
It wasn't all that expensive. But it's impossible to get my hands on one of those cups anymore. The person who made it already died, and the store already went bankrupt.
But something with a shape like that would definitely break one day.
I made another chair and sat in front of Aisha. Somehow that made her a bit calmer.
I know that. I'm not all that angry about the broken cup.
Anyway, there's no doubt it was Rinia who broke that cup, and that's why Aisha's angry. Even though she says she isn't, I have no doubt that is how she really feels.
But the problem is, that cat really isn't suited to become a maid. She breaks the dishes when she washes them, breaks the mirror when she cleans it. When she does the laundry, the sheets are full of her fur.
Doesn't everyone make a mistake their first time? Though she is like that, Rinia is a princess from somewhere.
Looks like Aisha wants to say something with a loud voice, but she swallowed her words. Looks like that was my mistake. She didn't fail to say her words.
Before, when doing housework in the living room, she dumped water on Lara-chan.
Water on Lara? Tell me what happened.
While she was cleaning the ceiling, she held a bucket in one hand and a dust cloth in the other. Because of that, her balance crumbled and she fell. Well, it didn't escalate to anything serious.
That cat? Looks like she doesn't even know how to clean. Come to think of it, before I've entered her room once. It was wonderfully messy.
Though that often happens, I can't really complain. Norni, she was even more awful than Rinia. They're like on the same level.
Don't compare her with Norn so casually.
Casually? No, I didn't want to say bad things about Norni, but even though that cat doesn't have a particularly bad memory, she always makes the same mistake over and over again, even after I warn her repeatedly.
Aisha reads ranting, and I could only sigh.
That cat, she never apologizes.
I see. When she makes some blunder, she gives off her devilish laugh like, "Nya ha 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 ha, my bad, my bad. I will be more careful next time. Meow."
Then, for the time being, I'll make her apologize. But Rinia has to do it of her own will. She must sincerely apologize to the other person. Create the mood, and when she arrives, she should apologize. This is no good.
Aisha.
I know, right?
If it was me, I could just forgive her. But Rinia's superior is Aisha. This is an issue I can't be too involved in.
So, hey, Oni-chan. Please, Oni-chan, can't you throw her out? I can't stand working with her anymore.
It's rare for Aisha to go as far as bad-mouthing Rinia, but she probably couldn't stomach it anymore. Though there probably wasn't something like a big incident. It wasn't only a single broken cup that caused this. But by allowing mistakes to accumulate one by one and forgiving each one with a smile, it has now reached this point. But...
Yes, she certainly is a bit troublesome, but she's still adapting to a new environment. Even now, she still has it tough. Trying to get used to a new environment, she might only be acting cheerful. It may look like she isn't apologizing seriously in Aisha's eyes. I mean, isn't it painful to look after someone who keeps repeating the same mistakes? Rinia is trying the best she can, I think. When she was my underling, she also made these kind of mistakes. But that reduced over time. Thus, she must really, really be trying to change herself. It can be said that only after making a big mistake can you reflect on yourself, so you won't repeat it again. At least when I saw Rinia in front of the entrance door, she really did seem to show some remorse. I could almost feel a calm composure from her.
Aisha Greyrat. That's a lie. That cat never reflects on herself. Generally, even her attitude is very strange. She is humble towards Roxy Nay, Eris Nay, and Leo, but she makes light of Sylphie Nay.
What do you mean with Sylphie? Treating her lightly?
Somehow, with an even more disrespectful tone than Eris Nay, she sometimes calls her Fitz.
Once the past, when they were still studying at the Magic University, they were on bad terms with each other. I mean, Sylphie and Rinia have such a strange relationship. Certainly. That's because Sylphie and Rinia have known each other longer than they have known us.
Precisely because of that, it has caused the atmosphere in this house to become strange since Rinia came here.
The atmosphere changed. Certainly. Come to think of it, even when Roxy or Eris arrived, such a problem did not happen.
Anyway, if Rinia slips up again, she must apologize. And if she breaks anything, the costs will be added to her debt. She must show a more upright attitude if she is really trying to reform herself. I will speak to her personally. Anyway, I want you to give her a little more time. How about it? Aisha made a pouty face. With a pointed mouth, Aisha turns her face away with closed eyes. Looking at her showing that attitude, she's silent. It looks like she isn't that angry anymore. Hey, please, Aisha. Even though she's like that, she is still your Oni-chan's friend.
However, Oni-chan, I have a very bad premonition. As it is, let's pray that it won't come true.
After saying that, Aisha went back into the house. Afterwards, I told Rinia. Her answer was, "Yup, meow." Nothing can be done about her light tone, but she will regret that. Incidentally, Roxy came home together with Iris and was reprimanded for doing such strenuous exercises. Iris placed her hands on her hips, her lips formed a curve, and said, "I understand." But that "I understand"? How much did she understand of it? For the time being, it seems like she won't be rampaging around while carrying her sword. With her stomach becoming bigger, she has also matured more. But really, I still worry about her. So she does not come to harm her child, I must rein her in tightly. Mother and child, be strong! At the dinner table, the mood is more gloomy than usual. Perhaps because Aisha is sulking. Furthermore, after dinner, Sylphie secretly says to me without remorse, "Rinia does not fit in this household." It is right on the mark. There is no reason for Sylphie to feel sorry at all. After all, it is her duty to keep the household in check. Still, Aisha was right. It's bad to leave things like this. One way or another, I must resolve this situation before leaving again for work. Though, I wonder if I could wait a little more to see how things would develop.
Part 4. Evening that day. Since it is both of Roxy and Sylphie's time of the month, I decided to sleep alone. Honestly, after 10 days of holding back myself to train, I have almost reached my limit. Well, nothing I could do about it on days like these. I could only weep in my own lust. Or do I simply help myself? Rudeus. At the place leading up to my bedroom, Eris was already waiting for me. Folded arms and legs spread at shoulder width as usual. Wrapped in a negligee, her stomach is bulging. Recently, her sleepwear should have been warmer. But today, Eris is wearing some unusually erotic lingerie. That's no good. Your stomach will get chilly.
Let's do it!
No way. Children are important. No sex while pregnant is the rule in our house.
But you want to, right? I heard it's that time of the month for Sylphie and Roxy.
I'll be fine. I can endure it.
My dear husband, there is no need to restrain yourself.
Saying so, Eris grabs my hand and forcibly pulls me in. So strong, as I get dragged into my bedroom. Regrettably, if this continues, I might really lose myself. If I enter that state, I cannot hold myself back. This is bad, absolutely terrible. Even though Eris has been exercising while being pregnant, it doesn't mean I can just do it with her. Stop it, Eris. We can't do it while you're still pregnant. If we lose our cherished child, Eris and I would surely regret it. Don't do this. This is absolutely no good.
I know. That's why I'll be careful.
Though you say you will be careful, you're going to school and leave the house to run with the dog. Well, she's more used to moving around than sitting still. My standards are different, so it's okay, I guess. I might be just too overprotective. No, that and what's happening now are totally different.
Just look over here. What I'm trying to say is...
Eris pulled me to the bedside and flipped over the blankets.
Nyan?
On top of the bed, there was Rinia, lying down. I think she is wearing one of Eris's negligees. She is curling up her bewitching body.
As I'm no good, you can just do it with Rinia, right? Oh.
Looking at me, Rinia making a face of resolution and resignation.
through the gap of her negligee, her cleavage was visible. Her waist is slim, she's moderately muscled, a straight foot line. Her cat eyes are glowing and shining in the dark. What is this?
Rudeus Greyrat. Don't you see? It's Rinia!
Probably it's okay for me to take Rinia. Such a thing from Eris? Despite appearing nonchalant, she is someone who easily gets jealous and disgruntled when I flirt with Sylphie. Hey, Eris, isn't this an unfaithful act?
She is a slave, so it isn't cheating. Father and also dear grandfather said so as well. Moreover, as I have decided it, there won't be a problem at all.
Sauros Philip, what did you teach your daughter? Come here a minute and Seiza! Hilda-san, come here and scold them. This father and them, they have been teaching some strange things to their daughter.
Oh, father in the great forest! Mother, I'm helpless now. I will but become a plaything as a slave.
This might be a bad idea after all. We should stop here. Faced with Eris's selfishness, she couldn't do anything.
Well, Persina, excuse me for being a step ahead of you, Nya. This is my victory. I'm sure you can find someone else more suitable, Nya.
Well, perhaps she wasn't all that reluctant to do this. I guess it's fine if we both consent. Rinia.
Nya?
While calling her, my hand reached out for her. Rinirinia's body suddenly goes stiff with a bakuri sound. But, even though her body tenses up, she doesn't run away. Turning my hand on her thigh, touching her butt. It should have the supple muscles of a predator. But, unexpectedly, it has a very soft feeling. Then I turn my other hand on her back, touching her waist. This side also has a moku feeling. It's very charming.
As it's my first time NYA, please be gentle, NYA.
Pause.
NYA tilde, not saying anything is frightening nya. Ufufu tilde nya nya tilde nen. It's this feeling, nya.
I put power in my arms and lifted Rinia off the bed, carrying her across the room in a princess carry. I moved towards the next room, still carrying her, turning the doorknob with my foot and open it with a kick. There, in front of me, is the dark and cold hallway. In that place, I throw Rinia.
Unya tilde.
There, before she landed on her butt, I grabbed the doorknob. Closing it from the inside, I locked it. Phew. With this, I've got some peace on my mind. The evil has been vanquished.
Whoa, wait a minute, boss. Isn't your treatment a little bit too cruel?
I don't hear anything. I don't see anything either. There is no evil cat tempting me. I've protected my chastity.
Wait a minute, Rudeus. What did you do that for?
Eris, don't be mistaken. I love to do ecky things with you, but I don't want that cat.
Really? It's fine if that's the case, but we can't do it until this child is born, you know?
Of course.
Boss, open the door. This is an insult to my pride as a maiden, yeah.
Well, no need to mind that. Yeah, that thing is irrelevant.
Boss, please, Nya. It's already unpleasant working under Aisha, Nya.
As I'm thinking about it, Rinia began to cry. From Rinia's statement just now, it seems their compatibility is bad. Though the other day, when Aisha sewed the maid uniform for Rinia, their compatibility looked just fine.
At least let me become a concubine. I want to increase my standings, Nya. Even just a physical relationship is fine. Please, Nya. Really, there is a chance I will bear a child and become the fourth wife. Consider my nearly infinite debt, Nya.
So that's it. She is scheming something like that. But, well, how to even start with a debt like that? Her debt is too much, and it will take far too much time to repay. However, there's no chance I will treat her as a sex slave. Although I would be lying if I say I don't want to do any erotic things with her. But Rinia, she is my friend, and I want her to remain my friend.
If I show unfaithfulness just because of some fleeting emotions, I will end up in a crisis called a family breakdown. I must protect my family at any cost.
Wah! Wah! Then, from somewhere in the house, crying sounds could be heard. Apparently, because of Rinia's voice, the sleeping Laura woke up. What should I do? Open the door for now and make Rinia shut up? Just a minute, Rinia. What time do you think it is? You woke up Lucy and Laura.
Fitz, sorry, Nya. I didn't have any bad intentions, Nya.
It's not Fitz. It's Sylphie. Anyway, it's already this late, so be quiet. Yes.
With Sylphie's yell, Rinia stops making a ruckus. Tottering sounds could be heard somewhere. Perhaps Rinia is headed back to Eris's room to sleep. For a while, the sound of Laura crying could be heard, but she finally became quiet. For now, the silence of the night returned to us. Part 5. However, this poor Rinia, though half of it could be said to be her own mistake. She got into debt, then confined in the house without a good way to pay off her debt. She can't do housework very well, and the head maid Aisha won't take any compromises in that regard. If it's like that, the least she could do was try to sell her body to please her master, she thought. But she got rejected. At this very moment, she might be weeping on her pillow. Also, an unpleasant feeling is filling the house now. Aisha sulking, Lilia looking tired, Sylphie raising her voice the first time in a long while, and Laura crying. And maybe Eris going to school was because of that. She felt uncomfortable inside the house.
Not good at reading the mood, but she's trying to help in her own way. Anyway, it's a bit awkward now. Rainia's got a feisty nature, and she can't behave like a gang leader anymore. I won't say she is at fault for being unable to read the mood, but as I thought, having such a huge debt, then getting sold as a slave, having her price tag skyrocket, no wonder she feels insecure. As the one who bought her, Rinia is my responsibility. One way or another, I must do something about her. Tomorrow, I'll look for a non-maid job for Rinia.
Volume 19, Chapter 6, Business Startup, Part 1.
I can't leave Rinia in this house anymore. The mood in the house has become worse since she came. If her temptation continues, I don't know if my sense of reason can hold up. If I succumb to the temptation, it might lead to a dispute in my family, resulting in Sylphie running away from home and taking Lucy with her. If that happens, it will only lead to a bad end like in the diary. It should be avoided in advance. That is why I decided to introduce Rinia to NEET jobs. Naturally, the idea of her debt being canceled was discarded first from my thoughts. There is a line that even our friendship can't cross. Being a large sum of money, it's socially unacceptable to leave it unpaid. Not something I can compromise on even if I have a selfish reason for it. Well, now about a job for Rinia. Honestly, I don't have any idea about what she could do. She could use magic, so combat is an option. However, to return something like a debt of 1,500 Asura gold coins, that choice is not what comes to mind first. Foreseeing that, I am also thinking of various ideas. First, let's ask if she could help in Zanoba or Cliff's research, and get paid for that.
Rinia had excellent grades, so maybe there is an area that needed her? That was what I thought at first. Then I quickly changed my mind. With her personality, research isn't something she could do. That steady kind of work isn't suited for Rinia. Otto? I think it also won't work. It's a foolish idea to shamelessly push another expense onto Cliff, especially when his child was just born. Giving her the responsibility to be the head merchant in charge of distributing and selling Garujerd book and doll sets? That half-baked idea was instantly rejected. I don't want to rely on the girl who got herself involved in a huge debt and fraud to start another business again.
become Norn's exclusive maid in Magic University? I also considered this idea, but it was also instantly rejected. Norn will hate it. Perhaps it will end up having a similar result as the current situation. Become an adventurer and pay her debt? Or something like that. But being an adventurer isn't as profitable as it sounds. Rainia has no training as an adventurer, and it has great costs, and takes a long time to earn a profit, if she didn't die first. Let me see. Those jobs above are no good. None of them could reach 1,500 Asura gold coins.
I can't help but shake my head while thinking about this. After all, those can't-dos are only my assumptions. Maybe there is work there that is suitable for her and gives a high salary. Thinking so, I decided to take Rainia to the school. Part 2. Rainia's appearance is that of a maid. When we entered the school's vicinity, she and I stood out a lot. With a triumphant look, she made a fuss and scattered surrounding students.
Aura! Aura! Bancho is coming, ya! Open the path for him, ya!
From others' perspective, we're like hoodlums.
Jisoo! Long time no see!
Osu! Rainia-senpai! Long time no see! While I was thinking about that, one guy approached us. Who is this guy? I feel that he was introduced to me in the old days, around my sophomore year. I cannot remember his name, but he was the one that led a group of students.
Oh, isn't your yell lacking fighting spirit, Nya?
Osu!
Oh, right. Increase the pitch, Nya.
Oh, Osu!
Rainia is really bossy, even though she's wearing a maid uniform, even though she's covered in debt.
By the way, Rainia-senpai, are you okay?
Is what okay, Nya? I heard about what happened. According to the rumors, you've become an eternal slave to Student Council President's Aniki. You might say, Nya. Wait a minute. That's not the entire truth, Nya. But following the Strong One is also a teaching of Beast Tribe, Nya. So it isn't too bad, Nya.
Really, for Rihanna to answer him with full spirits is contrary to her mood. Her kohai could only sigh. Honestly, I feel disappointed.
For what, nah? Rainia-senpai, before you graduated, you were full of spirit, taking the top position of the school before Rudeus or Ariel. But the present Rainia-senpai is like a common pet cat, isn't it?
Rainia was speechless, falling silent for a few seconds. And when I thought she would be angry and bare her fangs, phoo, she laughed.
Certainly, Ashishi. Now I'm fallen. But just wait. Before long, Nya, the junior will be dominating the senior, Nya.
So it's like that?
Really, Nya? To experience a junior dominating the senior, Nya. I think it's not bad experiencing this once in a while, Nya.
Looking at Rainia saying that, her kohai's eyes are wet with tears.
Rainia-senpai, as expected, my thinking process hasn't reached that level yet.
Well, this is where we're different, Nya. Tapping her forehead, Rainia said that proudly. Then, after that, Rainia sends her junior off, who is looking at her with eyes full of admiration and showered her with tons of praises, while I went to my classroom. Well, I'm being considerate towards their relationship. I'm on the way to the research building. Along the way, greetings for Rainia came like there's no end to them. But after entering the research building, and there are no people anymore, the greetings ceased. Walking quietly in the school building, Rainia looked around and back.
Boss, how about the conversation from a little while ago, Nya? About social standing, Nya.
The conversation a little while ago? While the rubbing one's hands together, Rainia looks like a debt collector.
Rainia Didolia. Noah. The conversation about junior dominating senior, Nya. That's only talk on the surface.
I'm not gonna go against boss, nya.
I see. Because of Rinia's circumstances, she is still at her branching path of life, so it could be her true feelings. Considering some strange lines here and there, talking about her public position, I guess what she said some time ago were her true feelings. At least that's what I had been thinking.
Of course, nya. If you think I lied, you can prove it in the empty classroom ahead. Please be gentle, nya.
What's with the oof-oof-oof-oo? Junior dominating senior? Perhaps did she mean with I as the top, then aiming to become a direct subordinate of me? Did she mean that? Whether or not I'm doing something, to make her into my bride? Without asking permission from my beloved trio of wives, namely Sylphie, Roxy, and Eris? How cunning. This fellow. Don't tell me she's an assassin dispatched by Hitogami to destroy my family from inside? In the last few years, did you meet a guy who calls himself a god in your dreams that gave you some revelation?
What's with that suddenly, nya? Revelations in dreams? There is no such thing as long as I remember, nya.
For your own good, don't lie.
Though it's weird to say this, President Orsted's judgment is to kill any suspicious person. I won't go to that extent, though.
Yesterday's dream was a dream about the sky splitting open and a lot of fish raining down, nya. Before that, I don't remember, nya.
To see such a happy dream. Surely 1 fish is 1 point, so she must want to collect 100 fish points for the 1-up. Just be aware of the occasional dumbbells. Anyway, for the time being, she isn't Hitogami's apostle, I think. And Hitogami won't use guys like this to weaken me with such a situation. Well, it's fine then. But if you see such a dream, talk to me immediately.
Okanya!
While I feel relieved, we're going to Zanoba's place. Part 3.
Oh, Shisho! Moo!
When Zanoba arrived at Zanoba's place, he frowned as soon as he saw Rinia.
Oh, long time no see.
Oh, Zanoba. Sorry for not contacting you after I returned, nya.
Zanoba was dripping cold sweat while looking around his room.
Excuse me, I'm tidying my room a bit. Please wait a minute.
And after glancing around, one doll after another was boxed up and put away, hurriedly, from the important dolls to the fragile-looking dolls. Inside, Julie was coloring a Rifujin doll. In the middle of her works, she began to imitate Zanoba and cleaned up the desk and what's around it.
Now it's fine.
Well then,
let's start the talk.
Zanoba is pointing to the table a little ways away from the workplace. Julie left the desk immediately, and she was walking with tote-tote sounds following Zanoba's command.
Julie, continue the works.
Yes, master.
Then me, Rinia, and Zanoba sat down. However, the still restless Zanoba is calling Ginger in the corner of the room.
Ginger!
Yes. Zanoba chorly called her, but she understood that and stood between the table and the workplace, as if protecting the workplace.
So, Shisho.
Then, after he is satisfied, Zanoba faced towards me.
Is there some important matter today?
While Zanoba warily glanced towards Rinia, he asked me. He is extremely vigilant. He didn't say that aloud, but perhaps leaving Rinia in this place is a rude request. I feel bad.
No, only some trivial matter.
With
this, there is no way I can ask Zanoba to let Rinia assist in his research. As expected, no, more than what I expected, their affinity is the worst. This must have been caused by the incident where Rinia broke Zanoba's doll. Bullying causes one's spirits to break. Though Though it's not like that in Aisha's case. She has simply reached her limit of patience when her cup was broken. Though Zanoba looks nonchalant on the surface, but he will definitely show an unpleasant face if I asked him to have Rinia assist here.
By the way, Shisho, why did you come with Rinia? Although I overheard the talk that somehow she became a maid in your house.
Well, various things happened, and now I'm looking for a job for her. So, it's like that.
Zanoba's eyes swam right and left. Possibly it seems he has some kind of work in his mind, but it looks like he's still disagreeable to working with Rinia. Don't worry, I won't leave her here. Even so, such as her misdeed in the past, it looks like it still hasn't been resolved. Well, that's it. Let's talk about research now.
Oh, that's right. From what I gathered, Zanoba didn't want anything to do with Rinia.
Yeah.
Following that, he began to talk happily about the magic armor as usual. Part 4. I took lunch in the cafeteria. The surrounding students looked at us with skeptical glances, and in the end, many men gathered around Rinia.
Ha ha! Achishi, I said something hilarious about Persina, nya. What are you, chubby, nya? Or that?
As expected, Rinia-san.
Quite manner of speaking is really Persona-san. There isn't anything odd in that tone. Rinia was probably considered pretty charismatic before Ariel came. She has the charisma of a delinquent. She naturally attracts delinquents in her surroundings. She naturally does it, although how she acts according to her surroundings could also be considered part of her nature.
Maybe there's a job that requires gathering people? Well, for now, let's try Cliff's place.
Part 5. As it turns out, it was also no good at Cliff's place. The atmosphere was the same as Zanoba's place. They're aware that someone like Rinia is problematic to handle. I personally didn't want to leave her here. Well, even if she is helping in Zanoba's or Cliff's place, it didn't guarantee that she could repay her debt. Now what should I do about this person?
Didn't you need someone to help you with your own work?
When I tried to consult with Cliff about this problem, that was his response. Well, my work, traveling around the world to fight against Hitogami's evil hand, according to where Orsted's evil hand points, to complete various jobs. But there's a problem with it.
If she is affected by Orsted-sama's curse, then what is the point of making her do that? That curse is... The magical power activates when looking at him directly. Therefore, an interview with Orsted-sama is...
Then, of course, it's a no-go. Maybe I could have her work in the same office, but without meeting him personally?
That's unlikely. Moreover, the beast race is sensitive to odor. There is some possibility that the curse could also activate with that. Odor. Can the curse even affect the sense of smell? What is it? Wait a minute. It's interesting. Then, can the beast race smell magic with their nose? Oh, there isn't any proof yet. It's just my hunch about that kind of possibility. But if we have Rinia, we could confirm it. How about that?
Getting cursed with the odor. If it's like that, we must also study how to reduce Orsted's odor. An animal's sense of smell was several hundreds-fold of a human. The thing is, how much would we have to reduce his odor until it couldn't be detected by an animal? If the theory is correct, that's one step further toward anti-curse tool completion. Deodorant is necessary. But to make sure that the deodorant is working, must run tests. Adding a flower aroma might act as a double barrier for blocking the curse. Orsted wearing an aromatic helmet. Somehow that's a very bizarre idea. Well then, let's do some small investigation, approaching from that direction.
Oh, that's right. But then someone from a Dorodia lineage would be nice. Their nose would work better.
Dog has a better sense of smell than a cat. Come to think of it, what if Persina was here?
I guess she would only come here if she lost interest in becoming the Darudia village chief.
So, sense of smell. But if that's the case, why limit it to the beast race? How about examining various races? In the human race and other species, even the colors they can recognize are different. There are many variations in the so-called people in this world. There are even demon eyes that can see magic particles. Perhaps we can find the source of the curse by examining responses from various races?
That's right. Not only beast race, there are also various magic races. Finding subjects will be tough.
Yeah.
There are many different races in the Magic City Sharia. That's because the Magic University doesn't refuse any kind of student. But that doesn't mean that all the races are gathered here all the time. It's always changing. Gathering rare species, verifying each one by one, then investigating one by one until the origin of curse is found, that's very mind-boggling work. However, research is something like that. Basically, it's just brute force. Anyway, first, let's start by gathering the people.
So it's come to that. However, I'm not moving around too much, so a job to gather people is something I'm not good at.
Someone who is popular. Someone who has a personality that could make many people gather around.
My line of sight and Cliff's spontaneously focused on Renia. Even if it's only delinquent guys, she's good at gathering people around her. Thus, in the place where people are assembled, it's something to gather more people. Rather than gathering only what is necessary, it's better to set wide parameters, if as a result one's hand is able to reach a spot that itches. Of course, when gathering so many people, problems would be bound to occur. Gathering that many dangerous existences, simply gathering together will raise their spirits to a whole nother level. It would only take one bad influence to lead the whole group down a bad path. A group without a leader is not so different from a mob. However, once Renia is tamed, the others will come following her example. I guess I can't just leave everyone alone after gathering them.
Nya. What is Nya? What are the two of you talking about, Nya? Here she is, in one corner of the room, spending her free time yawning, and jolted her body in response to our line of sight. However, what method should we use to recruit people? Even when Renia does nothing, people will always gather around her, but they need a reason to act. Some reason to gather many people. As I thought, it's gold. In a place where money gathers, there will undoubtedly be many people. Some kind of event with money as its prize. No, that will only gather them temporarily. As I thought, masking it as a business is the best way. Assuming that we're doing business, I guess funding is necessary. Raising the funds from my own money? Somehow I feel like that's putting the cart before the horse. I guess it's fine to think it as some kind of investment. Ha! I see. To gather servants for Orsted, in addition to help assisting the research. If I think about it, I'm tired of doing everything by myself. There must be some kind of support organization. Isn't this actually what I need? It is not only support. If by dividing the simple jobs with 3 people at once, or maybe 4, many people could be saved. And then Orsted will be less burdened in the future. Of course, there is also a possibility of them being manipulated by Hitagami, so the important jobs must still be handled directly.
But it's still too early for Orsted or I to breathe a sigh of relief. It would also be possible for Hitogami to manipulate the organization for his own ends. He won't just wait in silence. But what would they do when there isn't any work? They would only increase the number of mouths I have to feed, and that's not very appealing. Each individual needs to be given a way to earn their keep. Jobs that only they could do. As I thought, dispatching typical capable people? No, Orsted has the money. Forming a typical trading company, investing in talented fellows, using various prearranged schemes, isn't that also good? But for that Renia to manage it, if something happened, it would be nice if someone was assisting her. Someone talented, someone knowledgeable. Taking this opportunity, let's talk about this matter. All right. Rinia!
Yeah? What's up, boss?
After this, your job is to collect people.
What is to collect, Nya?
I see. It's a more fitting job with her personality. Nor merchant or mercenary. Everything is good since preliminary work is done now.
What is the relationship between this and money, Nya?
Leave the funding to me. If this turns out to be a success, then the corporation's profits can be used to pay off your debt. Although I'd take a cut of the profits as payment for my initial investment.
If my share is not enough, then I can consult with Orsted about the situation to increase the stocks. Depending on the situation, I might have to rely on credit from Ariel.
Oh, I see, Nya. What about the place, Nya?
It will be prepared right now.
Right now? That's kind of random. Is that really all right, Nya?
For Rinia to go such weak consent, her face isn't that bright either. Of course, even I don't expect that this will be going well from the start. But if it's only limited to employing some people, maybe the chance to gain some profit will come. In case we get our hands on some employee who has business acumen, that guy will be in charge of marketing the Rifujin dolls.
We don't know whether this will be going well or not till we try, right?
Rinia, but if this doesn't go well, please pardon me from increasing my debt, Nya.
I see. Rinia is feeling anxious. As I thought, the impact of her first failure was huge. But honestly, even with her income from working for me, her whole life won't be enough to cover her debt. But if things continue like that, my household will certainly collapse. And if it comes to that, I might need to develop time travel magic.
It doesn't look like Rinia is fully convinced yet, but she was still nodding her head in the end. Part 6. Then, on the way home, we stopped by a real estate agent, did some review, and purchased a building to become the new office. It's a cabin-sized building, and its location is also not very good. However, it's a building with a roof, so it's a good base for the time being. It also has a reasonable price. It has reduced my estimated expenses. Purchase that place now, and immediately ask Aisha to tidy that place up. For now, this place is your office.
Understood, Nya. At this early stage, I want to find a clerk as my replacement to watch over this company. A staff who could do some paperwork and arranging the office documents. Because of Orsted's curse, there is a possibility of immediate dismissal. This is a disposable business, after all.
Here, this is an emergency fund for the time being.
For the time being, I'm giving Rinia 10 Asura gold coins. That amount of money is more than enough as funding to start a business in Reinoa Kingdom.
Is handing this much money to me really all right, Nya?
Looking at that amount of money, Rinia's eyes started glittering. There is a saying about casting pearls before a swine. Seeing that much money, there isn't any living being that wouldn't understand its value. However, does this cat know the true value of money? Among living beings, cats are ephemeral creatures, and money doesn't flow like water out of a fountain. I suppose I shouldn't hand over this much money to her. Maybe if I do this under the pretext of a lesson.
Hey, boss, entrust this to me, Nya. With this many funds, I won't make a mistake, Nya. This time for sure, I will definitely find success, Nya.
Rinia's eyes changed into dollar signs. Now I truly feel uneasy. I guess passing that much money to this fellow is no good. I mean, since after this I'm going on a job for Orsted. When I come back, Rinia's debt could be doubled, and she could be living in the basement wearing nothing but rags. Or she might become Eris's real pet, wearing a choker and getting her love.
Oni-chan, the cleaning is done.
There she is. It's Aisha's turn.
Aisha, I have something to request of you.
What?
Even though I say that, Aisha's looking at me with a really dissatisfied face. She's still sulking. It looks like that matter from the other day still isn't forgiven. Please, watch over how Rinia uses the company funds so she doesn't accidentally make a big mistake. Please, support her.
But I have work to do at home.
No need to do it every day. Just do it once every 3 days.
Why must I do that?
She is glaring towards Rinia. It looks like because of the problem from the other day, Aisha doesn't want to work with Rinia. Judging by her attitude, I feel really uneasy if she was around the type of people Rinia tends to attract. That would be like an army of insects gathering around the Rafflesia. Well, it's just Aisha feeling reluctant. She has her own reasons, after all.
Because I know you're the only one whom I could trust with this kind of job.
Why? Is it because I said that Rinia shouldn't be a maid? Or is it because of me that the atmosphere inside the house is bad?
Asha, with her sulking attitude, glancing at me while she is crouching. Usually, Asha is always looking straight into my eyes, but this time, she's avoiding me.
That's not it. It is that if it's you, if Rinia makes a mistake, you'll reprimand her immediately, right?
But can I really handle it? I could cause more damage instead.
From my view, I could see Rinia's weak face, but let's ignore her for now. But it can be said that your presence will allow Rinia to make full use of her talent. That is for sure.
So it's managing her work. It seems like that would really fit me.
In other words, your presence is to prevent her mistakes.
Aisha, I think immediately abandoning a person just because they made some mistake is not a good thing.
I understand. That's really an amazing way of thinking, Oni-chan.
Thank you. That way, Aisha, when in the future, Aisha encounters a similar case, I don't want you to become someone who easily abandons others.
Aisha is a smart child, the so-called genius type who could do well no matter what she does. But because of that, there will be times when the people around her won't understand what she's thinking. Although the future has changed, she might still be by my side until death. But if by chance Aisha leaves the house and tries to find a job somewhere, I think Aisha would do well, but there's a chance that her coworkers would be jealous and exclude her. It wouldn't be odd for someone like her to completely close herself off from others after something like that. As a result, if she's isolated from her family, that would be more than enough reason to become a shut-in. I think before she has that opportunity, I want Aisha to learn firsthand by herself, though it's not something I could teach her, since I'm bad at socializing myself.
Now, once again, with the same position as Rinia, would you give it another chance?
Aisha is looking between me and Rinia alternatively. Then she closed her eyes. 1 second, 2 seconds. It looks like she is thinking about something in silence.
Aisha, Greyrat, is it for my sake?
Rudeus Greyrat. That's my intention. Well, honestly, I get the feeling that with you being in charge of the support and funds, we could avoid the worst-case scenario.
I see. Thanks for the honest answer.
Aisha's eyes opened.
Oni-chan, if I reject your request here, would you hate me?
There is no way I would do that. It might be a bit troublesome, but I think it's okay for you to reject it.
I understand. If Oni-chan said so, then I will try to do my best.
Thanks. Though I feel that I'm being a bit bossy here, but that's not a mistake. With this, I can expect some good results. Together with Rinia, doing something in this new job, Aisha should be able to learn something. She might learn something different from what I expect, but that should be okay. I'd like to think so. By the way, Aisha, hasn't your chest somehow gotten quite big? This might be around a D cup. Although she isn't that tall, her chest is huge. I guess she's becoming a glamorous woman. Just a little more and she will become like Lilia. No, I do not care about my little sister's chest.
Thank you, Oni-chan.
No, I am the one who needs to say that. Thank you for listening to my request.
I will listen to anything that you say, Oni-chan.
Smiling mischievously, Aisha getting her way with me. It's her usual smile. Turning towards Rinia with that smile still on her face, Aisha reached out her hand.
Like that. Let's work hard together.
Right, Nya.
They exchanged a firm handshake. These two people who were on bad terms as superior and subordinate, well, let's forget the past and work hard like this. Finally, Aisha made plans for the future, her ideal image, and a speech, then left that place. For now, let's hope that the next time I come back, nothing terrible has happened.
Volume 19, Chapter 7, Company Venture, Part 1. On the topmost floor of the Quagmire Tower, there stood a young knight just entering his 15th year of life, Lionheart, who gripped his sword with a rough breath. What's wrong, hero? Is this the end? Standing before him is a creepy guy, wearing a dark gray-colored robe and a suspicious white mask to hide his face. With only that level of skill, did you really think that's enough to defeat this great evil mage Rudo Renoma? Damn it! Clenching his sword, Lionheart forced his heavy foot to take a step forward and swung his sword in an all-out attack. But Rudo Renoma easily parried that attack and pointed his right hand towards Lionheart. At that moment, an invisible shockwave ran through the room, blowing Lionheart back from where he stood.
Gua! Lionheart!
A heartbreaking cry could be heard from the woman who was chained in the corner of the room. Dressed in a pale pink dress was a lovely woman with a silver coronet on her head. She is the princess from a small country in the northern lands, Twal. Her name is Geltraud.
Calm down, princess. I will beat this pervert rascal immediately. Let's return to Twal after that.
After encouraging himself with his line, Lionheart forced himself back up onto his tottering feet, and with all his power, he turns around to Geltraud to give her a reassuring smile. Moreover, Rudo Renuma is already panicked.
Hey, who did just you call pervert? It's you. To strip the princess of her panties. Moreover, wearing them on your head? No shame. That's not true. This is my wife's genuine panties. I wouldn't do something as impolite as that. It's not a matter of whose panties they are. Lionheart is the last knight remaining. If he is defeated, Princess Geltraud will definitely become Rudo Renuma's plaything. It would only be a matter of time until the princess's panties are worn over his head.
Too weak. Seeing Lionheart's assault, the evil magician Rudo Renuma dodged like a cockroach and then launched another shockwave attack. This has already been repeated many times before.
Shit! Princess! I can't lose in front of the princess that I love!
Even though his whole body is battered, Lionheart's eyes did not lose their fire. His mission is one of love. He must defeat Rudo Renuma. Coo. That's some great loyalty. However, for the king to send so few people to rescue the kidnapped princess, is that really worthy of your loyalty?
This doesn't have anything to do with the country. I love the princess!
Lionheart's heartfelt cry echoed throughout Quagmire Tower. Geltraud was so deeply moved, she covered her mouth with her hands, and tears began to trickle from her eyes.
Whoa! Oh!
Coo. What a beautiful love. But the difference in our ability can't be overcome with love alone.
Lionheart was blown away again by Ronuma. She, just a bit more! Always getting away. This me you want to beat? I would become extremely weak if I saw a soup-hard race doll, though the storytelling about them in the picture book is different from what the people know. Exclamation mark, exclamation mark, exclamation mark! Those words made Lionheart stunned. Soup-hard race doll? He happens to know about it. Before he arrived here, a shady fortune teller forced him to listen to his exaggerated fortune before finally forcing Lionheart to take a magic race doll. He said that it would be useful when the time comes, but there is no way it's true. Lionheart leaped to his bag that he threw beside the door and took out a doll from within it. The doll of an emerald green-haired warrior posed with his white spear. And a picture book that tells about his story. It can't be! Yes, it's a soup-hard race! No doubt about it. That's the guy who was judged as a bad guy by the world, but he is actually a gentleman who loves children. Also a great hero that overthrew Lapis. That's the doll of Rudeus Greyrat!
Lionheart didn't know that story. He didn't read the book. But the effect was excellent. Ronuma, feigning weakness. Oh, crap. My power is diminishing. Geltrode, encouraging him. This is it. Lionheart, now! Lionheart, battle cry. Whoa, whoa, whoa! Ronuma staggering. Princess Geltrode cried. Lionheart rushed, gripping his sword. Ronuma's already weak right hand pointed toward him, but it's too late. Lionheart's sword piercing very deep into Ronuma's chest. Or not. The sound of Gakin could be heard. It's the sound of something snapping. Under the robe, he wore something also. Lionheart, bitter and defeated monologue. So this is also useless. The next moment, as Lionheart was about to give up, Ronuma's agonizing death throes could be heard. His whole body was enveloped by light, and he was blown backwards. Behind him is the balcony. With a thud sound, Ronuma's body struck the handrail of the balcony, and while giving an idiotic Gefu voice, he fell from there. Lionheart, analytical monologue. This is the 3rd floor of the tower. If it's that magician, a fall from this height won't be enough to kill him.
The next moment, Lionheart thought so and tried to look under the balcony. From under the balcony, a large explosion occurred. The blast wave rushed past Lionheart's cheeks, causing his hair to become disheveled. Question mark? After the explosion subsided, Lionheart tried to look again, and what he saw down there at the bottom of the tower was a hole. The trees around where Ronuma fell are all uprooted. In the center of where the explosion occurred, a crater was formed. Ellipsis? Then Lionheart realized. Perhaps his last blow just now destroyed the core of Ronuma's armor. Because of that, his magical power went out of control, and Ronuma exploded like a balloon popping. In other words, he won. Lionheart has won.
Lionheart! Princess! It's safe now!
Lionheart rushed over to the princess and hugged her.
Lionheart! Ah, Lionheart! I believed that you would certainly come to rescue me.
Princess, I'm aware that for me to fall in love with Princess is something beyond my reach. Our social standing is too far apart, but...
Oh, something like that didn't matter for me, Lionheart. I also love you very much.
Princess, your words just now are too good for me. Well then, let's return for now.
Yes!
The evil mage Ronuma is dead,
After this, Lionheart is hailed as the hero of this country, given high rank nobility, becoming close companions of the king and the princess. The two of them married and lived happily ever after. The end. Part 2. That was a close one. The mission this time was to match the young knight Lionheart and the small country princess Geltradi. It looks like their descendants will be useful to Orsted. Naturally, in case of these two people, even if they love each other, they can't say it because of the difference in their status. The king that knows about their love and was even cheering them on.
But the problem is their lineage, so secretly he planned, let's make some situation where Lionheart could be a hero or something like that. But with Lionheart's timid nature, there's no way he could make a case for his valor. So the king, one way or another, must create a situation for Lionheart to make his stand. So he started a war with the neighboring country and sent Lionheart to the front lines, where of course the timid Lionheart died. As a result, Princess Geltrud became a political piece and was married off for political reasons. And this series of events were told as a song that was made by Geltrud in her later years, a princess falling in love to a young knight with a different social standing. Knowing that, the king became angry and sent the young knight to the front lines to die. The princess didn't understand what her father was trying to do. Anyway, my job this time was to fix their twisted fate and set Lionheart with Geltrud. First, I made contact with the king. I made a proposal to kidnap the princess and confine her in the tower in the middle of the forest at the edge of the country. Then he could send Lionheart to help her. At first, the king doubted me, but after using Ariel's name, I persuaded him. I, as the evil mage Rudo Ronuma, kidnapped the princess. Imprisoning the princess in a tower, handmade by me. It's a cheap structure that would likely fall with a single earthquake, but it's not a problem for now. Before Lionheart started his travel, I, masquerading as a fortune teller, gave him a hint to defeat Rudo Ronuma, taking that opportunity to spread the wonder of the Supard race doll, killing two birds with one stone. Later, I returned to the tower, unconcernedly waiting for Lionheart to come and struggle in a hard fight against me before he reversed the situation. Though it sounds easy. However, from preparation for negotiations up to the practice, I did it all by myself. Come to think of it later, somehow I feel as if I made it into too large of a scheme. So tired. Anyway, this mission is also a success. After receiving words of gratitude from Orsted for my work, I'm back to my home. After 1 month, I return to the Magic City Sharia. This fatigue, I guess it will be healed by Sylphie. Watching that young couple being all lovey-dovey, for some reason, I want to see Sylphie's embarrassed expression so much. With that, I want to spend the night in a passionate way, in order to release my beastly instincts. But lately, Sylphie grew accustomed to it. She isn't embarrassed by it that much anymore. The other day, when I thoughtlessly snuck a look while she was changing her clothes, she said, "Please hold these pants," and handed them to me. There's not enough of an element of shyness. I wish she had said, "Really, Rudy is being lewd," or something like that. Part 3. Anyway, I am finally back home. As usual, Beat is opening the door for me. Touching Eris's stomach, groping Sylphie's ass, patting Laura's head, licking Sylphie's ears, my hand getting licked by Leo, and Lucy running away from me. I feel relieved when surrounded by my family. Come to think of it, in my previous life, when my father came back from his business trip, even though his face looked weary, but seeing his family immediately relieved him. Maybe this is how he felt at that time. Today is the day when Norn will come home, so while waiting for Norn and Roxy to come back, I think I will spend some leisure time in the living room. While I am deeply sunken sitting on the sofa, suddenly I noticed. Aura, Aisha isn't home today. Did she go shopping?
As soon as she heard my question, Lilia's complexion changed. Quite the complexion she had there. Sylphie's face also somehow looked a little worried. Eris's expression is like usual. This isn't a good atmosphere. I wonder what's wrong.
That is, recently, Aisha is often spending her time outside.
Outside? Oh, I see. Which reminds me, that last time I asked her to support Rinia's job.
That is... Actually, last time I think I asked her to help in some work. Isn't that what she does?
No, though you said it is work, but she is associating with some bad-looking guys, and it is still increasing.
When I heard about bad-looking guys, what comes to my mind is Mohican-styled guys wearing shoulder pads. In the world where gasoline is precious, those fellows ride high-emission motorcycles while shouting, "Yaha!" Or some colleagues that often gathered around Rinia.
Rudy, recently I see a lot of strange guys inside of the city, and nothing can be done to them. They are all wearing black suits. However, Aisha-chan is often seen together with those guys.
Oh no, it has still been less than 1 month since I asked. Whatever the circumstances might be, for the city to change this quickly, it seems there isn't any words about some kind of gathering. Moreover, black suits. She is soon turning 14 years old. Now she is in her puberty phase, rebellious age, the season of 8th grade illness. She will rebel and oppose her brother or parents, the year she will be rebutting with cold words. Don't tell me that by giving her permission to go out has made some kind of cultural shock happen. Damn it, what has actually happened for her to start socializing with those kind of guys? Ah, so that means she isn't staying out all night and comes home in the morning. Well then, if it was like that, I could feel relieved for the time being. The moment I think that, Sylphie said something strange.
But Aisha-chan said that Rudy already gave her permission to do that.
Got my permission? With those words, inside my head the worst kind of scenery unfolded. While Rinia is taking the application forms for those gathering inside the warehouse, the thugs give a vulgar smile while they lick their lips. Their line of sight is gathered toward the 2 beautiful girls, Rinia and Aisha, that are rooted on the spot. Inside the cramped warehouse, that way, they encircled them. Of course, Rinia's battle power is high, but only to a general level. Thus, she won't hold if she is overwhelmed by a great number of enemies. Come to think of it, even though Aisha is still a child, recently her body has experienced a spurt of growth, mainly her chest, which is in the process of approaching her mother's. And even from my eyes, as her brother, she is cute. A refreshing expression which she inherited from Paul. The effect is doubled to the viewer when combined with her charming double-toothed smile. Oh, forgetting such a simple fact. Rinia and Aisha, both of them are beautiful. How could I leave them alone with gathering a lot of bad guys? Isn't that the same as throwing fresh meat into a swarm of sharks? No, I don't have anything that says that they are a collection of bad guys. Iris, why you didn't stop her?
Why must I do that? Eris tilted her neck. Perhaps Eris isn't that interested in Aisha.
Nothing, since those guys must not be that big of a deal.
No, for Eris, there is no difference between a lion and a cat. Even Sylphie and Lilia are concerned about her being surrounded by a lot of bad-looking guys. From Eris's point of view, they may not look that bad, only at the level of being mischievous boys. No, do not rely on Eris. She is pregnant now. Besides, I am the one who's pulling the strings. It is my responsibility. I see. It looks like I must resolve this myself. Since I didn't particularly tell Aisha who to hang out with, I won't blame her. Even the so-called a lot of bad-looking guys, if I talk to them, they might actually turn out to be good guys. But there is something called limit to everything. After all, Aisha is still underage. She might be treated as some kind of convenient woman by some of her colleagues. As her older brother, I think it is my duty to give her some help. I think Paul will also do the same thing. No, I think Paul is also classified as the bad-looking guys. Do you know their hangout?
I will show you,
said Eris immediately. But she is pregnant. She cannot go no matter what. If a fight broke out, it will surely turn into something dangerous, which is not good.
I will go too. Sylphie volunteering herself, but I shook my head.
No, I will go alone for the time being.
Assuming the worst case happened. Besides, if nothing bad has happened, there is no need to trouble them. So, first, I have to move alone to see the situation. Thinking so, I leave my house again as soon as I came. I am moving in the direction of Aisha's hangout. Part 4. Sylphie told me the directions. 3rd Street of the Adventurers District. Far from the main street, there is the place. It is a splendid 2-story building made of anti-magic brick. Its shape is similar to an adventurer's guild or a tavern. But there is some kind of different feeling with the latest edition of a sign painted with black ink. In the middle of that sign is the mark of a ferocious tiger. As I was about to go inside, the doors opened, and what appeared from inside the room were men completely dressed in black. All members are wearing the same black coat, with the same lucky tiger mark as the sign on the door attached on their backs. And for some reason, they were carrying things like hoes and sickles.
Yeah, ikuzo! Ra! Osu!
While they were shouting their full of fighting spirit yells, they passed without taking a glance at me, till they disappeared along the main street. So scary. They absolutely won't do something like cheering for a baseball game, right? Without a doubt, they will usually practice battle against lions in nude while shouting, "Tiger is stronger than lion!" That was dangerous. I guess it is okay now. No, thanks to Orsted's training, I have also become stronger recently. As a precaution, I also wore the magic armor from the office, so it will be all right. Definitely all right. Therefore, I will not lose against this degree of thugs. I cannot afford to back down now. That cute Aisha together with such rough fellows in a place like this. No matter how clever she is, Aisha is still powerless against them. She always comes home at night, but I wonder what happens during the day. One cannot look for help, even in a case where many opponents come out. It is all right. Now is the time to use the tactics against a great number of enemies. After countering with 3 punches, turn back for a moment, then counter 1 punch with 3 punches again. Excuse me?
Opening the doors, I am entering the building. Immediately arriving at the lobby, I guess. A spacious room with barrels lined up at fixed intervals. Why barrels? I cannot think of any reason for that. But they are using barrels as a substitute for the tables. Placing liquor bottles on the barrels, they are leisurely enjoying their drinks. This place is like a bar. However, there is one thing that certainly makes it different from a normal bar. Everyone inside, they are wearing the same identical black coat with the mark of the tiger on their back, similar to the group I just saw outside. Looks so dangerously scary. Have some kind of business here? I then noticed, from inside, someone from the beast race with a lion face was approaching me. He was taller than me. Even his width was larger. His black coat making peachy sounds is bulging, almost torn off. It appears he has a wonderful amount of muscle, and I am sure that it is his pride. But fighting force is not determined by the amount of the muscle alone. Even President Orsted and Ouijer did not look as macho and strong as him.
My younger sister. I have come to meet her, but is she really here? But manners come first. For example, if this person is someone strong who loves to quarrel, then I must make him overlook me. Honorifics in the first meeting. That is the secret of my success in this world. It does not mean that I am scared of him.
Sister?
While this beast race frowned with a doubtful face, he looked over the lobby. Looking at it calmly, there are many guys wearing black coat, as well as many women. They do not particularly look like bad guys. None of them has the look of a veteran warrior. At least Magic University student is one rank above them in terms of their tough look. Bad-looking guys. I am really wondering, are they really bad? Anyway, it looks like among everyone inside, Aisha is not one of them. Pardon my impoliteness. After noticing me, that beast guy brought his face closer to mine. Hey, what is this? Stop it. Hey, you, what kind of place is this? I am acquainted with Orsted, you know. From his position, the man did not move at all. Only his nose was moving while sniffing me. It seems my smell is bad, or something like that. How embarrassing. And he is staring at my face intently. Thud. He took 2 steps back and fell on his behind. Dangerous. It looks like I am very smelly right now. Which reminded me that I had not taken a bath yet since I came home. You... Could it be Aisha-san?
Ah, yes! I am the one called Rudeus Greyrat, my younger sister. Does Aisha happen to be here? How could I have forgotten? Self-introduction is also important. Naming oneself to make clear about your affiliation is also the first important step of communication. Incidentally, it looks like my name is quite famous in this city. I guess by introducing myself, it puts some kind of restraint. Swoosh. As soon as I said my name, the atmosphere instantly changed. The people that could hear my name, all of the members, now turn their head toward me.
Greyrat. Then he is.
To think that the day to meet him someday finally came.
Somehow, I could perfectly feel the atmosphere of being away. This looks bad. This sensation somehow made me feel a little nostalgic. Like when I was apologizing long ago to some group when Iris made a big ruckus with them. That kind of feeling. Maybe it is already too late and Iris already beat them once. So then why did Aisha not come back? Perhaps they already gave Aisha some detailed instructions. Oy oy. Then Aisha is here by her own will? Impossible. Certainly they must have used some kind of threat. Sheet. How could I have made such a blunder to give out my name? When I began to think about that, the people began to surround me and lowered their heads. From standing at attention, they bowed 45 degrees toward me. Everyone started doing that all at once. What is this? Holy beast?
Inexcusable for not having even known President's face.
Huh?
This way, please. I will take you to the advisor.
Advisor? Yes.
Normally, in this situation, it would not be wise to follow him. But to see what is inside, I must follow this beast race youth, whose muscles extend even to his tail. He will guide me. For now, I will follow him.
Go on ahead.
Climbing the stairs, I was guided towards the innermost part of the building. It is a dim room with the curtain closed. The wall is decorated with a portrait of an enigmatic-looking handsome guy. Such a weird room. At that place, that guy stopped. In that place resides the #1 bad guys in this city. Those two were also wearing the same kind of black coats. Furthermore, they are wearing white mufflers on their necks, even though it will be summer soon. And inside this closed and dim room, they are wearing sunglasses. Dressed like that, they are sitting facing each other, counting gold coins with a sinister grin and a smile.
Nya-ha-ha-ha-ha. As I thought, purchasing sunglasses was the correct choice after all. The radiance from these good coins will surely make me blind, Nya.
That one is laughing aloud while giving the sinister smile. Because of the lighting effect, I could even see her teeth shining gold from all the coins. I cannot recognize her face because of the sunglasses, but there is no mistake. The eyes behind those glasses are dollar signs. Her eyes are done for.
This is this month's payment, yeah.
Umu.
And nodding her head is also a young girl wearing sunglasses. She, also sitting on a chair, was swaggering with a bossy attitude, like some kind of important person. In such a posture, she proudly raised her hand and received a bag of gold coins from the first woman. It seems the number of the gold coins is around 10 pieces.
Judging from the appearance, it is not a Sura gold coin, but Ranawa Kingdom gold coin that are usually used and seen in this area.
Certainly.
Of course, Nia. And then? And this is the advisor fee, Nia.
The woman picking some gold coins from the tower of gold coins on top of the table and passing it to the young girl. 6 coins.
Here, even after this, please keep giving your support, Nia.
Of course.
Advisor-sama is so evil, Nia.
Hey, not as evil as Rinia-san.
While a bad smile raised from the young girl's lips, she received a different money bag from the one gold bag that she was handed earlier. Then that gold bag immediately disappeared into her cleavage.
Chief Rinia, Advisor Aisha, President Rudeus is coming for inspection. The 2 people that were dressed like mafia bosses were Aisha and Rinia. Part 5. I was sitting on the nearby sofa. Aisha and Rinia sat right in front of me.
How did it turn out like this? For now, I will try to listen to what really happened. Someone must explain this. I have that kind of feeling. Certainly, I ordered Aisha and Rinia to collect the people in the city, but the building that I lent them for that purpose isn't here. And I never said to them to make those guys put on black coats, and the number of people gathering here already surpassed my assumption.
I'm really doing it according to what you said, Oni-chan. To gather people and then use the gathered people to start a new business.
Ooh.
Tell me in detail.
Then Aisha explained it to me. Everything that happened since then, immediately after Aisha and Rinia gathered the people, focused in gathering the students and graduates from the Magic University and Adventurers Guild. They succeeded in gathering 30 people right away. Suddenly, they had 30 people. That's when they became concerned. The warehouse that I bought became cramped in no time. So Aisha made her move. She sold the warehouse on the same day. Using her connections to recruit sponsors, it looks like they managed to rent this building. By the way, it looks like Zanoba and Cliff are their sponsors. The portrait hanging in this room is my portrait that was drawn by Zanoba. Too much beautification. It almost didn't resemble me.
But, as I thought they simply gathered here, they didn't have any sense of unity at all. We must do something regularly.
With the number of people that gathered, and the number of days till I return, unless one gives direction in what they will do, it seemed they would scatter immediately. So Aisha went to the Sky Castle to get some advice from Nanahoshi. Taking the whistle to call Perugius from the table inside my room, she summoned Arumanfi. After giving her greeting to Perugius, she got some advice from Nanahoshi.
You met Perugius-sama?
Yeah, that person is so cool.
To go to such a scary place without my knowledge. If she offended him, her life would have been forfeit. No, that person is very lenient. I guess he won't do something so childish against a minor. If she innocently said that he is cool, Silveril too will be nice to her. Then, according to Nanahoshi's recommendation, what we need is uniform and manner. If everyone is wearing the same clothes, it will create a sense of solidarity. After accomplishing that, even without doing anything, they won't scatter. Furthermore, by teaching the troops about some correct manners, they will boost their sense of faith in the business and easily gain their trust. Aisha, moving according to Nanahoshi's advice, from her acquaintance of a clothes shop, she bought a stockpile of cheap clothes.
and the one they had a quantity of was this gloomy black coat. Aisha, without thinking too much about it, bought them. She purchased yellow cloth with her own money, and it looks like she sewed rat marks into them one by one. A rat mark. Because I'm a gray rat, so it's a rat? Because of the black cloth on the yellow shirt, I was almost certain that it was a tiger mark. Isn't that nice? That tiger mark over there is so cool. I could almost say that. Anyway, after they're wearing the identical garments, Aisha taught them how to bow. The same one I'm most skillful at, a respectful bow of 45 degrees. Otherwise, commonly known as ojigi. After all of them memorized that, they would be known as a courteous organization. Thus, it's the beginning of the complete formation of a group of people in black clothes.
After that, Aisha thought about what these guys could do. However, majority of the beast race here is actually yearning for Rinia. They didn't have any talent except for combat. Their hobby is muscle training, and many of them don't know their alphabet or numbers, let alone how to read. Although there are some smart guys among them, the ratio of smart guys to muscleheads is only 1%. Taking advantage of that fact, the only thing that came to mind was forming a mercenary company. Thus, it was decided that they will form a mercenary company. Then, the name of the group was also decided. Using the pseudonym that I always use, it's named Rudo Mercenary Company. But this place is in the Magic Triumvirate, and in the middle of these three countries, Magic City Sharia is relatively peaceful. Without any experience in war, it would take time for them to prepare. Facing these circumstances, Aisha devised a new plan, the one so-called as bodyguard business. With fixed amount of money for the fixed amount of time, the company dispatches several mercenaries. Out of the several people dispatched, the one with the best head for battle is selected as the commander. Also, if one of the mercenaries is injured or dies, then another mercenary is immediately dispatched to replace them. As it said, the bodyguard is bound by their contract.
It's definitely not a gangster organization. Absolutely not a gangster organization.
So if we start with that kind of work, things like fame will instantly come.
Rinia is a Dodorodia princess indeed. Strangely, this mercenary business could easily gain trust. There were also good relationships between the members, and with Aisha promoting it, they instantly became famous. After 15 days from the start of business, they received contracts from the Knight of Rania Kingdom, the head of the Magic Guild, and the Magic Tool Workshop. Registered beginner members also increased at the same time. Now, nearly 50 people in black suits are loitering around this town. From adventurers and Order of the Knights, students, blacksmith, to magic tool shop, various occupational factions exist in this city. Of course, quarreling and brawling also often happens. Hence comes the existence that stands on the neutral side to protect them. The cracks between each faction demand such an existence. But one wrong move, and the mercenaries themselves will become a new faction. But Aisha thinks it's okay, because they receive various jobs from various factions without giving any special treatment.
Because of that, my payment is separated from the money we paid toward the company. We gain more profit than I thought.
Really, Nya? To think that we could earn this much money for the company, Nya? We're honest fellows, Nya.
For the time being, there is little difference from being an adventurer and being a bodyguard. In the month since the launch, it seems they've earned a decent amount, and their cash flow has already stabilized. The individual pay isn't that large, of course. It will still take some time for Rinia to clear her debt. However, with the business as it is now, it's still possible to expand. After gathering the capital, we could expand or start a new business. Rinia might be able to pay off her debt in one go. And if that's the case, by the time Rinia pays down around half her debt, I could probably write a cancellation of debt letter. I'm not particularly attached to money anyway.
Honestly, I was expecting them to do something completely different. What they've created is very different from my expectations. But they've been successful, so it's okay. I mean, even I didn't expect it to be going this well right now. The secret of success? I guess it's because of Aisha's management. Giving her the role to keep an eye on the company fund has paid off. This genius girl has finally become serious. No mistake about it. It just will take a little more time. I mean, like this, she'll start doing everything more seriously. But Aisha, to think that you were this fond of money.
It's not like that. The one I love is Oni-chan. Because Oni-chan told me to do so, I'm working very hard, right?
Aisha. Her eyes are sparkling. So cute. I feel relieved that I don't feel anything toward my little sister.
Also, it will be worrying if this cat ends up back at home.
So that's her real intention. Though I feel that their relationship was looking good a while ago. I wonder if the reality isn't like that? No, that is that. This is this. Regardless of what happened, well done.
Thank you.
When patting her head, she gave a satisfied smile. Anyway, with this, we could expect Rinia to pay her debt. With this, guys that have business acumen who could do office jobs will surely come. A clerk for Orsted's office. And also, we could hire a talented merchant to handle Ruiger doll marketing. To think things could progress this quickly in only a month. As expected of Aisha, I might have been underestimating her true ability. But because Lilia is a little worried, we must talk a bit when we get back home.
Since Mother's being so stubborn, she didn't want to hear my explanation. I want to try a little longer doing this job.
It's okay. I will specially ask her and give a proper explanation.
If someone is forced to do things against their will, it won't usually end well. But this experience has actually motivated her. If the person herself is this motivated, then let's see how things go for a while longer. I mean, right now, she is about to witness the fruits of her efforts. It's not like she is putting this in a more important position than her maid job at home.
I understand. I will believe you, Oni-chan. Since Oni-chan is so naive towards Mother, can you really give a proper explanation?
Thus, I obtained subordinates. The name is the Rudo Mercenary Company. My first subordinates. After this, I could finally use my subordinates. My dream expanded. Part 6.
That's right, boss.
When I was about to go back home with Aisha tagging along, Rinia suddenly called out to me.
What?
While you were working, a letter from the Great Forest came, nah?
Ooh, from the Great Forest. I wonder if it's from Persina. While thinking that, Rinia handed me the letter. It's addressed to Rinia, so the seal is already opened. There is no sender name. And yet, why does Rinia know that this letter came from the Great Forest? I wonder if it's from the smell? Without waiting, I immediately took the letter and read what's written in there. What's written in there? There isn't any date or season of the year. Just a single line, written in Beast God language. Grave situation. Holy Beast Sama has disappeared. Urgent search ASAP.
Well, it looks like Holy Beast Sama's disappearance has become a problem, yeah.
With her hand folded behind her head, Rinia said that while laughing.
I decided to go to the Great Forest to apologize to the beast race while bringing a box of cake. Rudo Mercenaries President, Rudeus Greyrat. Representative Director, Rinia Data Rudia. Advisor and Vice President, Aisha Greyrat. Company employees, 50 people. Main company, Orsted Corp. Branch Company. Sponsor, Silent 7-Star. Volume 19, Chapter 8, Darudia Village Once More, Part 1. The summary so far. Holy Beast Sama's matter comes first. 3 members will go to the Great Forest. Rinia, Holy Beast Leo, and me. Iris also wanted to tag along, but as one would expect, her stomach had already become quite big, so she refrained. Because her toy, which is me, is often lost, going to work, recently Iris has been saving quite an amount of stress. She would probably be happy if I managed to bring back another beast race child as my replacement, a sacrifice fresh from their tribe, because they have plenty. Rinia had the opposite reaction and said, "I don't want to go. I will only end up working under Persena in that case." But if I was the only one that went, they would not be very convinced, so her role is convincing them. The truth is, right after Leo was summoned, I wanted to send a letter to them, but completely forgot about it. Such a failure. Well, despite the stubborn beast race, I am an adult now. It won't end up like last time. This time, I have already prepared a long and strong argument, and will bring Rinia and Leo with me.
Because of this trip, the mercenary company has been left to Aisha. The management itself won't become a problem, since originally Aisha handled it by herself. Also, the company employees that originally only relied on Rinia are now starting to respect Aisha. Since this is only a short and temporary trip, there won't be any problems. Honestly, with this trip, the schedule for Orsted's jobs has been put a bit out of order, but such things will become the root of evil in the distant future, so it is better to take care of it in its early stages. If we don't do this as soon as possible, they will only become more enraged as time passes. And 1 year later, it won't be strange if hordes of the beast race suddenly come and challenge me to a war. That would be very troublesome. However, I will try to persuade them, rather than make them face Orsted's scary face. I will bring Leo as my lawyer, and Orsted will be in charge of my home defense in the meantime. Thanks to my appearance, many of his strategic plays are going smoothly, so it looks like there won't be any problems for now.
Even though I say that, I don't have a magic teleportation circle in our office's basement that is connected to the Darudia village. The magic teleportation circle in our office's basement that leads to the Great Forest is quite a distance from Darudia village. Regarding that matter, it is time to request Perugius's help, and at the same time thank him for the matter with Aisha. It is possible that he knows about the abandoned transfer magic circle in the ancient ruins in the northern part of the Great Forest.
Part 2. When I came to greet him and ask for his assistance, Perugius was sitting on his throne surrounded by Silveril and his other 10 familiars as usual. One familiar is missing, but it is already well known that he dispatched one of his familiars to Ariel's palace as his ambassador.
So to the Great Forest, huh?
Is there any problem?
Nope.
Did you want to go there immediately? I think it is better if we move as soon as possible.
When I tell Perugius about my business in the Great Forest, he puts on a perplexed face, but that's only for a moment. He immediately gives a nod to my request. Does he really forgive me for using him as a substitute for a taxi? As I thought, Perugius-sama is really a generous person.
Even so, the holy beast, huh? That has made me remember unpleasant memories.
Perugius is looking at Leo. Somehow he made a complicated face. He should have known that the being I summoned was Holy Beast-sama, but this is their first meeting. Even when he is under Perugius's gaze, Leo is sitting still with a calm face. Rather, the one who is getting scared is Rinia. It looks like, even though she has already met him once with Aisha, she isn't quite used to Perugius's presence yet.
The other day, it seems my little sister gave you a little trouble.
I don't mind. She is a clever person, and I don't dislike such a person. It looks like Aisha was forgiven. While waving his hand, Perugius's expression looks like he is in a good mood. When I see that he really means it and doesn't have any ill intentions, it looks like Aisha was well accepted.
By the way, it seems like your daughter has already been born.
Yes. Did you hear that from Aisha?
Umu, isn't it a nice thing that it isn't a green-haired male?
I feel relieved that she isn't Laplace's reincarnation.
Hearing my answer, Perugius directs his smile at me.
Ho, did you already hear about the ancient dragon race reincarnating from Orsted?
Yes.
If that is the case, just remember this. If your son is Laplace's reincarnation, I will hunt him down to the bitter end. Saying that, Perugius smiled while baring his teeth at me.
Scary. As for me, I hope that won't happen. I am not sure about my current stance on Laplace, as I am not ready for such a matter. According to Orsted's story, he is the oldest surviving warrior from an ancient dragon race who continues a very, very long battle against Hitogami. If that is the case, as far as that matter is concerned, he is my ally. However, that is only as far as concerning how to defeat Hitogami. Aside from that, we are in different factions. As far as deceiving Ruijerd and being an enemy of Perugius is concerned, Laplace is my enemy.
If he is born as my son, I don't know how I would face such a problem. Well, it is not like I must worry too much about this matter. Where, when, and whom Laplace is reincarnated to, Orsted will definitely tell me when the time has come. Although my appearance caused a wide array of other possible futures, yeah, about Laplace's strong fate, I don't think I will have any influence on it. Perugius. Thinking about how you and I would be baring our fangs against each other, though. If Laplace is about to be reincarnated, it would be nice if you came here first to discuss that matter with us. After Perugius says that to comfort me, he stands up from his throne. He doesn't continue that discussion with me. But from his talk and that mood, it is not likely he would leave Laplace alone. There is a possibility that he would change from his usual kind manner and suddenly go for the kill. Well then, the preparation for this magic teleportation circle will take quite a while. In the meantime, you can rest in one of my castle's rooms.
After saying that, Perugius left his throne room. Part 3. It takes a while to prepare the magic teleportation circle. Thus, I went to greet Nanahoshi, but she wasn't in her usual room. I asked Yuruzu-san, who was walking down the corridor just now, where she was, and it seems that she is currently deep in the study of applications of magic teleportation circles. I hear that there are many important things that she needs to memorize. I believe that it is something that will need my cooperation, but for the time being, I will leave the homemade potato chips and the salted onigiri in her room. Her comfort food. After that, I moved to the private room that was assigned for us, and waited for the magic teleportation circle to be readied. Rinia's eyes glow brightly when she sees this ultra-wonderful room, and she immediately jumps into the soft and fluffy-looking sofa.
Huh. Putting boss aside, Aisha sure is fearless, nya. To be able to speak on equal ground with such a scary person, nya.
I don't know what kind of conversation happened between Aisha and Perugius, but I think Aisha hasn't caused any problems since Perugius isn't in a bad mood. But because Aisha would sometimes accidentally be blunt about her real intentions, I'm a little worried. There might be some kind of plotting behind the scenes. Rinia, he's not a peer. My position is below him. As for forgiving Aisha's somewhat impolite way of speech, it's because Perugia-sama is a very generous person. Is that so? Afraid of boss's boss? That dragon god person, perhaps? No, I haven't met him. He's very scary, right? He even made Cliff tremble in fear, nya. Shut it! No way that could be true! Because I'm unaffected by Orsted's curse, unlike you. As for this conversation, it will all be directly transmitted straight to Perugius. The tea or the dust cloth might contain a hidden camera. Seriously?
While we're having such a conversation, the time passes and Silveril appears with a somewhat sullen mood. As I thought, she heard our conversation. Since Perugia-sama is a very generous person, he truly considers Rudeus-sama one of his best friends. That word perfectly nailed me in my heart. Of course, I knew from her tone. This idiot cat just said something that isn't supposed to be said. Well, to think that Perugia-sama thinks of me as his friend is quite an honor. While I'm saying these flattering lines, though a bit blatant, Silveril's sullen mood isn't even fixed one bit.
Since the preparations are finished, please come with me. Because of Silveral's sullen mood, we are urged outside the room. With her as our guide, we move towards the Sky Castle's basement. We also use this dark labyrinth-like place when teleporting to the magic continent. There, in one of the rooms with dim lighting, stood two people, Perugius and Nanahoshi. In front of them, as usual, is a transfer magic circle carved there. But for some reason, the transfer magic circle isn't shining. It seems it isn't activated yet. While I was wondering what was wrong, Nanahoshi was standing nearby, carrying a magic crystal in each of her hands. She takes a deep breath.
The practical use is still the same as usual, but always follow the proper rules.
Yes.
Rudeus, step in here. If this fails, then please forgive me.
With a face filled with a tensed expression, Nanahoshi signals me to step into the magic circle. It seems that this time Nanahoshi will be the one who activates the magic circle. Guinea pig for practical class? I won't voice any complaints, since we were the ones that asked for help.
Silvaro, did you already give them the map?
I'm sorry, Master. I forgot about that matter.
With Perugius's words, Silveral takes a single piece of paper from her bosom and gives it to me. I take a look at the contents after received it from her. Confirming the position of the place, I see Dorudia Village is located at the edge of the map, and our current transfer point is in one of the ancient ruins. It will take around half a day to get to the Dorudia Village from our position. Perhaps because it is located in the forest, it seems pretty close. For now, I will try to show it to Renia.
If that's the case, it seems it is going to be okay. Nonetheless, it's already been 10 years since I went to that place, so it's better if I leave navigation to the local resident. I mean, Silveral-san. If Perugius hadn't mentioned the map, it looks as if he would have had no intention to give the map to me. That's not good. That's quite a dark personality. I'll tell on you to Perugius-sama. Well then, begin.
Yes.
Nanahoshi squats on the ground near the transfer magic circle with a magic crystal in both of her hands. She starts writing something on the ground with a brush.
Be prepared for the worst. You will only have a moment after the magic circle is activated. Once you get to the other side, take care of yourselves. Is that clear?
Yes.
While the process continued, I reflexively replied to Perugius's words. I guess it's a countermeasure against monster swarms. Oh, wait a minute. Could it be? Now is that time of the year? Ah, wait! Coincidentally, Renia also realizes it at the same time as me. However, by the time we noticed, Nanahoshi had already finished the preparations. On the ground where she wrote with a brush previously, she placed her magic crystals there. As soon as we said that, the magic circle that was only dimly lit before released a brilliant light, and my body is immediately sucked into the magic circle. Part 4. Whoop! By the time I noticed it, my body is already submerged in the water. I was soaked up to my stomach where I was standing on the magic teleportation circle. Instantly after that, the magic circle lost its brilliant light. Yeah, as I thought, it was the rainy season now.
While Renia is busy screaming like that, I'm carrying Leo. Leo is being carried like baggage. It's only natural. After all, his whole body would be underwater. It's regrettable, though. The box full of cake also got wet. The water temperature is cold.
If we didn't find somewhere dry soon, we would definitely catch a cold. Well, even the common cold could be cured immediately with detoxification magic. While I was looking for stairs to the upper level, I noticed the stairs going up were missing. If it was like that, then... I summoned a spirit of light to become our torch and searched around the room for stairs leading down. It looks like this room is the top floor of the structure, so it couldn't be completely flooded.
Boss, Nies, do something!
Keep your mouth shut and wait a moment.
As for now, it's better if we go to a higher place first. With the water level of this place, there should be no water at the area above here. While thinking that,
I created stairs on the surface of the wall with earth magic. I continue creating it till it reached the ceiling. After destroying it with magic, the ceiling became an exit. I went outside. Downpour of rain. Surveying the surrounding scenery, it is just huge trees after huge trees lined up one after another. Looking up, the sky is not visible due to the dense foliage. Below, the whole area is flooded by a stream of muddy water. It's like the scenery of an illusionary forest in the middle of a river. No doubt about it, this is the Great Forest. Currently, I'm standing on top of the ruins. Almost all of the ruin is submerged by the flood.
That was dangerous, Nya. What will we do after this, Nya? We didn't consider this season, Nya. Rinia also came up with Leo.
We could walk above the frozen water, or travel by creating a ship with magic.
Oh, as expected of boss, Nya.
But I don't know the way to Darudia in this rain.
Achishi, I also, with it being like this, don't know the way.
Yeah, after all, this ruin is submerged up to the top floor. The depth of water is about 5 meters. Anything that could be considered a landmark is likely submerged.
What do we do, Nya?
How about waiting till the end of the rainy season in this place?
After rainy season is finished, it's mating season, Nya. And then, Achishi, I may become of use, Nya.
I see. Mating season, huh? Rather than being at my house, I'm in the middle of traveling. There's a high chance I can't contain my urges. I might end up making a move with anyone as long as it's good. Oh, wait, how about going back to Sharia again? Then borrowing some magic item from Orsted?
One! And, just now, Leo barked. While stretching his chest, he is looking toward me. I guess he's trying to make some sort of request.
Is that true, Nya? As expected of Holy Beast Sama, Nya?
Leo barking, and Rinia responding to him. I'm glad that I brought Rinia along. As I thought, Bao and Gal is necessary.
Rinia? He said, I know the way to the village. Just prepare the ship, Nya.
Oh, I see. As expected of Holy Beast Sama. While thinking that, I made a ship with earth magic. Because I created it with the magic arts, the amount of magical power used for it is quite massive. But while I made it as durable as possible, I also made its weight as light as possible. So that it could maintain its durability, I shaped it like a honeycomb. I trapped some air in the hollowed part inside so it will have more buoyancy when we ride it. While considering that factor, the ship is finally completed after an hour. It's shaped like a clumsily made square raft. Well, it's floating well, and the driving force is by magical power, so there won't be any problem. All right, let's go!
Rinia? Thus, is this thing really safe, Nya? Is your magical power enough, Nya? It won't sink in the middle of the journey, Nyite.
The chance for that is impossible, and we will take a rest on the top of the trees on the way to the village.
While saying that, I hopped onto the raft. It's a little unstable, but that could easily be fixed in the middle of the journey.
I feel rather uneasy, Nya. One. Boss, go in that direction.
Okay, well then, let's advance. I began to propel the raft by manipulating the current in the direction Holy Beast Sama Leo pointed. Part 5. 2 days later, we arrived at Darudia village. The distance wasn't that far actually, but we were getting attacked by monsters from the water along the way, so we got a bit lost. The good thing was that Millis Holy Sword Road isn't washed away by the flood. If it was also washed away, then maybe we would have been stranded along the way for another 10 days.
Dordia village. The villagers immediately went into an uproar when they saw us. Warriors gathered with a walla walla as if we stirred a beehive. Everyone is armed.
It's a man from the human race.
Don't tell me he's kidnapped? Ah, come to think of it, 10 years ago there was a kidnapping spree incident.
As the raft got closer and closer, the village warriors became more and more vigilant. Their atmosphere seemed to indicate that if we continue approaching them, they will immediately restrain us without question.
What should we do now? If they capture us, they'll just toss us into prison in our most majestic outfits.
Her birthday suits. While I was feeling uneasy, Rinia stood up.
Rinia. Geese Dedirudia's daughter, Rinia Dedirudia, has returned, nya.
Hey. When Rinia said her name, the village warriors suddenly became stiff. And after looking intently at Rinia's face, they simultaneously began sniffing. It's true. She is related. That girl, she's already this big. 12? Or has it been already 13 years?
My chest now is filled with the nostalgic atmosphere. I think it's okay to feel relieved now. But instantly after I was thinking that...
You! I heard about you from Persona. Becoming a whatever merchant. Fulfill your duty to the village!
Such jeering came flying around.
As I thought. Boss, turn back the ship. Please turn back, nya.
Ignoring what Rinia said, I continue to drive the ship into Darudia Village. Part 6. Darudia Village is just like before. Nothing has changed in any way. Typical of a secluded area, outsiders will definitely be facing a strong oppression. Although, this time I took the initiative by bringing Rinia along. For some reason, many of them also remembered me. I came to this village 10 years ago. The children from that time have already enlisted as the village warrior corps. They remembered me as soon as they caught my scent. Among the veteran warriors, there are also people who I remember. For example, the person who poured cold water on me. That person, in these 10 years, after giving birth to 5 children, returned to her post as a warrior again. Somehow she is a hard-working person. They're welcoming me. Rinia, on the other hand, is receiving bashing from them. Though she is the patriarch's daughter, she has abandoned her duty. She is a shame of the family. Rinia, who is hiding behind me, is becoming smaller and smaller. With tears in her eyes, she is whispering in a low voice, "This is why I didn't want to come along, Nia." Of course, you reap what you sow. While the villagers were bashing Rinia, a sudden growling sound could be heard from below. The wet holy beast-sama shook his body to dry his fur, which suddenly caused everyone's focus to converge on him. Warrior. Rather than Rinia, look, it's holy beast-sama. Warrior. That's right, he has returned at last. Warrior. Where the heck was he for the past year? After that, as the one who stole him, I explained the story for them. Where he was living, how he was summoned. While my explanation dragged on, gradually some started to look at me like some unknown creature, saying, "No way, he left with his companion?" While others began to look at me suspiciously. Ooh, somehow this is kinda nostalgic. Then someone said, "Come to think of it, 10 years ago, Holy Beast-sama was really attached to this guy. And after that, someone proposed that I stole him. It's looking like I might be thrown into the prison again." The moment I thought that, 2 loud voices rang out from the crowd.
All of you, be quiet, nya.
Be quiet.
The ones who appeared are 2 female warriors. I remember those faces. They're the daughters of the beast race that I saved before. It's Minitona and Terracena. These 2, while acting like their leaders and calming down our surroundings, stepped in front of me. Minitona. There isn't any meaning speaking in this place.
Terracena. The chief will listen to the story in his house. Open the way.
And, just like that, I'm taken to Gaius's house for interrogation. Part 7. Gaius had become the village chief. Seriously injured in the battle against a monster during the rainy season a few years ago, the former village chief Gustav retired. Now, after he entrusted the village to Gaius, Gustav is spending his time leisurely in another settlement.
Maybe because he's become the village chief, for some reason I could see some kind of dignity from Gaius. Compared to our previous meeting, he's become fairly calm now. In this case, the chance of being falsely accused is 0. I was relieved. As I passed him some smoked meat I brought from Sharia, I began to explain my situation. How I was waging a war against a powerful enemy. How to combat that powerful enemy without any distraction, I summoned a being that could act as my family's guardian. And then, how the one that appeared was the Holy Beast Sama. After he finished listening to my story, Gaius had a bitter face.
Too absurd. That's too unbelievable of a story.
I bet it was. When Leo the Holy Beast appeared from the magic circle, I was surprised myself.
Wafu? But Holy Beast Sama, even with that reason.
I don't know what he just said. The Holy Beast Sama was sitting quietly beside me. Undoubtedly, he spoke to protect me.
Huh. Oh, the Holy Beast Sama just said that it's because the meals in your house are so delicious? Is that true?
Hey?
I'm just joking. He said that there is a mission to accomplish, and that is to protect your daughter.
After he said that, Gaius sighed. Gaius now can tell jokes. Even so, my daughter, Lucy. No, I guess it was Lara. Leo is more attached to Lara than to Lucy. From what I've seen, he almost never left Lara alone in her baby bed. Orsted also said, it looks like Lara is special.
Oh, fate, is it?
Facing each other, Guys and Leo talking about something. However, because of Leo's Wan language, I don't know what they're actually speaking about.
Rinya, please could you translate what they're actually talking about?
Okay, Nya.
Listening to their conversation, Rinya, who was seated on my right, began translating.
Indeed, 100 years after Holy Beast Sama's birth, assisting the person who will save the world, that's still handed down in our tradition.
Juan? And what is the Darudia tribe's mission? Indeed, that is the Darudia tribe's mission. Until the Savior appears, it's our duty to look after Holy Beast Sama. Wafun! Now I found it, Nya. This person's daughter is the Savior. Indeed, I guess that is the reason. But this is unprecedented. To think that the Savior's father is the one who summoned the Holy Beast Sama and had him protect the baby?
So it appears that inside Renia's mind, the Holy Beast is using Wagahai to refer to himself. Somehow that's made me remember about a certain muscular demon king. Even so, to think that my daughter is the savior. Lara, who has that brazen face, is the savior. Come to think of it, Orsted also said something about that. I see. Now I don't feel that young anymore. It looks like I'll have to start teaching Lara from a young age. She will be the only child that will be learning about my secret arts directly from me.
One. Well then, according to the tradition, before she would reach adulthood, if the savior would die, what would happen?
According to the legend, if the savior dies, the sacred tree will wither, and Holy Beast Sama will die in that weakened state.
And our savior is being targeted! Did you want to kill me?
I never meant it that way.
Lafu! In that case, I think there isn't any problems anymore regarding this.
Somehow, Guys is showing a bitter face. Then, as if he was repeating some morning prayer saying Nori Nori, he glared at Rinia, who was translating. Instantly, Rinia curled up and hid herself behind me. Don't be like that. I asked you to translate for me. Don't give me some funny translation. I'm prepared to face the punishment for my crime. I'm the only one who should receive it.
Brinya, is what Holy Beast-sama saying true?
NEET, yes. It's true that Holy Beast-sama, towards Rudeus's second daughter, is very concerned about her and always protecting her.
For Rinia to use Keigo? How rare. This delinquent daughter left in Sharia must be very scared of her father.
A daughter of the human race. It's only been 20 years since Holy Beast-sama was born. I thought there were 80 more years to go, but...
The daughter is half human and half magic race. Therefore, I think that she will live for quite a long time, Nya.
So that's it. I see. If she has a magic race lineage, the possibility for that is quite high.
After hearing that fact, Gaius clapped his hands together. It looks like he's become quite a thoughtful person in these past 10 years.
The Gaius from 10 years ago gave me the impression of a reckless youngster who never used his head. But he seems to have matured and calmed down now. I wonder if this is a characteristic of the beast race, that after becoming 30, their manners becomes calmer.
For a magic race to be the savior is impossible, Nya.
He said that Holy Beast-sama was summoned using magic. Then he must be being deceived by some strange magic.
Terracina and Minatona. Somehow, they ended up like the old Gaius. It's really funny when I remember how they were in the old days, giving me their gratitude for saving them. Is this also a characteristic of the beast race?
Though it's low, there is also that possibility. Supposing that is the case, Rudeus Dono would not have come to our village. I suppose we should overlook this case.
Is that so?
Honestly, I'm sorry. To think that they would understand my situation and overlook this case. Please, forgive me. About this Holy Beast-sama matter, as for now, I think it's okay.
Really?
If Holy Beast-sama is the one to decree it, we will obey.
Waffle? Putting his head on my lap, Leo was facing me with an expression that said, "That's only natural." I pat him in reflex, and from his face, he seems to like it. Terracina and Minatona making a "what's with that" kind of face. They don't understand. Even so, if Holy Beast-sama said okay, then it's okay.
However, Rudeus Dono, that's for the time being, isn't it? Then, about 15 years later, when your second daughter reaches adulthood, please bring her here. Following our tradition, she must complete the ritual in the sacred tree. I understand that the trip will take a year, but please let us do our duty.
I understand. So it's a ritual. I don't know what kind of ceremony it is, but I guess it is something for formality. Let's not forget about this promise. 15 years from now, let's return to the Darudia village with Lara for her coming-of-age ceremony. In order for me to not forget this future appointment, let's write this in the diary. Leo's matter is already taken care of, at least for now. Somehow it's been resolved easily. I sighed and felt relieved. Gaius also relaxed his tense posture.
And Rinia, the Dora cat. Why are you living in Rudeus's house?
That's right. This fellow was trying to start her own business, but she borrowed... Listen to my wonderful story, Nya!
Interrupting what I was saying, Rinia suddenly started telling her own story.
After parting with Prasenna, I was thinking of starting a new business, Nya. Then on a certain day, I received a divine revelation from the sky. After I had followed that revelation, I arrived at Magic City Sharia, and what I found is that Holy Beast-sama was hidden in there. And then I knew, this is it, Nya!
Because of this, I got a revelation to visit this city again. For the sake of looking for Holy Beast-sama, the heavens gave me such a revelation.
Amazing. How dare she shamelessly blurt out such bold lies? Perhaps she'd been planning this and she heard about the trip.
I see.
Yeah, boss, don't say the true reason.
And now she is working hard in my house in order to pay her debt.
That. I wonder if she is Rudeus Dono's slave. That's the truth, but I never treat her like a slave. She's a friend that needs rehabilitation.
No, it doesn't matter. To throw away her money-making mission and finally doing her duty, I feel indebted toward you, Rudeus Dono. You're my family's hero. Please, do anything you want to me, whether it be to boil or grill me.
Dad, wait a minute. Isn't that a little cruel? Shishi. However, it was only a little trouble. Soon I will be transformed into a noble to comfort your worry no matter what.
If I remember correctly, Rudeus Dono has been a man full of vitality since he was very young. Mating season will begin very soon. At that time, please use Renia to your liking.
Yeah! Dad, what do you think your daughter's chastity is?
Shut up! If you're a Doria race, return the favor with your body.
I understand, Nya. Shishi, I'm a bad kid, Nya.
Anyway, now that Holy Beast-sama has become like this, someone must act as his caretaker. Don't you agree? We already don't have anything to pay Renia's debt, so please, take her back with you.
Understood. However, with just Renia alone, it will cause anxiety on our side. So take another one. Well, please choose Minitona or Terracena to take back as an official caretaker for Holy Beast-sama.
Boss, so you were really agreeing, Nyat, and really wished for that, Nya. I'm the one who will go, Nya!
No, it will be me.
That person will be me. My sword skill is good. My head is also good, Nya.
That's a lie. When we're commuting to Windport School, my result is better.
So that's it. These two's rivalry is just like Renia and Persina's years ago. So selfish. Come to think of it. Where is Persina? Has she not come back yet?
The moment he heard that, Geis's face looked distressed. Afterwards, we were guided to a building located at the edge of the village. For me, it's a memorable old building. I really missed this one building. I mean, I also lived here for a period of time. It's good and a very comfortable one. In short, it is a prison. It looks like Renia has had some bad experiences with this building, as she didn't want to come in. There, Persina, in a particularly sultry display, was lying down on the bed. Her sex appeal hadn't disappeared yet. Thin shirt and hot pants. Dressing like that, facing away from the iron bars, she thrust her hand inside her pants and scratches the base of her tail while munching on something.
Hey, Persona, wake up!
I can't eat anymore.
It's time for your meal.
And, while her body is twitching and trembling, she raised her body.
Raw? I don't smell a meal.
Persena, a visitor for you. Persena, inside the cell, has a blank look on her face. However, when she saw my appearance, she immediately leaps at the iron bars.
Persina. She was desperate and frantic.
Boss! It's not what it seems! I'm innocent! Please help me!
I was taken aback when I saw Persina screaming as she grabbed the iron bars. Looking at her, Gaius let out a deep sigh.
Volume 19, Chapter 9, Dried Meat Murder Incident, Part 1. This incident happened 10 days ago. It took place in Darudia village during the rainy season. The cause is the reinforced lizard dried meat stored in the village warehouse. Someone murdered it. That was what I wanted to say. It was eaten by someone. Because of the seriousness of this case, the Darudia warrior tribe immediately began their investigation. And the investigation result is one suspect found, a female warrior, Persina Adarudia. She returned to Darudia village just a half-year ago. She is the daughter of Adarudia tribe's chief. Being the top scorer among her graduates in the Magic University Wanoa, she brought back excellent results to her village.
I fulfilled my mission and came back as a candidate for village chief. Rinia is the lost cat nano.
And she talked about what happened in her years in Sharia. Immediately after that, she joined the warrior group of the Darudia tribe. This village head said she is in the first list of candidates both in D-Darudia and Adarudia. Her name has soared high in the Darudia village.
But it's not something that she could easily get used to. To become village chief, she must serve as warrior chief until the previous village chief retires. In addition, she must show ability befitting of someone who can lead others and gain trust from her warrior subordinates. Persina has enough ability and experience leading others, so she is actually already a fine warrior chief. Usually before entering the warrior group, one needs to go on a journey to see the world. Persina was already away from her village for more than 10 years, but she still lacks experience with the warrior group. With that said, the current village chief Guys provided her with a training period. She will work and study inside the village. As a warrior chief, she must remember her group members' faces and odor, then someday become village chief. That is how the original plan was. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that it's an elite course. Persina, by using her advanced healing magic to the fullest, she gained the warrior's trust in an instant. It seems Guys also determined that she passed his test. After this rainy season, it would have been time to pick a son-in-law, assuming the warrior chief declared that she wanted it. Then, that incident happened.
The day that incident happened, around midnight of that day, Persina was on duty to guard the warehouse. In the warehouse, there was a large amount of preserved food stored for the rainy season. Every night, it's guarded by a team consisting of 2 people. And the one who was paired with her that night was Kanolna, a warrior from the Adarudia tribe. That day, Kanolna's body condition was a little bad. She was wounded the previous day when she was repelling the demonic beasts that attacked the village, and that injury had an after effect to her body even after it was already healed. She said herself that this wasn't that important, but the testimony said when it was time for the shift change, her face was already blue-colored. Like that, Persina was opposing her to attend to her duty and gave her an order as warrior chief. Go back to your home and take a rest. I will take responsibility in your place. Following her order, Kanolna decided that it was better for her to go back to her room and sleep. She intended to only sleep for a bit, but maybe because of her body's instinct to heal her injury, Kanolna slept soundly. Then, early morning of the next day, when it was time for the guards to switch, one person arrived at the warehouse. But when he came, no one was keeping watch in front of the warehouse. Not feeling confident, he tried to peek inside the warehouse. The food in that place was eaten by someone. With some trace of meat around her mouth, Persina was sleeping in the warehouse with a full stomach. Caught red-handed, Persina was immediately arrested. In Darudia village, stealing food during the rainy season is a felony. The warrior's evaluation of her took a 180-degree turn. She was forced to resign from her position as warrior chief. Naturally, she also won't become village chief. This is why she was thrown into the jail. However, the main suspect, Persina, said,
"That fucking rascal, Nano? Boss, please, Nano. Please catch the true culprit. Surely there was someone that didn't want me to become the village chief. Minotona and Terracena are the most suspicious ones." That alone is already strange. If I was the culprit, I wouldn't do something like this to my target. It was very obvious that after sending Kanalna back to her room, you immediately ate small portions of the meats.
Persena kept claiming that she was innocent. I also had some experience in it myself. My first impression of people from the beast race is that they're easy to give a false charge. It is one of their forte. If she really isn't the one who did that, then I will help her. With that in mind, I try to do a little investigation. Part 2. Darudia Village. The village where the Adarudia tribe and Dedarudia tribe live in harmony. To raise Holy Beast Sama, many village warriors attend to him to protect him. So that they won't be short in power, many children are reared, and the married people usually have many children. Now they're a very large family, numbering about 500 heads, and they live above the trees. With a stream of muddy water outside during rainy season, their houses look like islands. The chance that the culprit is an outsider is almost none. If it was, then it's someone who can move like me, and many more difficult ideas come to my brain. The main suspect, Persena, said that inside the village, the line of men who want to mate with her is long. Then I immediately get my assistant Yasu and my helping inspector Geis. I began to collect evidence from the testimonies of people that were involved in this incident.
This mean, Yasu, it's time to go!
Who is Yasu, nya?
It's you, Rinia. Now I will call you Yasu, a certain assistant from a certain country.
Oh, so that's it.
Inspector Guys also didn't say anything, thinking that this is useless, but now is the time to move. Part 3. First testimony. The one who found her in the morning, Warrior Gimmel.
Are you the first person who found her?
Yes.
When I saw this youth, I got some sense of déjà vu. Somehow I got the feeling that I saw him somewhere before. So I asked, Gimmel, ask, event from the past.
Have we met somewhere before?
Yes. 10 years ago, when I fell into the water, you're the one who helped me. Ah, I see. 10 years ago. Come to think of it, during the rainy season, I, together with Ruijerd, helped a kid. At that time, the boy waved his tail. So nostalgic. Well, let's put that aside in the meantime. Now, back to our incident. At the site of the crime 10 days ago, what did Persena look like when she was found? Let's see. The box of dried meat was opened. Persena was sleeping while she was leaning on them, facing the door, and she said, "I can't eat anymore," happily with her bulging stomach. The scene at that time, somehow I could perfectly imagine it, just like he said.
In other words, there were practically no eyewitnesses that saw whether Persena had really eaten the dried meat or not, right?
Yes, but there was some meat left in between Persena's teeth. And from the half-eaten meat that was scattered around that place, Persena's saliva smell could be detected. Darudia's unique way for carrying out their investigation. This incident, just by the smell alone, it could be easily resolved. They really have absolute confidence in their own noses. With that as their weapon, it's become... The saliva smell has been detected, and that's already become more than enough evidence. But that kind of investigation process is full of holes.
Though Persena's belly looked like she was full, but there is a chance that inside her belly there was only air that was trapped and blocked, isn't there?
No. From her burp, I could smell the dried lizard meat from it. I have no doubt about it. She was the one who ate it herself. There was no hole. From the smell that came from inside of her stomach, it's almost certain that Persena is the one who ate the meat. We can bisect her with a large pair of scissors and look directly inside of her stomach, but I don't want to use this kind of method as much as possible. Is there really nothing else inside? For example, something like footprints of someone else other than Persena? Whether it's footprints, smell, or hairs, nothing else was there. I see. At least the true culprit is doing his job perfectly. Part 4. Testimony of Persena's partner that night, Kanalna-san. Kanalna-san, on your day of duty, how was Persena's appearance?
Yes, she was repeatedly saying, I didn't eat anything since morning. So hungry, Nano. It looks like Persina was very hungry that day. But this fact is very odd. The Persina that I know, she was always eating meat, whether it was mealtime or not. Dried meat, smoked meat, and occasionally raw meat. To think that kind of girl did not eat anything? What is the true culprit's aim?
I wonder, why didn't she eat anything? When the warriors were fighting against the demon invasion the day before, quite a number of warriors were injured.
The report says that too, that the day before the incident, a large number of demons appeared. There were no civilians wounded by that large-scale attack, but I heard many of the warrior group were injured. Huh.
Because Persina is the only advanced healing magician in this village, she was running around to several places, going back and forth to treat the injured warriors. And in the end, her magical power was running out. Persina's magical power was running out. I have also experienced it. Running out of magical power, then losing consciousness, and not being able to even wake up for half a day. In Persina's case, she did not faint. She must keep her consciousness for her duty time. Just like that, she, without drinking or eating, carried on doing her duty as she was.
Did she eat something? She has a choice to do that, right?
That's the rule.
Basically, in Darudia Village during rainy season, eating snacks outside of mealtime is prohibited. The stored food absolutely must be enough for 3 months, so there is a very strict management on it.
Persina can take a rest when she is on duty? There is an option like that, right?
Because the number of demons that attacked the previous day was the most we had. Quite a few warriors were already on bed rest. We didn't have enough hands. I also advised her to take a break from duty and rest. But she said, I only feel a little hungry.
I see. To become village chief, she was filled with a sense of duty. That's admirable. If it was the me from the old days, I would have made this and that reason to take a rest.
And that led to this incident.
Yes, even now. At least it would have been fine if she was eating something while on duty. After hearing that, taking that situation into consideration, I feel that I got some leads to this case. No, Persina insisting that she wasn't the one who ate the dried meat. Part 5. Yasu's opinion. Yasu, after hearing those stories just now, what do you think? For the time being, I will listen to my assistant's opinion. She is Persina's friend.
That girl, I think she is the culprit, nya. Since a long time ago, whenever she felt hungry, Persuna has a habit of snatching food from her surroundings. When we were still enrolled in school, she often snatched my fish and dried meat, nya.
Yeah, there is a criminal record. Part 6. Thus, after listening to the full story, I found that someone's testimony was really strange. Luckily, there is only one person who is lying, and I know who it is. And that would be Persina. Yes, it's Persina. That girl, she just did not confess her actions until the very end, still saying that someone hit her from behind. Let's return to Persina's room once again and hear her story. Persina, if you truly didn't do it, look in my eyes and say it.
It's true, no, boss. Please believe me.
Persona put her hands together, and her eyes are sparkling. However, her tail is moving in a dubious way. Let's trick her a little.
Before I leave, it's possible for me to become your advocate in this village. As expected of boss! But if it's found out after I leave this village that you have lied to me, then I won't let you eat meat for a year as punishment. Of course that's true to know. But swear to God? Swear to?
Persina's eyes are swimming from left to right. This guy is suspicious. This is
It's the eyes of a liar. Listen, I absolutely won't forgive anyone who insults my god. Do you really swear by the name of my god? I move my hands across the iron bar and grip Persina's head firmly. Let's listen to her answer while looking at her eyes. Persina should already know the thing about me being a devout man. Her face's color suddenly becomes ghastly pale. Her body is trembling. While trying to hide her crotch with her tail, she is trying to grasp forward with both her hands. Now what are your words?
Persina Adarudia, defeated and trembling. I was the culprit. Case closed. Part 7. The incident was resolved. The culprit is, of course, Persina Adarudia. She didn't admit her crime, not until an outsider made her confess her crime, and her punishment will be left to that person. This rascal.
But is she as tempted by the evil meat? Maybe she is also one of the victims. Guy-san, sorry for troubling you.
It's nothing. But is it really okay with Pusina?
Guys, having seen this series of events and listening to my conclusion, is amazed. So what do you want to talk about?
The talk about the one person that will go as the caretaker of Holy Beast Sama from our village. The look on his face seemed to say, please, by all means.
No, that would be more than is necessary. Of course I do not need one. More than this, the number of big-breasted women around me will be increased. That will only raise the suspicion of me cheating. Generally, I want someone such as Roxy and Sylphie, but I don't need the stupid ones. After all, the simple Persina is an angel factor to increase the number of excuses. Eris will be happy.
Is that so? However, who you will bring between Minitona and Terusena?
No. Aren't those two already village chief candidates? Better to take a somewhat different person.
While talking with Gaius, we're walking out of the jail. Wait, Nano! Boss, don't leave me behind, Nano! My time to rise, Nano! I wanted it! I don't want to live without meat, Nano! We ignored the wailing voice that came from behind us.
And Rinia, that was waiting for us outside, the first time she goes inside, she is laughing very hard. Apparently, she also experienced this a long time ago, trapped in the nude here. Remembering those humiliating times, she refused to come in with an unpleasant face.
Ew, Persina, you look so terrible, nya.
Rinia, I smelled your odor some time ago. Why are you here? Before I was aware of it, Rinia put her sunglasses on, the one that she usually uses at work, to hide her dollar-shaped eyes.
Why? Foo-foo, I yonder why.
While saying so, Rinia pushed my hand and pressed it against her chest.
No way, Rinia and Boss?
Persina leaned her nose toward our position and sniffed. Suddenly, her face shivered. One end of Rinia's lips is grinning. That's a devilish smile.
Well, yeah. When I recall that passionate night, yeah, I was sleeping in the bedroom, Boss carrying me like a new bride. I can't say more than this, Mia. However, that day, I was crying a lot in front of Boss, Mia.
Ribs? What a violent copulation, Nano.
So it was her first night with Eris. While she was sleeping, she was strangled by Eris. I, Leo, and Rinia were all done in by Eris's power. The next morning, it looks like with a half-crying face, Rinia begged Sylphie to apply healing magic on her. Regarding that she isn't crying yet,
Rinia became Boss's wife?
No,
not his bride, but something similar to his slave, Nya.
Slave? Covering her mouth with both of her hands, Persena's face is turned red. Slave. It's not that wrong either.
Well, my position is considerably good, Nya. Though a slave, I'm entrusted with some works. Now I have 50 subordinates under me, Nya. Similar to Persona, but I'm not thrown into prison and received boss's affection. But I wonder if Darudia Village's chief position is as good as that, Nya. So, Persona, don't regret Nya's experience. Loud laughter is echoing inside the prison.
Renia! Gasha sound could be heard, Persina with a bright red face shaking the iron bars. But after a little while, her hands gradually lost power. Being powerless, Persina could only kneel on the floor.
This is too much, Nano. That day was really busy. I didn't eat anything from morning. I want to eat too. At most, I only ate the same amount of one meal. In that case, it could be replaced with the demon that I defeated. It should be more than enough to compensate Nano.
Inside the cell, she continued her weeping and lamenting. And Renia immediately left from my side.
I'm satisfied now, Nya. Such an awful fellow. But I think Persina's actions are also justified.
According to the story that I heard, the demon attack happened from early morning until over midnight and caused huge damage, and that happened right on her watch duty day. For the healing magician Persona, that took a big toll on her. She broke a village rule. Even if she is warrior chief and soon to be village chief, it's still unavoidable.
Boss, father, I have a request, Nya.
She bowed. It's a 45-degree bow.
Persina, I want her to become Holy Beast Sama's caretaker, Nya. I want to give her a chance, Nya. 5 years from now. No, 10 years from now. If Persina does a good job as Holy Beast Sama's caretaker, completed her duty properly, then bring Boss's daughter back to undergo her ceremony, I wish her crime this time is forgiven, Nya.
After experiencing school life, she isn't talking through muscle again. Renia herself abandoned her duty and became a merchant. But as for my own feelings, because of her great effort, I want her to be rewarded for that. Gia-san, can I also make a request?
I see. That's a good idea.
Renia! Persina! Fulfill your duty perfectly. Understand?
Yes, Nya. Yes, Nano.
As I thought, these two act better when they're together. Part 8. We're returning via Holy Sword Highway by raft. After we arrived at the stone monument mark, I blew the whistle to summon Arumanfi. Then, by using the Sky Fortress, we returned to Sharia.
I really missed this place, Nano. Once I'm the summit of this city, I didn't think that I would back to this city again.
Persona, I forgot to say something, Nano.
What, Nano? Just a while ago, I'm feeling a strong emotion, Nano, so make it brief.
I need a little help, therefore. Will you become my servant for a while?
Huh?
As Renia's servant. Volume 19, Chapter 10. Next Battle. Part 1. Chirping sound of the birds, just like the cry of a sparrow. Hearing that, I open my eyes.
Is it already morning?
I stretched my body as strong as I could, which caused a crisp sound around my back. Then after yawning, I get up. Looking next to me, it is a girl with her blue-colored hair sparkling under the light of the morning sun. It's Roxy, or should I say, God. And a bit further next to her lied a blue-haired baby.
child of a goddess and a man, Perseus. Rather, it's my daughter Lara. Next to her, under the bed, rounded like a silver ball, is Leo, the holy beast. Now that he's formally stationed here, he has become more willful. Perhaps with how Rinia and Persuna grovel before him also had an effect. Originally, I thought he was just rather attached to Lara. But Lara is the savior. It was so shocking, though I was starting to suspect it. Maybe my children are special? There is some part in me that's proud, but let's not show that too much, since acting like that is the same as attaching superior or inferior label to the children.
Good morning, Rudy.
Roxy woke up. While rubbing her sleepy eyes, she raised her body. Her chest, that got bigger because of her pregnancy, is showing itself under the sunshine.
Regrettably, if it's looked at with evil eyes, the eyes will get smashed. But oh my, eyes are attracted to the evil at that place. Oh God, please help this poor soul.
Why is Lara? Rudy, are you the one who brought her?
Roxy, with half-asleep eyes, looking at me and her daughter beside her. Tilting her head, she is gently brushing Lara's silky hair. Don't remember that yesterday you brought her yourself?
Ara? Yesterday, after our blazing night, we fell asleep until suddenly, Lara, who usually doesn't cry at night, began crying. Roxy left the bedroom with a half-asleep face, with an unstable way of walking, brought Lara to the bedroom, changed her diaper, and fed her with milk. After she lulled Lara to sleep, she began to sleep. As for Leo, he followed Lara to the bedroom, of course. Well, it's fine even if she didn't remember it. Remained with her still sleepy face, Roxy yawned once.
I will do my usual morning training.
Is that so? Then I will sleep a little longer with Lara since today is a holiday.
While saying that, Roxy fell to the bed again. Yes, good night.
Good night.
Instantly, I could hear Roxy's sleeping sound. Then I left the bedroom. After changing my clothes, I go out into the hallway.
Suddenly, I got a sudden thought. I opened Sylphie's bedroom door. Sylphie is still sleeping. Together with Lucy, it looks like they're enjoying sleeping together. For the time being, Lucy was given her own room, though sometimes Sylphie also accompanies her. Once in a while, I think it's good for parents and their child to sleep together in the same bedroom, forming the kanji for river. But nothing can be done to my strong sexual desire. Since we're sleeping together, we must do something about that. We must act with discretion in front of the children. We can't be too open when showing our passionate nights.
Anyway, I'm satisfied being blessed with this wonderful scene. Then I closed the door again. Next, I peeked in Eris's room.
Looking at Eris in the early morning, I wonder what is going to happen.
Ugh. When I think that, I saw a poor soul on the bed. Pressing her face with both hands, she is trembling a little. Though she has huge breasts, her hair isn't red. She has dog ears and a tail. Her eyes usually always look sleepy, but somehow it's a little watery today.
Oh, boss. Good morning, Nano.
It's Persona. After that event at Darudia Village, she followed us coming back to the magic city Sharia. When Persona came, there was only one person who was very delighted. It was Eris. She was looking at Persona with her tongue out and said, "This child is quite cute." Looking at her, Rinia trembled with fear, while Persona was the opposite.
As expected of me, Nano. Even Boss's wife is pleased meeting with me for the first time.
She pushed out her huge chest and looked at Rinia's face. The moment Rinia saw Persona's attitude, flash, her eyes flashed and she started flattering her.
Yeah, that's amazing, yeah.
To think that you could please and be patted by the mad sword king over there, as expected of Persina, nya. I always want her to do that to me, nya.
Oof, that's impossible for Renia, Nano.
Persina got carried away. She approached Eris while her tail was waving, her ears brushed gently, and her tail got praised. That's a little excessive to be called skinship, but I guess because she is from the dog race. Therefore, she muttered while giving a sidelong glance to her frilly tail. I'm a sinful woman, Nano. Even Boss's wife is completely captivated by my charm. Looking at her, I could only give her a bitter smile. Usually I would get annoyed, but I can't help but to put a bitter smile toward the scene that happened before me. Looking at Persina's attitude, Eris eagerly stepped on further.
Since I guess sleeping alone will be lonely, we will sleep together once in a while. And here came the proposal. As for Persina's consent toward this proposal, this was only a matter of time before the junior surpasses the senior, Nano. She agreed. Realizing that, Renia gave a nishishishi laugh at Persina, who would be spending her nights with Eris periodically. And after getting 1 or 2 broken bones from Eris's maximum-powered hug, that really is a sad sight.
Ooh, my breasts hurt.
To Persina, who looked like she was in great pain, I applied healing magic on her. Her breasts are still as big as usual, but there was no problem. After I spent a night with Roxy, today I'm a sage.
I'm saved.
While receiving thanks from Persina, I went off to the first floor. I went into the entranceway without changing my clothes, then grabbed the wooden sword that was strapped beside the front door. Then it appeared. Before the front door, Eris is standing like a Neo statue, folding her arms and opening her legs at shoulder width. Her big stomach has become more stretched out. As if she were a gate guardian, she stood before the front gate.
Eris, good morning. Today, Eris is also in high spirits. I realized that after looking at her face. I guess it was because she was comfortable with hugging Persina all night long. Renia and Persina. Currently, those two are renting a residence which is close to the Rudeus mercenary office, similar to Cliff's large apartment. Also, since those two are best friends, they agreed to share their room together. Once it was dusk, those two will come alternatively to see Leo and accompany him to take a stroll. But they only do their official duty, since being stationed permanently at my house, it won't be amusing if that caused discord with my family members. So it's good. As for Eris, those two are alternately invited to her room as her hugging pillow. Renia is somehow always trying to escape from that, but she can't escape from Eris. At least one of them is free of debt. When I see the faces of one of those two as they disappear into Eris's room, I somehow feel a little jealous. I also want to get invited into her room once in a while. I'm also a member of Eris's harem, so it's very reasonable that I want her compassion, love. Well, I guess I could embrace her again after she's given birth. Ara? Isn't something reversed? It's strange. Normally I'm the center of this house, or so I thought. Well, that's fine anyway.
By the way, what is his name?
I'm still thinking of his name. As I thought, it must be heroic.
Thinking about that this early in the morning? And when I'm about to go out? I think that she is like a watchdog. A heroic name, huh? I guess it was a good name if it was a boy.
Such as Ars, or Aldebaran, or Karuman?
Wait a minute. Let's do something about those names that are too heroic. Everyone, did they really want the name of the past hero? Well, I'm fine with any name. However, it must not be a very old name, so he won't become a target of bullying, I guess.
Rudeus, any ideas?
I think for a girl name, such as Alice or Fran, that's a pretty name, and it's quite good, I wonder.
It's a boy. Why did you think of a girl name?
Eris is seriously pondering about it.
If the one that's born is a girl, she will become a poor girl with a boy's name.
It's absolutely a boy!
Eris goes into her soon mode and turned her face to the side.
Well then, at least there won't be a problem thinking about a girl or a boy name, such as Maki or Kaoru. Nope, those aren't names on this side. Well, we can still think about this matter until the first month of the year. Then I'm going inside first.
Have a nice time.
Recently, Eris doesn't do her usual swinging practice. Now, her pregnancy is entering its 6th month. It looks like she is aware of that as a pregnant woman, or merely acting based on her instinct. She doesn't have a strong motherly feeling, but no matter what, she will still give birth to her child. While thinking about this and that, I started my morning training. Part 2. By the way, at breakfast time, all the family members gather together. Aisha and Lilia are the waitresses. Zenith sits on a chair and immerses herself in thought. Sitting next to her is Norn. Since I'm rarely at home, we often miss each other. Next to Norn is Lucy, sitting in her chair quietly while her legs are flapping around. And next to her is Sylphie, telling Lucy to not do that. On the other side of the table is Roxy, with her eyes that are still sleepy, giving breast milk to Lara. Just like her mother, Lara also drinks it with a sleepy face.
Narrator. Always following that scene, sitting with a dignified face and having Persina's head on her lap while she is gently patting her head, is Eris. Still completely exhausted, Persina just lets Eris do anything to her, but when the food comes, her tail is standing and swaying happily. I sat next to Eris. I'm at the end of the table, the so-called seat of honor, though there is no such concept here. However, the table is really big, and yet it still feels cramped here. Soon, there won't be enough room in this house. I guess Lara will also grow up soon. No, by the time that happens, I wonder if there is a possibility that Norn will be out of the house. After graduating from the school, what will she do? As for Aisha, I guess she will stay here even after she reaches adulthood. Norn?
Norn. Yes? What is it, Oni-san?
You, after graduating from school, what are you going to do after that?
When I asked that, she had a perplexed look on her face. Then she looked back at me.
Not yet. I still haven't thought about it, but...
I see.
Well, she is still in her 5th year, and she is the student council president. She has yet to reach adulthood. She didn't think that far yet.
Nissan?
What?
If this is for example.
Uh-huh.
Let's just say, if I want to do something like an adventurer, will you oppose it?
Adventurer, huh? Norn as an adventurer. Her sword technique is doing fairly well, and in these 5 years, her magic is also progressing very well. I guess it was enough for her to become a good adventurer. I wonder if she is longing to become an adventurer after hearing Paul's stories about his time as one. Well, there is still some concern about it. The thing about Norn is, won't she step on somewhere clumsily and die easily? And around this lovely adventurer, it seems that men will easily gather. Recently, because I often see adventurers in a pinch, nothing but bad images are floating in my mind. I won't oppose it, but I can't help but feel worried. Do you really want to become an adventurer?
No, it's not like I want to become an adventurer. It was just a sudden thought.
Norn shook her head. Adventurer, whether or not she really wants to become one. After graduating from the Magic University, if by then she has a stable income from becoming an adventurer, then it's good. Or having more stable work. But no, since it was about money, perhaps her goal is something other than that. If it's like that, then I will respect her.
Gochiso-sama, I'm going to school.
Yes, have a safe trip.
After Norn finished her meal, she immediately grabbed her school bag and stood quickly from her chair. Roxy is enjoying the holiday, but it looks like Norn still has some student council work. It sure is hard. After saying goodbye to her family, Norn goes to school.
It's not like I oppose it, but if Norni becomes an adventurer, I worry something will happen to her.
I'm also thinking to let Norn do what she loves. I think that is her own right. I'm opposing it. Norn-sama is Paul-sama's and Zenith-sama's most important daughter. She will be married to an appropriate person befitting her status. That way I think we will send her to a safe and more secure life.
I'm also in favor. Norn's sword technique still has a way to go, but becoming an adventurer is fun indeed.
After Norn is no longer here, her family here began to talk what fits her the most. Of course, it doesn't mean that everything is decided by this family's council.
Well, how about making her familiar with adventurers first? That's what I think. If her family opposes her, she might silently leave on her own. Finally, with Roxy's awfully heavy words, the breakfast of the day is completed. Part 3. We left the house. Persena and Aisha go towards the mercenary office's direction. As for Persena, her position is the vice director. The reason is to help Rinia, something like the so-called secretary, private, but her position is the vice director.
Inside the director room, wearing a black suit and sunglasses. No cigarettes, of course, but they do look the part. Maybe I should buy the management some hats.
Then, let's do our best.
Issei, boss!
Don't do anything excessive.
As she said that, with her nail, she pulled the list of employees out of a tube. Everything is coming together with this list of members. There are 50 names on the list.
Among them, the one who is particularly good with paperwork is marked. I will show this list to Orsted, then pick someone with the lowest possibility to become Hidegami's apostle from that list. After he is interviewed behind the scenes, he will be earnestly placed in the main office, helping with something like office management and sorting the documents. Well, you should just leave this sort of work to me. Somehow, I didn't want to discuss that sort of thing with Aisha. Certainly, if I discuss it with Aisha, the efficiency will greatly rise. However, if she, by chance of 10,000 to 1, saw Orsted, possibly for some reason or other the curse is invoked on her, it's possible that Aisha will show hostility towards Orsted. I feel that if Aisha really opposed me working under Orsted, my movements will be greatly hindered. She is living her everyday life leisurely, but if she starts to move, she can produce great results rapidly. I'm afraid that by the time I notice that Aisha is moving behind the scenes, Orsted would already be at the bottom of the ocean. There might also be a certain reason, though I'm probably thinking too much about it. Aisha, please take care of the mercenary company. And for now, let's just say that.
Part 4. After leaving the mercenary office, I head to Orsted. I report my past month's activities to him.
Rinia and Persena acting as the chief of the mercenary company and leaving Aisha to assist them. He wasn't particularly opposed to the idea.
Orsted.
This never happened before. Give it a try.
Rather, he seems amused by my actions. As for permission to get a clerk for this office, from the list, he said, I think either one of these two is fine. Just like that, he selected a clerk. By some chance, maybe he already expected this. Even so, those girls, Persena and Rinia, how about their positions? Their condition didn't affect history, right?
Whoever become village chief among them won't have a strong influence on the course of history.
The typical result of which one of them that becomes the village chief. This time, Persena, by a hair's breadth, maintained her position as village chief candidate. Though Rinia was defeated, it is still possible for her to become a village chief if she try earnestly. I could also make a little push if need be.
Because of your influence in this timeline, the people that got involved with you usually have their destiny greatly changed. Therefore, I can't say for sure.
That was painful to my ears.
but I just want to live in peace. For that, I must endure this lecture. Even so, to think that my daughter is the savior? Or Setsuma, did you know about this?
No. The partner of the holy beast was always another man.
Well, because Lara is never born in the previous loops, it could be either. But from your story, I know that Hitogami was trying very hard so your fate and Roxy wouldn't be tied together. Therefore, I guess that your fates are very strong.
With my daughter's birth, she pushed away the original hero from his seat and took it for herself.
By the way, about the original savior, what kind of person was he?
Orsted. He was the man who will defeat demon god Laplace when he is revived.
I see. Is it all right for him to not become the savior?
It's fine. Laplace is not someone I can't handle if needed. Although I have received aid from the Holy Beast and Companion, they're not a necessary piece.
In the past, when he fought with Laplace in his loop many times, they became powerful allies. But now, I wonder if winning against Laplace isn't necessary anymore?
Orsted, flatly. Well, as far as Hitogami is concerned, he wants Laplace to disappear. With your daughter born, things won't go as he wants. Your daughter, rather than an obstacle for Laplace, is probably a major obstacle to Hitogami. So Lara is an important factor for defeating Hitogami in the future. However, that's no more than a prediction, because in this loop, there are many factors that even Orsted doesn't know about.
As I thought, from now on, Lara will be targeted by Hitogami. For now, that's my only worry. My cute daughter is being targeted? That's pretty worrying. But Orsted shook his head.
Orsted, calm and reassuring.
That's what the Holy Beast is for. With the strong fate of the Holy Beast, Hitogami can't easily put his hands on Lara. Besides, if anything does happen, I have no intention of watching your family die. That's why you shouldn't worry.
Well, if Orsted is going as far as saying that, I can be relieved for the time being. I'm up to the task. And just like before, it's preparation for the next battle.
Part 5. After leaving the main office, I went to school. There is still some anxiety remaining about Lara, but only feeling anxiety won't solve anything. Let's switch the mood. Phew. All right, I switched. Completely switched. Everything's all right. Now I guess I will see if Zanoba and Cliff's research has made any new progress. The scaled-down magic armor, for instance. The mana consumption is getting better, but as for now, only I can use it. No, if the mana consumption gets better, that will result in anyone being able to use it. It will be troublesome if it was stolen by someone from Hitogami's side. Well, either way it could happen. Cliff's door was locked. I was expecting that. He and Ellen Elise were probably engaging in the production of their second child in the morning. Those two, for some reason, they often do that the first thing in the morning. One round in the morning, then recharging before the night comes, doing it again at night, and recharging again when they sleep. I guess they have that kind of life cycle. Cliff's kidneys won't hold for long. Well then, I guess I'll stop by Zanoba's place first, as usual. By the way, as for Zanoba, let's start first with the result of the scaled-down magic armor research. Then we can discuss the Rudo Mercenary Company and the plan for using it to recruit a merchant. Once this is done, we can have lunch, then head to Cliff's place. Then we can inspect the prototypes and bring them over to Orsted's place. Let's go with that flow. And after making that simple plan, I entered the research building.
Are you an idiot? All of a sudden, a jeer can be heard. I won't deny that I am an idiot, but hearing it so suddenly is painful. Who is the fool who called me an idiot just now?
I know that! Do you even understand?
Hearing that, I naturally searched for the source. I I'm looking for the owner of that voice and instantly found him. He is at the bottom of the staircase. There are 5 people. All of them are my acquaintances.
If you're going back, you will only get yourself killed!
The one that shouted earlier is Cliff. While he grabbed Zanoba's chest, Cliff was shouting with his maximum voice with a terrifying attitude. Behind him is Ellen Elise, carrying her baby, showing a somewhat difficult face. Zanoba didn't move at all. He was only looking down at Cliff with cold eyes. Behind him is the frail Julie, trying to restrain him. As for Cliff, he is relying on his piercing eyes. Julie is at his feet. Looking at Zanoba, she is about to cry at any moment. Quarreling? Them? This is strange. Something has happened. Zanoba! Cliff! My voice climbed through the stairs. Hearing that, they turned their heads toward me. Cliff is making a face like he needs my assistance. Zanoba's face is expressionless. For the first time, Zanoba is showing an expression similar to a person who was looking at an insect. No! I got the feeling that I've seen that expression once before. That was where, I wonder.
Shiso, you have come at the right time. Come to think of it, now is almost the time for your visit.
Rudeus, it's good that you have come to this place. Please help me persuade Zanoba.
Those two spoke at the same time. Zanoba, with a sullen face, gave Cliff a strong push back. Zanoba didn't look like he meant to put much power into it, but being a Miko with superhuman strength, Cliff tripped and fell on his butt. Seeing that, for a moment Zanoba's expression changed, but he approached me without apologizing. Since he is taller than me by 1 head, I'm looking up at him. What is the problem?
Oh, a request about Julie. Please buy her, though she is originally Shisho's slave.
Leaving Julie behind? Where are you going?
To my home country. A royal command for me to return has come.
Royal command? You mean directly from the king? But if that was the case, why is Cliff against it so much? Can't it wait for another 6 months for the graduation ceremony?
My brother Pax, he succeeded his coup. He executed my father and brothers and took the throne.
Huh?
Pax? That 7th prince who caught Lilia? That guy succeeded in his coup? Taking the throne? Does that mean he became a king?
Exhausted from the civil war, other countries might invade us. Therefore, I received a royal command to return to my country and assist in defending it. So, I will be going for a little while.
Zanoba said that in a tone like he was going to the convenience store. But from his words, somehow I realized the next fight, it came earlier than I predicted.
Thank you so much for listening. Creating these audiobooks takes a lot of time and effort, so if you enjoyed this journey, please consider subscribing to support the channel. Only a small percentage of our listeners are subscribed, and your support makes a huge difference. If you want to hear more light novels, let me know in the comments below. See you in the next chapter.